comfy seats, tea's about to get wild. We've got true crime tales and a mischievous smile. More life, chaos, the highs and the lows, laughing through the madness, anything goes. It's talk time with Amy Boston and Kelly Farrell. Fun nights and stories we're telling. Everyone's welcome, grab your drink, come run. We love true crime, real life and fun, and free care and rejoice. Interviews, confessions, and a little bit of sass. Laughing till we're breathless, letting troubles pass. From mom squad missions to mysteries at night. Grab your crew, settle in, it's a wild ride. It's talk time with Ainsley Boston and Kelly Farrell. Fun nights and stories we're telling. Everyone's welcome, grab your drink, come run. He loves true crime, real life and fun. Hell, it's free can read y'all. Yeah, it's talk time with Amy Boston and Kelly Free Karen Reed.
Oops.
How you doing?
I
Good?
know, yeah. How are you?
Good.
Just say hello to the people.
Hello, everybody. Free Karen Reed.
Look at that. That's what we need this morning.
We absolutely do.
Go. Right, the fire. Right, Eric will be
Big
back in a
fire.
second. She's on a show. Jamming, is it? We're jamming. So she will be here. Just taking over for a second until we get her back. She's on the radio.
Nancy,
That's what happens when you're famous, you know, like Erica. How is everybody? Hope you're all well. Let me say this way. Hello, Daffodil. Hello, Christine. Hello, Sassy. Hello, Fairy. Landacres. Well, some people saying Bukaki this morning. I don't know. We'll see. So yeah, I'll say I'm only taking over for a second. Hang on, you all, ladies, want to see Timmer? Timmer. Ladies, want to say hello?
Hello, hello. Good morning. Huge turnout today.
I know. Shit. Sweetie.
What we got?
We're live.
Good morning, everybody. How we doing? Beautiful day here. Come on out.
Come on out. It is a gorgeous day today, people. If you can come down. Because it's absolutely gorgeous. It's supposed to be pissing down tomorrow with rain, but today it's absolutely lovely. And if you got a radio, listen to Jamming this morning. Erica's live right now, I think, or about to go live, one of the two anyway. So, and I'm trying to keep an eye on her. She's disappearing again. I don't know where she's gone. But anyway, it doesn't matter. All right, let me turn you around because then I can see the chat. What's the Brandy? Hello, my darling. Cheryl. Oh, Cheryl. How we do, my darling? All right, Cheryl. Watch you don't get banned today. Now, timed out today. I'll tell Erica. Morning to you, Avie. Morning to you, Star. Hippie Chick, good morning to you, my darling. Kathy, good morning to you from Wyoming. Oh, wow, Wyoming. Isn't that Josh Allen country? Cheryl, we miss you. Carol, good morning to you, my darling. Daffy, that's the only chat I can see, people. I'll try and keep an eye on it now. Hey, morning, Robin G. Morning. There you go. Morning, Judy. Morning, Maureen. Top of the morning to you, Maureen. How are we? It's lunch, my darling. How are you? Oh, Peter Murphy's just arrived as well. I can get a picture of Peter Murphy today. I've got the real men of Canton, Dennis Sweeney and Peter Murphy. Proper men. Men you want to grow up to be. And Peter's here, so we'll take a picture with him today. With a t-shirt on. How are you, Maureen? Ocasio, hello. Hello, LJ. Traffic sucks. Not good. No worries, Daffodil. You get dressed. Happy days. Erin, good morning, my darling. Kathy, hello to you. I'm doing a standout. There you go. Green River, Wyoming. Well done. Thank you, my darling. Bow, hello. Thank you, Boo Boo. Nice to see you, my darling. Sea Star. It is nice here today. Shit. Little 581, good morning to you, my darling. Good morning, Erin. All right, hang on. We'll get it sorted now. I don't know what it's disappeared to. But anyway, let me twist it around a second. You can see, hopefully you can see people behind me. Fuck yeah, that's a big machine. There's plenty of people here today. So it's a good start. Listen to jamming this morning as well. Erica's live right now. We're jamming. We're jamming. Right. I got twisted back to see the chat, so sorry. Good morning, Tracy V. Good morning, Lil 581. TJ, no rain. No, it's lovely. It's supposed to be pissing down tomorrow, though. Really bad rain tomorrow, apparently. Good morning, LL. Been watching from the bushes. Hey, nothing wrong with watching from the bushes, my darling. That's all good. Love the Morning Warriors. Boston Brandy, you're one of them. We love you, Boston Brandy. I watched them calling all beans last night. Brandy was on with B and DJ. Great show. I didn't comment on the show. I was half asleep, but you woke me up, Brandy. It was good. I loved it. It was a great show. Don't forget to hit the like button, guys. Yeah, please. Help support Resisting Silence and the Autumn Corner. I think Amy and Kelly as well. They are streaming as well. Shout out to Amy and Kelly. Good morning to you, ladies, as well. Hope you're doing well out there. Morning, Mary. Mary, quite contrary. How are you, my darling? Hope you're well, Mary. I'm just holding down a 4 until Erica's here. I don't know where she's gone. I can't hear her. Normally I can hear her, but I can't see or hear her at the minute.
I'm right here. Oh my God.
Right.
I'm literally around the corner.
Uncle Fredo, hello. How are you doing, Uncle Fredo? Hope you're well. Dog Mom, hello. You smashed all 3. Happy days. There you go.
Hello.
There you go. Smash it.
Can
We
you
all
not
love
see
to
me?
smash it. Smash that like button. Subscribe. You know you want to. Hey, oh shit, he's gone. Erin Hack. Oh, I missed it. Erin Hack is doing a round. The yellow bus was there. Hang on. Hang on. Here she is. Woo! Hang on. Hot Mama's coming. Hang on. Here she
Hello.
is. You're in.
I am. Hello.
You in?
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Yeah, sorry. I came back, but I don't think it was loading properly.
That's fine. You're in now. Are you okay to take over?
Yes.
Happy days. Right. See you in a
Bye.
bit.
I've never seen him run from hosting so fast. Hi, guys. What's going on? Sorry, I had gotten here and it was time for morning prayer and pledge. So we wanted to get that done, but I forgot. So I talked to Ashley from Jammin' 94.5 this morning. And she had asked me last week if she could have my phone number to text me and call me if they like ever had any questions. So I figured I would take the time now while I can She asked if I could do the morning check-in, which I did, which is like 7:20, 7:30. So we could mention coming down here to Dedham, to hanging out with us and stuff. So I wanted to take the time to do that. So sorry for being late. I love you guys. Good morning, all listening to Eric. Yeah, Betty. Okay, awesome. I hope I don't sound too ratchet. Not ratchet, but you know, I have a deep voice and a wicked accent, and I know I don't like the way I sound. So people at my job do though. I know. I'm sorry. I cannot believe I put my phone in my pocket and locked out Cheryl and my own kid. I think that is so funny. I think that just shows I wasn't biased, right? All right. Oh my God, I'm so stiff. Oh, my body hurts. Oh, I'm an old lady. All right. I'll get the camera off of me soon and put it on the cruise ski. I knew I should have brought my handheld. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. What up? Squirrel, squirrel. Do, 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 do. Yeah. Good morning. Hello. Hi. How you doing? Good. You too. You too. Let's see what we got go. Oh, she's still here? Wait, is that the Alabama? No, I don't think that's her. I think that's another lady. See, do you guys see the squiggles? Hate that. What? Let's go. Let's go. Oh, I know they hate to see them coming. The youth of the nation. What do you say about that, Harmon? Hey! Holy shit! They hit us with the
Erin Hartree drives a bus, yellow bus, yellow bus. Erin Hartree drives a bus all day long.
Oh, I missed it. All right, that's fine. Fantastic. That was fantastic.
That was good. That was good.
Hi, Kelly. Hi, Robin. Rhodey. Who else is here? GFY. Hi, Mama. Yeah, they hit us with the free Karen Reed. The youth of the nation. I love it. That was fantastic. That was fantastic. Huh?
Yeah.
Oh. What up, brother? It's a good little crew of us, about 25 of us right now. People still coming from their cars and stuff. It's still early. Hey, Sherry, D, and Rob, maybe.
Too loud.
Good morning.
Just give me
The kids drove by screaming.
Just gave me like trial one
The
by.
kids.
Yelling at
I know. We can only do it till 8 o'clock. Hello. Good morning, lovey. How was the ride?
It was not too bad.
Good, good. Hello. How are you? I was just on jamming too.
Oh, were you?
Yeah, yeah.
Miss it.
What, the call?
Yeah.
Did you hear me live say that? No, I know. I was like, of course they would call me right as I hit the live button. I walked up to him and was like, you gonna go live? I was like, yeah, sure, no problem. Oh, good morning.
Erin Hartree drives a bus, yellow bus.
Let's see. Oh, yeah. That was amazing. A bus full of kids just came by screaming, free Karen Reed, and then started yelling, we ain't got no quit. They're watching something, right? Or their parents are. Or their parents, yeah, right? That's fantastic.
You're here. Erica's here.
Oh, shut up. Oh, stop. I can't even move. Hi, Neil. Good morning, lovey. How are you? Good, thank you. I should probably go get my handheld. We're going to be walking down the other end soon, though. Oh, I think that's LJ. Yeah. So cute. Good morning, all. Hi, Di. Got everyone down here. Does that look like wicked blurry? Like, does that look better? See, like this is the hoodie, but it's mine's smaller. I was showing them back of your hoodie. See how mine's little though? I know. Yeah, right.
She's like, what I could and could not.
I'm still the same person, lol.
I wanted to write free Karen Reed on it, but I didn't know if I would get
What, on the
trouble.
flag? I wouldn't. Hi, Dilly. No. Well, I mean, you can have it and hang it in the buffer zone. Just you can't have it. You know, when you're walking through, they're gonna bust your chops.
That's
This
true,
they really
yeah.
can't say nothing because it's just a pink flag.
Right.
You know.
Yeah.
But it means something, and people know what it means, so that's all that matters. You know. Good morning, guys. Hello, lovey. Nope.
You're gonna have to fill me in when you're free.
About what? Huh? Yeah, I'm waiting. So I think I'm gonna talk to. Well, Harmon the other day wouldn't even look at me. So this all happened. This was all supposed to happen. They said something to me Friday, and Monday, court Tuesday.
Right.
So Tuesday, Harmon wouldn't even fucking look at me, and he told Dennis that morning that I should be expecting a charge. Yeah.
Also, doing what?
For walking to the bathroom with this hoodie on. Can you take this for me and show them my hoodie? So this is what I'm wearing. And then black leggings.
So
Okay. I have black.
it doesn't have
like
anybody's name on it.
Right. Right. That's my point. So fucking annoying. But if anything, it's just gonna.
Opinion.
Well, no, because people a bigger fucking platform to go with their story, right? Right? Now you're just giving me a bigger platform to go talk about how you bullied us for fucking months for no reason because of clothing. Because of clothing. We're standing here anyways, so people see us anyways, right? What does it matter what our shirts say? Stupid. Then they try to pull it. Oh, the jury, the fucking jury, please, please. God Almighty, stupid. I said if they want a clean jury, they should lock them in hotel rooms with no TV or phones.
Right.
And make sure they're from another country. Yeah, exactly. It's all algorithms too. And they clearly live in Norfolk County. Stupid.
Wow.
I know. Hardman is the lead. I don't know if he's a sergeant, a lieutenant. I think a sergeant. He's the pack leader down here of the rabid fucking wolves that sit in these cars all day that we all pay for. Well, they run and waste gas and stuff like that because of these violent criminals that I hang with during the day. All these violent people. That's why we have all these police out here. Because they need to make sure that, we don't. Then you got Joe King over there, too, who, again, Boston police officer, not 100% sure why he's here every day, but I understand peer support. I understand, being there for the family, blah, blah, blah. That's totally, fine, but just confused how the Boston police pays for that. Or, you know what I mean? The city of Boston pays for it. Just confuses me, but I don't want to get into all that. That's Hardman right there. Drinking his fucking Mary Lou's. don't know if you guys can see him. Usually it's Dedham and State. But I'm sure detail, you know what I mean? I'm sure they have people from, details all over the place, But even yesterday, or what was it, 2 days ago, I was standing in the doorway with Joe on live, and Hank walks by with one of his like, I want to say like his, what are they called? Like his intern, or maybe it wasn't, maybe it was Krowski, I don't know. But it's on the live, and I'm standing in the doorway with Joe, and they walk by, and the fucking cop like stops his bike short in front of me, like he does like that noise with your bike. And I was like, what do you want? Like, what are you doing? So stupid. Make a hole. Be careful. Bye. Have a great day. All right. All right. We're marching down to Bullard Street. Yep. That's good. I left my car unlocked. Hey, good morning. All right, give me 1 second. Absolutely. Whose bag is this? Okay. Just making sure we don't forget. Just making sure we don't forget anything. Nothing gets stole.
Have you met Whitney?
Hi, Erica. Nice to meet you. Oh, beautiful. Awesome. Thank you for coming. Appreciate it. That's amazing. Sorry. Oh, yes, I'd love to. Yes.
Oh, so too. Come in with you. Come in here.
Absolutely. Yes. All right. I think we're going to mark. Hey, Deanna. Yeah, we're here. We already did 7:30. Yeah, that's all right. Yeah. And they do it between 7:30, 7:45. Sometimes depending on what's going on over here and trying to get down there. Sometimes
We get too crowded.
Yeah, true. Yeah, and honestly, these guys all line up. The media gets here. It gets like kind of crazy. So honestly, Ian was supposed to be out of the buffer zone by 8 a.m. We're supposed to be out.
No problem.
Which is but so stupid to me. Like I just like they don't get here till 9 even still. Like it's just so stupid.
Good. How are you?
Hi guys, hey, what's going on? How are you? I know how you been.
You haven't seen us, but we've seen.
Oh yeah, thank you. See, now I avoided these damn cameras like the plague as much as I could last year. Not for any particular, well, actually, yeah, for a particular reason because I'm fucking insecure, but that's fine. But it's like one of those things where I think I've just become more comfortable with them. And maybe I just give a shit less what people have to say. Maybe that's it. I cannot believe that. I still can't get over that bus of kids. I really fucking can't. I can't. All right, Jilly. We'll be here. The fact that they were screaming, we ain't got no quit was wild to me. That's great. It's one thing to say free Karen Reed, obviously, like half the signs say it, but I'm kind of happy I didn't because I would have missed prayer, but I wish I went to Starbucks. I'm regretting not going because now I can't move my car. If anybody's coming here and is stopping by the Starbucks on Providence Highway, it's 875. I only know that because it's saved in my phone as a favorite. Yeah. I will order my drink. All you have to do is say my name. Well, my daughter's name, but yeah, let me know. Okay, thanks. You don't even have to pay for it. Not that I would ever expect that. Another fucking happy balls. It's a beautiful morning. Ah. Yeah, we got more people coming. Love to see it. Hi, Kim. Hi, Lee. Hi, Kim. Oh, Kimberly, you're coming. Yay. Awesome. I can't wait to see you. You all talk like trailer park. Not too late. Like, Bill D. I know what the D stands for. They were definitely high school. LPH. So here's the thing, right? Like, by no means am I cheap, but I can't justify a 4-minute ride and paying $32 in charges for Uber Eats. Do you get what I'm saying? So I'd rather pay the $7 or go pick it up myself. What a beautiful puppy. Hey, look at those beautiful eyes. Hi. Can I say hi? It's okay. You're skittish? Good job. Good job. Good job. You want to smell again? No? You see all the people. Look at all the people.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Here you go.
Just talking to all the puppies. Oh, sure. I'd love it. Ready? Thank you. Yay. Oh, and I get a pet. There we go. Yay. So I told you, I don't care what they look like. I love them. I love them all. Yes. Hold on one second, guys. BRB. Oh.
Right?
Wait, you know what they say, right? I will never trust a person that doesn't like dogs, but I'll always trust a dog that doesn't like a person. Yeehaw. I'll be right back. I don't know, Robin. I might have seen it before you deleted it. No, it's still there. I could see it. Fuck that guy. Who cares? How would he know what trailer trash talks like? It's almost like he grew up in one. Suck ass. It's a beautiful morning.
Let's go!
Oh boy. mm. Meow, mommy. Exactly. Animals know. They definitely know. Free, care, and read. Hello. Good morning. 4 more minutes. We're all getting arrested. Hardman, do you think Hardman has enough handcuffs? I don't. I don't personally. I don't think he can. I don't think he's got it in him. Did we push the button?
Yes, I pushed the button.
All right. Sweet. What do you eat? Do you eat from your mouth? Isn't it with? Isn't it with that mouth? From that mouth? Don't think. Don't, yeah. So that would be like if I was throwing up, and that's gross. Ugh. I don't even like talking about it. Bill, I suggest you go outside and touch grass. It's a beautiful day.
El Chappie on the news.
American news. He's gone. Bye, Bill. Come back with your real name next time. LJ, say hi.
Say hi.
Say hi to all the people. Ah, isn't he that cute? I love him. And then, of course, I became friends with his mom on Facebook, and she come up to me early this week, and she's like, "Hey, I didn't know you knew my cousin." I was like, "Of course." It's so funny what like a small world. I can't believe it. I mean, obviously, like Norfolk County, it's not like from a different state. Oh, thank you, baby. You're the best. Oh my God, it's beautiful. I appreciate it. So pretty. Oh, thank you. I know. I need one. I ruined it. I appreciate you. Thank you. His mom made these beautiful stickers. She's so talented. 3D printing and all that crazy stuff. I love it. How the fuck she does it. I asked her last week if she slept. Cheryl's here. What up, girl? Morning. I'm glad you parked in front of me. I hate that we can't sit here anymore. This was like the best spot. This is where we used to. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yup. Sorry, guys. Hello.
Like if someone sells.
Dooby-doo.
Yeah.
This is gonna fall over.
I'm going to my car to get my sign.
Hi. Huh? You're gonna go get your signs? Okay. Be sick. Be safe.
Yeah, I'm tucked in
That's fine. You can leave that there if you want. Wait, where? Bullet Street? Yeah.
right there. The next street
That
over.
side street. All right. Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Good.
See Yuri pulling?
Shut the fuck up.
Just nothing is Malibu while we're all in the corner. He pulled it
Shut up. I don't want to risk it. It's 8 o'clock.
That's probably bait for you right there.
That is bait for me. That 100% is fucking bait. Why'd you even tell me, asshole? He wants to see me get arrested, I bet. Hey, Kenna. Oh, thank you, Trisha. I'm glad I didn't sound too trailer trashy. Hi, Dana. Hi, Kate. Hi. What kind of church cries the town government? Oh, please. Please. Bukkake. That's what our mattress said, yeah. Hi, Jen. I'm just seeing you. Sorry, guys. I'm scrolling back. Hi, Lisa. Hi, Laurie. Landscape, please, and thank you. Yeah, all right, but look. Oh, no, that's me. Ugh. Hold on. All right, let me get my little handheld. It's a beautiful morning. Oh, I don't want to drop my freaking phone. Look at this. Hey. How big are you?
Yeah,
So cute, right?
she's the best. She's
She's so
crazy. She said.
Oh, awesome. Did I ever show you this, Matt?
I just wanted to talk like I felt bad.
It's Julie Nagel as the baby dinosaur.
Oh yeah, I have that on the keychain.
Yeah, I have.
Oh, you know?
Yes. I know I showed you guys this, but it's still like one of my favorite things. It's instead of I'm the baby, I'm the Nagel. Thighs look like mine. Little rollies. Roll it, ole. Starbucks or what?
Where did we talk? Talk over here.
Figure that part out too. We're gonna be down here for what, like the next hour? I might just do this one and keep it standing. What the fuck? Oh shit. I guess. Hello. What's up, boss?
Sweatshirt.
Yeah, it's hot. It's gonna hit. They said I think it's gonna hit 70s.
Dressed.
Yeah. Better to be over than under. Well, I just bring a bunch of shit in my car. This was like a cheap one. You guys came with me, I think, when I bought this at Staples. I'm gonna probably get a better one. Definitely more weighted, but again, it's like, do I need all that? I don't know. Dana, I'm gonna actually text you today because I need to talk to you about some scheduling matters. We will confer back later. Turtle squirt. Well, what's he fucking saying? I gotta go back now. It's so nice to have a clear video. Is he being fresh? I told you. Oh, I know. Yeah, because everyone's gets fucked down here. I know. I know. He's fresh. He's very fresh. It's beautiful. Like that stupid fucking song stuck in my head. Sorry for swearing. Sorry, I'm trying to get you guys hooked up on the tripod. Okay. I've never seen a tripod move so many ways in my life. How's the 20 chins there, guys? Good? Good. Glad I could be of service this morning. Oh! Oh, no, it's not Jill. Hi, Kenna. I hope you have an amazing day too, baby. Have a great day at school. If you have school today, I think you do, right? I'm almost sure of it. It's a beautiful morning. I gotta stop singing that stupid song. I need another song stuck in my head. Why is he yelling? What are you yelling? He yelling? Oh. Hey, what's going on? How are you? Good to see you. Good, thank you. It's a beautiful morning. All right, now let's just see how it looks this way.
Fucking maggot.
Yeah. Da 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 da. Does that still look clear, guys?
Morning.
Erica, good morning. I'm driving all morning. I'm heading to Connecticut. Call me whenever you can. What's up?
You get summons or anything?
Not yet. No, but I'm probably gonna get it this week.
Why?
Because I had this hoodie on in the buffer zone. I'm gonna talk about it. It's so crazy.
Fucking hoodie.
Yep. A hoodie that doesn't even say Karen Reed on it.
And did Brandy say fucking peekaboo to a kid? And
No,
when Hank was
it
walking
wasn't.
by?
She didn't say it to a kid. She said it to Hank.
Oh,
That's the best part.
That's just playing around.
No, he laughed. He laughed about it. The cops were the dickheads. There's Jill. Hi, Jay.
No, they're gonna start fucking ticketing people doing that, Erica.
Yeah.
They're gonna start ticketing people.
All right. I think it might be after 9. They're gonna give us till though. And maybe it's
They're
8.
watching our video.
Okay. Oh, I believe it. Yeah, I heard that too. Oh, God Almighty, Christ help me today and every day. Channel 12, Providence, Rhode Island is out front of the courthouse.
So why bust our balls for this shit? What you been talking about? So I would say that.
All right, I'm going to leave us here for a little bit. Is that okay? Does that look good to everybody? Nice and clear? Can everyone hear me? Everyone can see me?
Hi, who's that? Oh, it's the elevator. Hey, tell Deanna that we're down the other end. We're not at the post office. We're near the church like we were last year, okay? You can't miss the big white church. So if you want to come down, you don't want up. Georgia? Hit it. Go out of Georgia. Really? Good, how are you? So, I get that. Oh my God, I know, it's Dennis. So yesterday.
Eric will be back now, don't worry. What's happening?
Guys, right, hi. Yeah. I want to that. I got the yes. I don't. Exactly. What do you think of the evidence that look up? Well, they put up. That yard right there, the front yard, that's the size of it. Right there. You can see. Up one little house. But yeah, you know, all you guys come down here.
That's good.
Nice day, huh?
He purposely did that, but I mean, hold on one second.
Oh, you're doing a live sign?
Yeah, just so people know when they walk by. Fuck. Ready? Need it, but I don't care though. But people did that last year too. People would come in the morning, right?
Yeah.
Make it like a point that parents are on.
Yeah.
And then make it a point that they were seen.
Yeah.
And then they would leave. They would leave. And then
She's live.
Scotty, I'm gonna keep this right here, okay?
Yeah.
See how it looks.
Don't strip too much stuff, Scotty.
Beware. Too many layers on.
Is that okay? That's what Dennis just had to do.
Hi, Maddie, Kenny.
Here we go. Love that.
School.
I love
Downtown USA, baby.
So,
it.
No.
You guys, anyways, I love you. How are you? Good, thank you. Good. But Dylan, they make it a point to be seen. They most of us sat here all day. You know, whatever, fine. If they make it a point to be seen. They sat here all day.
I know, right? So did at what?
Sit there for like the last 20 minutes. And I was like, just thought, I can't see it.
Robin G, let's go. What are you doing this morning? Sherry D. Am I saying that right? Sherry D. Nice little stand here. Hey now, he's not here, right? Woo! The crowd goes wild. Not bad, Robin. Not bad. Beautiful day. You know, we got great people here. Actually, quite busy today. Get a good crowd. Hopefully, as time goes, you get more people here. All right? Yeah. Oh, there it is. Your boy. Tommy. Hey. What's going on, man?
I'm not. How are you?
Faggots.
Hi.
Oh, odd sign been everywhere.
Drop again. It's
Oh.
Georgia down.
I bet I already met
Yeah,
them.
I bet. It's
Yeah.
swing, just me.
Indiana, too.
Where?
Indiana.
No.
That's a girl here.
Yeah.
Been meeting a lot of people every day. Texas. Rick Happens was up here from Florida for 2 days.
Yeah. Nice.
It's kind of flimsy.
Yeah, that's bad.
Yeah, it's not too bad. No, just I don't want it to tip over, but
Lisa knows me. Probably from New Bedford, maybe Portuguese. Go, let's go.
Stacy. Spacey Stacy, yeah. Spacey Stacy's here. Amazing. Amaze balls.
We're actually talking about Candy Case on 4107. It's a local radio station.
Okay, good.
And the guy's like, I think she's innocent. And then I forgot what he was saying about that. I got to show him frame too because he hasn't seen everything. So he's like, I can't go back right now. It's like, how long it's gonna take me?
No, exactly.
So I'll just show him frame too.
It's Spacey Stacy. She's here. I don't know where she's gonna park though.
Oh, so she hasn't.
No, she's gonna park somewhere and then she'll be here.
Free parking over here looks like it's taken.
Sidewalk. She'll be here. Once we get her, people, we'll bring her on stream. That's amazing. She's made it today. We'll love that. Oh. There you go, you're laughing. Morning, ladies. Have a great day. We're live. We're live in the buffer zone. There's more people coming. We got another runner. I'm trying to keep an eye out for Spacey Stacy right now. There's a gorgeous thing. It's gorgeous.
This is every day in life.
I know. Look at this. Chili beans. Chili, we heard you loud and clear, my darling. You're amazing, Chili. Thank you. What's the best thing you've done on stream? Still early days, yeah? So I don't really know. Just the people, you know? Well, majority of the people. I can't say 100%, but I say 99.9% of the people have been great.
Oh, is that what it was?
Good morning, Sally.
Yeah, I think this looked. Oh, you guys come down here, you get these cool little entering buffer zone stickers.
LJ makes them.
To the corner, right?
Yeah. I just can't. Over there.
Oh, there you go. That'd be a little dangerous.
When they move to the USA? I'm not sure. I'd love to. Need to get a bride.
he's gonna move in with me, and we're gonna get him and Anthony bunk beds.
I know.
Love you, Jilly.
She was great this morning,
Oh,
Jilly.
oh yeah, the best. That's one of my favorite things.
She's amazing.
One of my favorite things about boots on the ground.
Too bad.
Sick when you go back home, huh?
I know.
Get back over there.
Oh, you've been over, yeah?
Huh?
You've been over to the UK.
No, I'm saying you need to be sick when you
Oh, when I go back over, yeah. I know. I know.
Just not around here though.
I was sick last week because I fucked.
Yeah, well, I said that when he got here. I'm like, between traveling and then like you're coming here for shaking how many people's hands, like
Yeah.
meeting all the different types of people. You're introducing yourself to all different types of germs. You don't know.
It's hard.
I get colds like that. You know what I mean?
It's hard.
This lady I used to fight with. And sick time and vacation time. She personal days like she like see. But I would really say
Town to bring in some film. Turned into a culvert.
Oh, I was quite chat here.
Oh, I hate that.
Sending love and support. There you go, Leanne Lee. Happy days. I think he should come down. I said 99% of people I've met have been great. Some fake people, as you always get everywhere.
Yeah,
but-
well, what did I say? Humans humaning, right?
Yeah.
That's why I can't wait to start my show. Talk about that.
Yeah, no, you
You see my shirt, the stream team?
stream team, yes. There you go.
Hey, update.
RTS stream team. Erica wiggling a bum. Love that bum. Love it. A bum you can smack, do you know what I mean?
That's almost like the guys I work.
Yeah, no, I love it. What's the name of that chef yesterday?
Oh, which one? The young
Is it Carlo?
Carlos.
So Mexi Texi was obsessed. She was like, oh my God,
So
give his
cute.
number.
So cute. He's baby. He's like only in his 20s. Yeah.
She don't give
He
a
has like a
shit.
crush on my daughter, I think.
Ah, wow.
Yeah,
Got a beautiful daughter,
no,
though.
he's adorable. He's a sweetheart.
Scott McGinnis. Morning chat. It's Scott.
Morning.
Working hard, yeah.
Here we go.
Morning, chat.
Someone stole my RTS hoodie.
No
I
way.
don't know where it is. I can't find it anywhere.
Oh.
I bet it was Dana.
Dana.
I know it's you.
Dana's fault. Good morning, Dawn. We got Erica all day. Erica's going to be down here all day today.
All day.
We got, are you down here all day? Or are you not?
All day off.
Oh, there you go. So Erica is down here all day. I'll jump back on stream later, but
I should be, yeah, for the most part.
so
We'll see how the app.
I'm posting up down.
Well, so that's why I called Tim when I pulled in. I'm right here.
Oh,
If we can get a spot out front of there, I
look at that. You got it.
Show Tracy and Dan, and I'm repping today.
You're rapping.
No, it's so.
We all love Tracy. We tolerate Dana. There you go, Neil. Boom, boom, boom. Everybody say, way.
Okay,
I
good.
know.
Good to know then. I'll do that then.
But
So when we,
as long as nobody moves it.
so after Karen comes in, we'll walk back down. You guys walk back down there, and then I'll bring my truck and maybe meet you. All right,
If
perfect.
nobody moved it.
Yeah, if nobody moved it yet.
Yeah, I think.
Dude, I said it on the live. Dude, I said it on the live the other day. Fucking Tom. I didn't know it was him because he was in a different type of car. But we seen this like white car sitting there, pulled up, not in a spot, but kind of just idling. I didn't know he was in the car. So then I see a cone.
Scott.
I see a cone behind the car. Hey, like this now, like crushed, right?
Yes, yes.
Oh, you crushed it. I was howling. I was like belly laughing off camera. It was hilarious. Hi, Stacy. How are
It's amazing.
you?
Look at that.
That's so awesome. Don't you love when it comes IRL? I know.
I just think I'd never met you. I had fucking avoided me. I was like, she's on.
No.
I fucking love it. You're sensitive to everything. I love it. I can abuse this woman all
I love it.
Hi, Robin.
I love it.
Saves me from texting. Typing.
Very well.
Stacy is here, yes. Stacy is in the
They
house.
want to see you. Come over here. They want to see you. This is Spacey Stacy, everyone.
Say hi, chat.
Better known as cheating.
With the
Stacey.
glasses, kind of get away with Robin, too, if you had a hood on. The hair and everything, seriously.
Come back down with the hippie chicken all over here.
Yeah, I hope so.
There we are, hippie chickly to read. I think there's a few people. Everyone's Dennis is like this. Dennis is like, what? Cheating Stacey's here. I was like, yeah,
I know, where is he?
he's down here. I'll get you down here now. Let me show you down here.
Robin said hi. Everyone's saying hi, Stacy.
I tell where you're from, something. I thought he made a song. I did not. Okay.
Good morning.
Yeah.
I was understanding that there was
It's true.
sort of a rally.
But I guess
No, there's a rally down here every single day.
yeah, but
Yep. Yep.
something called standout for.
Right. Yeah. It starts around 8, between 8 and 9. People will get down here. There's a lot of traffic headed down here.
Oh, okay.
Then we have 3 other locations. We have 2 locations. You have here. You have across the street. We have a library, like near the district, and then you have down at the end at CVS.
So there's something organized, man. It's different.
Not really. It's trying to get more people out here. So to have people down here. A lot of people have been to charity for state police. Yeah. You know what? If I'm gonna be fucking charged, I'm going to use me for it.
That's what I got to do.
Okay, so there's
Not going in today, huh?
today that's happening.
Oh, yeah, well, we just try to.
Look, how we all right?
All over the same.
Oh, Dina's in the house. Let's go. Lisa, Colleen,
I was nodding on the glare.
bang bang.
Oh, that's big as
Sally, J Max. Yeah, busy chat today.
No, by the time I say yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Sidewalk. Sidewalk.
What is the purpose of it? But what do you hope?
We have a right to be there.
No, so we wouldn't be bothering you?
If the court allowed us our right for the First Amendment to be out from the. No, I am, so not you, so not you. So I'm saying we wouldn't be bothering the sidewalk if the people looked at them if we were allowed to do what we should be allowed.
But my question is, we're not gonna have
Well, in trial one, you have this whole area in front of the church. If that's
Jury.
the fact-
No, we're not gonna
Drive by us every weekend at stand outs, like drive by the schoolhouse every day.
So you think that it's fine?
I think we'll have one way or two way. I have people, I think they'll.
Expose the corruption in Norfolk County. DA Morris's office, there's corrupt troopers.
It could happen to any one of us on the mainstream.
No, I-
Well, already we believe that.
Yeah, I know, it could be. It doesn't matter.
It's corruptly executive part of the state.
No, I understand, I got that. Too. Like this.
I'm facing a charge by the Bass State Police Department because I wore a sweatshirt. If they haven't heard this before, right? That's how.
The most scary.
This still, oh,
That's what has here.
no.
I'm not anti-police. I've always been pro-police. So I come from Boston, to one of the biggest first departments in the country. So by standing out, we've also opposed more issues. We need to settle back the streets. DA Morrissey.
What's scary is how much.
Hi guys. Turtle Boy is there. He just got here a couple minutes ago. He was down here the other day with us too.
I live here. I see it, like, wow.
Love you, Dina.
Friends that we go in this.
That's what I'm saying. That's his biggest.
Yeah.
Like, these people are better friends than most of my real.
Yeah, a girl drove 12 hours from Indiana to be here today.
Is there anything special going on today? No, we're just all getting.
Trying to make a statement.
People are still hungry now.
Yeah. All right, have a good day.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
That's true. I think we should do it. People want to be more people now. Probably.
No, I just believe like you have to take people as they come. Like, it's okay if you are being critical.
Have you been able to post the photos you get back yet? Have they been using any?
So she gets feisty. Well, she's very protective of me, so she'll kind of protect me. She's very clever. I'll bite. And then when I'm home, I feel tension. She's in the She always says, I mean, I have senior writers. Yeah, she just turned a year. And then her breeder died here last year. And so when I retire, she put her on hold for a few months. So when I retired, I took her in August and she babysat. So I cut my hours down. I worked in Delhi. So I cut my hours down and she said she'd take her on the day when I go to work. So she'll take her. I'm going to bring her back at 9 o'clock today so I can, not focus on her. Yeah. I think you get her down here to get used to some people. Really, she loves brother.
Finally got a nice day out.
It's running live.
Now that she's fixed her car.
Oh, right here?
Yeah.
That's me. Where? What's happening? How are you?
See you again.
Nice to see you. I was able to go on jamming this morning and announce it too. So. Oh, nice. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'll be here all morning. So. Yeah. Well, after comes, we'll move down there. Awesome. Set up there.
He said, "Bro,
He said he phone him. So where did everybody go when the
So, all right, so,
leaves?
so some people had leave to go to work, but then
Yeah,
other people, so now, know where we were sitting the other day?
Yeah.
Ash space, and then down at CVS. That's where they expect us to go.
Fuck CBS.
I know, I'm not going down there. You explained it perfectly the other night. That's literally what they want from us. Like, see what the fuck we're doing. No, not fucking happening. I will set up a canopy in the Deeds parking lot before I go down there.
You might as well go home.
That's what I mean. So,
what's the point?
oh, friend, we have a cones saved for my truck. I'll go on.
Oh, good.
Trying to do that again. Yeah, Scotty got a spot. Yeah. But other than that, like, yeah, bro, just gotta. That's what's, I think, deterring a lot of people from coming down there. It's like you're coming.
We whacked it right here. I'm like, really? You whacked it this morning?
That's so true. Two women just walk up with their dog. I've seen them walk by before. She's like, are you going to be critical? Your option have to say the outcome of the child. And I was like, well, people have to drive by and see the signs. Maybe they'll research it. Maybe they'll look into it. She's like, oh, and then I said, well, on top of this, like other things have come out of this where they're trampling on our First Amendment.
Yeah, TV is in the house. Let's go. Get down
She's
here.
like, oh, okay. He was like, it's for our First Amendment rights. They're. I said, we wouldn't be bothered. They can take from us what they took. Right. And she's like, you're not bothering me. I was like, I'm not clearly. Look, you got your gray glasses, my favorite.
Not nice.
I thought they were Rich's class.
Yeah, Richie. Oh, yeah. Fucking gray glasses cracks me up. I was like, what are those? It's like tennis or something like that. I'm not dying. You get those at work, like, like promo behind. Actually, let's see if I can. They were like not free, like my work.
Oh, Ghost's coming. Let's go.
Okay. Around. So they were kind of like that.
Water. I don't know. Yeah. How are you?
Oh, my girlfriend, how are you?
Oh, the boys. What's going on, brother?
Damn, it's like a whole high school.
Yeah, right. How's this guy look? He's look good or what? Anybody know him? Not bad looking. He's actually looking better today. Hey, Tracy. What's up, Tracy?
I know. In yellow. Yeah, I do. I was doing chemo. Yeah. But all my hair grew back fine. Oh, wow.
Whoa. Bukkake. Yeah. TV's got the Bukkake shirt on today. What's going on, Kat? How you doing? Oh, just Turtle Boy walking by. Not bad. Oh, yeah, you missed it? You want to see it on the screen or what? How about Scott? You missed Scott? Wow, the crowd is getting bigger, honestly. I came in this morning, it was loud. About 7:45.
Probably somebody mowing on our back.
Yeah, that's another one, yeah. That could be it for a week.
Somebody was telling me the owner of this home is actually free Karen Reed.
Oh, really? I thought about it. We should raise money, buy the house, and then we all just chill here. I'll take the whole fence down.
Oh, yeah, that would be great.
Wouldn't that be crazy?
I'm sure he's got enough.
I say we start today. Neil behind the camera? No, Neil is in front of the camera. There's all the workers. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Woo! Who's talking? Neil T, Neil Tavares. Hey, Tracy, how you doing? It's a takeover right here. I don't know where anybody went. Erica's gone. Dylan's talking to someone. Sidewalk. Yeah, we're on the sidewalk. Wish you were here, Tracy. Bang, bang. Like the old days, no? Sitting on the grass, under the trees.
Yeah, that was nice, right?
Right?
Well, you don't know when
Pizza.
you don't know when someone walks by and that's not free camera. Well, just
Good morning.
we say a sidewalk that way everybody moves.
Farm Tracy, we're good, we're good. Holding the spot over here. Holding the fort down. More people coming, let's go. Sidewalk. I know, Tracy. I had to come here.
Yes. Some of the local residents are complaining about us being stuffed up this end.
Yeah.
So call Judge Beverly Canoni.
Here you go.
Give us back the old buffer zone and we won't be over here.
Oh, we got another here on the chat. Oh, here it comes. Hey, get off that road. You know, we got a spot for you now. So when they come, you jump in again. You did it last time. I thought he hurt himself. He's coming. You see him coming? Yeah, probably. You're trying to hide behind the crowd. The crowd's getting bigger now, as you can hide.
Just overlap two sections of fence so there's an opening.
Right. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Neil, show me what you look like.
Downtown USA.
Is that good enough? You see what I look like now? No, Karen has not came yet. Karen should be here soon.
But he said he might be
Turtle FM, Turtle Boy shirt says Bakaki, I think, on it. Not about Bakaki. Yeah, Downtown USA. That is facts. So Leslie, it's great. I'm so happy I'm here today. Almost overslept, but found the way here. I did miss the prayer, but I will pray. Here's the doc. Doctor's operating. Joe Biden's a doctor, then he's a doctor. More beeps, more beeps. All right, let's go. Beep it up. Good morning, beautiful people. Everyone is looking great, honestly. It's giving me trial 1.0 vibes.
Say hi. That be kind of maybe working way back. Baby. Well, we were just saying. Because
Sorry, what?
oh, but you're talking about first way back at the well, I got to go to that. I was.
Chappie is talking to somebody. I believe Stacy, maybe.
But what I'm saying, all the guests. It. But some of the YouTubers like. So, you know, I'm a prominent figure, I guess, in the free camera movement, but I don't have. So. But some people think they should have been invited. You can't win that. You'd have to have 5,000.
No problem, Aaron. My civic duty right here. You know. So Dylan's busy. Erica's talking. She's busy. Oh, here we are. Keep up the good work, lovely people. Bang, bang. Yeah, they don't want to do camera work. They want to chat. It's all right. Not bad, Cheryl. My first day on the job. The time that I leave today, actually, I woke up late and left at 6:15 almost. The time I went to Duncan, 6:30 by then. Managed to get here at 7:40. So not too bad. Missed prayer, but we here. Neil's extreme team shirt, I do. I mean, I got a resistance to silence shirt. We'll take it. Nope. Extra large, Tracy. I'll take 2 of them too. The Dylan Meat Turtle Boy, I believe he has, yes. Yeah, pictures together. Oh, what's up, buddy? You going?
Love that sign.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's been around the world.
Love it.
It's Renee's personal.
You know where I worked for 30 years, right?
I do. And I didn't even know that before when we were hanging out making signs. I told my friend, I met this guy. I didn't even know what he did. And Very grateful though to be, invited over to meet you.
It's great to see people like you and everybody else here.
Yeah, it is.
A lot of people are afraid. A lot afraid.
Yes, that was a little, but just gotta keep, what to do.
Yeah.
Don't weigh your stuff in the buffer zone. You'll be fine. But yeah, today's giving me like an old school vibe, like 1.0, like seeing all the faces. I'm like, wow, I don't know you're gonna be here. I know you're gonna be here. It's definitely bigger today than yesterday.
Kennick's on today too on the trial.
Okay.
I saw him go on.
Oh no way.
That'll be good.
Nice.
Thanks.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, there was Peter. Yeah, Peter is the man, honestly.
So if they get over that,
Is Bukaki Day? Oh, I didn't know that.
now they're in the middle of time.
Yeah, Peter's good morning. He's here. Peter's the man.
Oh yeah, then she said, Ernie, fuck, we know you have money.
Yeah, I think Lenny was just asking about, why we're here, what we're doing. I don't think it was, I don't think she had any mean intentions. Kevin up, but the best. Yeah, he's the best, all right. Aaron has not pulled up. No.
Hi, honey, how are you? Yeah.
Oh, no, it's not.
Morning.
I thought it was.
Should be here soon, though. Yeah, they do slow down. Some traffic here, too, so that's probably good. Stream team's back. All right. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, we did not miss her. Did not miss Karen, I promise.
It's so good. And started crying.
I gotta get a coffee.
Then Clara would say,
Push. Yeah, you should, right? It's
I think it's like a mean for Clara. Clara comes up here so much.
Thank you, Steph. Everybody's amazing, honestly.
It's hilarious.
Smelling love from Worcester. All the way to Dedham.
It's kind of funny. Like he was up here. I y'all went to like a lot of times. And then this table, right? This chair that I'm in is empty.
I'm going to show you people this cool keychain from, who was it? AJ? LJ. I think it's LJ. Sorry, I forgot the name wrong, but
That chair was over.
it's pretty cool.
So they're all at because I'm at the table with
In traffic, there's a lot of traffic.
so they're there against me. So Saturday. Let's do it. Well, that was a professional.
I think she'll be coming soon, but a lot of cars out today.
And I go, as long as you're not from the fucking crossing. Oh,
You'll feel it.
I'll let you take a picture.
I heard say the same thing.
And then they also reprinted that picture.
Hands up.
Oh,
I move the camera to show her?
Yeah, I don't know where Erica is.
No, that's all right.
This year.
Yeah, that's fine. No, we're getting closer, yeah. Morning, Karen. Doing?
Yeah, you're live. Are you live?
Hi, Karen.
How are you?
Good. Not raining.
It's not raining. I know.
Great guy, yeah.
Good luck. Good luck.
Down. Any coffee? You.
I know.
Was that you? You were streaming it?
That's me. I'm in the flesh.
Spacey Stacey again.
There you go.
I'm gonna say hi to Amy and Kelly if you guys are watching.
AB Kelly, let's go.
And Mark. Shout out to Danny Thomas and the chat rats.
Mark Cunningham, come on. What's going on, dude? Let's go, Marky.
They were like, say hi to us.
What are the tracks he's speaking on?
Yeah, Amy.
Amy, fine, that's fine.
We got Erin, Hippie Chick, Lisa Reed,
Hi.
They all
all
love you.
saying hi. Karen said hi to Dylan.
We good?
They all love you.
Thank you so much. You're the best. I appreciate you. I'm gonna go down here I'm going down this way to my car and then I'm gonna go to the buffer zone. I'm gonna wait for Scotty to walk ahead. Hey Mama.
How are you?
How are you? I'm waiting for Scott to walk ahead because I might have a spot out front of the place over there. We're gonna try to get that. If I can get a spot out front of there, we're gonna be over there anyways. But yeah,
Moving my car over to the other parking lot.
to the Deeds parking lot. All right, sounds good.
No.
Yes.
Pass.
Neil, thank you.
So where does
Are you staying, right? All right, sorry guys. I don't think I have. Hey, what's going on? Good morning. How are you? Good to see you. I didn't recognize you without the
Yeah, I
ponytail. I love it. Bye.
Yeah, an hour and a half.
What? Bye, jerk face. Hey. Let you guys watch the march away. Everybody unfortunately has to exit go to the other buffer zone now. I don't have it on, you don't worry.
I'll see you later. Wednesdays or Thursdays. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right, I'll see you later.
Oh, bye.
Flag.
Very that's the cheap today. I'm gonna get everybody that. I'll see you guys coming down here.
Morning. Morning.
Moving to the other buffer zone.
What's up, Jennifer? Oops, sorry, Jenny.
She knows I'm on a live. That's all right. She's probably going to get her car. Dylan, they thought they lost you.
Lost? Are you? You there, buddy? Are you taking off? Yeah, you can download it. No screens, but yeah.
Bye, LJ. I'll see you later, buddy. Have a great day. Yeah, I'll see you in the morning, all right? Have a good day. I love your shirt. Bye, Mama. I'll talk to you later, all right? You out of here for the day? Yeah. All right. I love you.
I love you too,
Are we going to stream it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm going to go try to get situated down there. Scott's going to let me know if there's a spot, and I'm going to try to move the truck down there. I think Brandy's coming with the TV, so that'll be good. I think so, yeah. Who's here? Yes, I know. No, Karen said he's definitely going out.
Yeah, I asked
Yeah.
him. Cocky.
Well, I said, I go, yeah. I go, she goes, he's already here. I go, Karen, he's been here for a fucking hour.
Yeah, I asked him. Is it cocky? And they always sign on.
Yep.
We're gonna compare something to a fucking.
Sorry about that, guys. Someone's getting me a coffee. Uh, Shopping. Venti iced brown sugar, oat milk shaken espresso. Doobie doobie doo.
No, I don't. How's my little pal doing?
Oh, she's good. She didn't want to go to school today. I'm like, get going.
Sorry, honey, that was my fault. Appreciate you.
I wish it wasn't raining tomorrow.
Oh, money.
Hello? All right, I'm back. Can you all hear me?
Yeah, I don't know when.
That's insane, Erica. I don't know what happened. What happened, everybody? What's insane?
Would you think a gallon?
I don't know what's insane. People are insane. Wasn't the shoe brought up at the first trial island? Yeah. The shoe's already been talked about, broken down, discussed, and deciphered, I think. But again, I'm not a fucking law expert.
Trina custody. Tag your head.
Good to see you.
How are you?
We'll find out.
I knew that wasn't pulled off.
I'll have you.
It's okay.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
yeah. That's I've got to bring that to everybody, and it's gonna stay in Scott's truck.
Scotty?
It was on the back of my truck.
Yeah. Somebody found it down there.
Who found it? Yeah, I left it on the orange thing for people to sign.
Oh, these two ladies there.
Yeah, because
They didn't know. They aren't there.
because nobody can leave well enough alone. That's why. Never mind.
I don't know.
No, it's fine. We're all good. All good in this hood.
There's no thing saying to sign it, right?
There's a pen and it's a notebook.
Yeah.
We had one last trial.
Yeah.
So I figured it'd be a little self-explanatory. My bad. I should have announced it. I did actually. I have announced it a couple times.
You want it?
Yeah. Yeah, hold on to it. Yeah. We're keeping it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, Trisha. I don't know what we're doing. All right.
It's already- sounds like-
It's on now.
Yeah, it's on there.
You're gonna stay for a little bit, right? All right, cool.
Because he's gonna egg me when he's walking by me.
The other day he walked.
Go mow the lawn.
It was a live with me and Joe. We're standing off to the side. Hank walks by us. I'm filming him, and the Sadie stopped in front. Thank you.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Council. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, members. This is great. This may be the earliest we've got started, so I appreciate everybody being ready to go right away. I do have to ask you those questions. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or should take it.
Thank you. Mr. Brennan, your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Yuri Buchanan. Please, court.
You solemnly swear the evidence before the court and jury in the case now and hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Yuri Buchanan. My last name is spelled Bukhenik.
Mr. Buchanan, where do you work?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police.
What is your role with the Massachusetts State Police?
I'm currently assigned as a sergeant with the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in the homicide section.
I want you to take us back before you became a state police trooper with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. Where were you born?
I was born in Lviv, Ukraine.
Did you immigrate?
Yes.
How old were you when you immigrated?
I was 9 years old when my family moved to the Boston area.
Did you attend public schools?
Yes.
Through high school?
Yes.
Tell us what you did after high school.
After high school, I enlisted in the United States Marine Corps.
Why did you enlist in the Marine Corps?
It was right after 9/11, and my friends and I.
You can finish this next one. Just go ahead. You can.
My friends and I decided to serve in the nation's armed forces.
Did you serve in the Marine Corps?
I did.
Did you go through training?
I did.
Did you learn any skills?
My specialty was military police, and I attended the military police school at Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri.
Through your military service, did you receive top secret clearances?
Yes, my first duty station was with Marine One Presidential Helicopter Squadron. The duty station requires a top secret Yankee White STI clearance, and as a result, I attained that clearance and held it throughout my career.
Did you engage in any special assignments?
The Presidential Helicopter Squadron is a special assignment. We provide security for the presidential helicopters and presidential assets. With that clearance, we read into a STI program, which is a need-to-know basis type situation.
How long were you in the military for?
4 years.
When you discharged from the Marines? What year?
2006.
Honorably discharged?
Yes.
After you were honorably discharged from the Marines, what did you do next?
I had a passion for law enforcement, and I wanted to serve my community here in Massachusetts. So I left California and came home and applied for various police departments. Ultimately,
getting a job with the VA Hospital Police here in the Boston region.
When did you transition from the VA to the Massachusetts State Police? What year?
I actually transitioned to the Attleboro Police Department. I worked there as a patrol officer, SWAT team member, and then in 2011, I transitioned from Attleboro to Massachusetts State Police.
When did you join the homicide unit?
It was May of 2015.
And have you been in that position since?
I have.
And you're now a sergeant in that?
I am.
I want to ask you about the structure of the homicide unit for the state police. How many different troopers work in the homicide unit at Norfolk County DA's office?
We have a range from 2 to 6 troopers working in the homicide section over the years that I've been there. Currently, we have 6 homicide detective troopers in the section.
What type of cases does your unit investigate?
Our unit investigates primarily unattended deaths. Unattended deaths are those that are not attended by a physician. A variety of deaths, including natural deaths of old age, medical conditions, accidental industrial accidents, obviously homicides, overdoses. We have suicides as well. And those vary in age on the victims that pass, whether they're stillborn infant deaths, children that pass away of SIDS, or unfortunately teenage suicides.
Have you been to a number of scenes, a number of cases?
Yes, I have.
Do you handle more than one case at a time?
Yes, we do.
When a case, an unintended death is notified to your office, is that routine or is it by statute?
The notification comes in due to the statute requirement in Massachusetts. Under Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 4, authority is given to the district attorney in each county to investigate those deaths. They appoint designees. And within Norfolk County, those designees are law enforcement agents from the Massachusetts State Police. So in our county, the Massachusetts State Police, with the district attorney's authority, investigate all unattended deaths.
You mentioned that it's called the homicide unit. Are many of the deaths that you investigate not homicides?
Primarily, the death investigations are not homicides.
When you walk into a call, do you have a preconceived notion whether it's a homicide or not a homicide?
When we walk into a call, we take in all the evidence, so we do not know exactly what we're going to have as a finding. We follow the evidence, we follow the information that we're provided, that we learned throughout the investigation. At times, it's obvious that it was a homicide when the local agency that's reporting the death says that there was a shooting reported and there's a deceased person at the scene. So yes, we will know that it's most likely a homicide, but we don't make a preconceived notion or determination before we get there.
You said there are a number of cases that go through your office. Do you work investigations by yourself?
Never, no.
Are investigations assigned to the group as a whole, or is a particular trooper in the unit?
We have case officers, and the assignment of the responsibility when you will most likely be a case officer is scheduled a month or so in advance. So each trooper has a responsibility of a 24-hour period that they are on call. They respond to the scenes, whether it be a train strike versus pedestrian, or a vehicle, or a suicide by hanging. They respond, and then if they need assistance or they think that there's something more, additional resources are called out, like crime scene services, which helps us document scenes, etc.
Have you ever been assigned a homicide or a homicide investigation?
Yes.
In the cases where you're assigned, do you investigate the case alone?
Never. It's always a team effort. Every case requires a team effort. Just the amount of work that goes into collecting evidence, interviewing witnesses, interviewing involved parties, interviewing the suspect, all those tasks that are required in collecting surveillance footage require manpower and time and resources. And so every investigation, although it has a case officer, it requires a team effort of individuals to work together in concert to accomplish a successful investigation.
Are you often working on more than one investigation at the same time?
Yes, we are.
If you were the case officer, would you have other resources you would use to help with the investigation, other units in the Massachusetts State Police or local police?
Yes, typically we partner up with the local police detectives. And when we're conducting interviews, it's a state trooper and a local detective that are conducting those interviews or collecting surveillance footage and so forth. And that there's a reason behind that. The reason why we pair up is not just the manpower, it's also that we work in a dangerous line of work, and people could lose their life, people could get injured, or unfortunately people could get fired or retire and no longer be available to testify, provide their testimony, or be a resource in the future.
Is it a common practice that when there's an investigation, more than one trooper will appear at many events?
It is very common and preferred. Unfortunately, in the real world, it's not always possible. A trooper can be responding to a scene and just to simply grab something from another trooper and could be approached and a small brief interview could happen, or if a trooper's at a home talking to a witness and others show up and willing to provide information, he has to conduct that interview by himself because of the resources aren't available for him.
Let's talk about the assignment of this case. You said that there's case assignments, a schedule that is made in advance.
Yes, sir.
On the day or the morning of January 29, 2022, do you know who was assigned to take calls for new cases?
Yes. Before 7 a.m. on the 29th, it was Michael Proctor that was assigned to be on call.
Is there a supervisor assigned as well, in addition to a trooper that's not in a superior position?
Yes, every day there's a supervisor assigned in addition to the on-call trooper. There's a supervisor that's also available for any reason at any time to respond, assist that trooper if there's any questions or issues that come up.
Was there a supervisor assigned that morning?
Yes, there was.
And who was that?
It was myself.
When did you first hear or learn anything about this call or this case?
In a unique fashion, this call actually came from the Troop H headquarters, which is the field services portion of the state police, the uniform patrols that service the Metro Boston area. The headquarters duty office contacted me, I think by mistake, misdialing the number because our names and numbers were listed one above the other. So the call actually came into me. I took the call and advised them that I would call the on-call trooper for that day, and they would contact Canton PD and take the appropriate steps.
About what time did you receive a call that morning?
Approximately 6:44 in the morning.
After receiving the call around 6:44 that morning, did you contact anybody to assign a case manager, or did you get involved personally?
I called Michael Proctor and told him to reach out to Canton and follow up on the report of a male in the snowbank.
And this is around 6:44 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
What did you do next?
I waited for a call back from Michael Proctor, and he reported the details of, yes, there was a male found in the snowbank in Canton, and that they were requesting our assistance as he had sustained injury and was unresponsive and had been transported to Good Samaritan Hospital.
What was the plan at this point?
At this point, where I learned that he had sustained injury and there was a heavy blizzard in the area, I decided myself to get dressed, shovel out, and respond to Canton.
Were you required to get involved and go to Canton that morning?
At this point in time, I was not, but I thought that it would be prudent on me to, at the very least, shovel out, because another call could have come in and I would have had to respond to that, and the driver would have been shoveled.
Were you in touch with Mr. Proctor?
I was.
Did you have any plan to meet him?
Yes.
When and where?
We decided to meet at the Canton Police Department.
Okay. And about what time were you going to leave your home, or did you leave your home?
I left my home probably around 8:50, and I know I arrived to the Canton Police Department approximately 9:15 in the morning.
Did you know the address where the person was found in the snow?
At that time, I learned the address once we got to the police department, but it had no significance for me. I did not know where it was.
Why did you plan to go to the Canton Police Department instead of going to the scene first?
The Canton Police Department, fire department personnel, and paramedics had already cleared the location. So we, again, given the conditions, we were in a controlled environment inside a police station to exchange information, collect any evidence if it was available, and the police department safety and security of that would have been the best location for it.
You mentioned that you arrived at the Canton Police Department around 9:15 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Was Mr. Proctor there when you arrived?
Mr. Proctor was there walking in with me.
When you went in with Mr. Proctor that morning, who did you meet?
We went in, we met with multiple Canton police personnel, one of which being Sergeant Good. He was one of the first responders to the initial scene.
Did you receive any items from Sergeant Good or any of the police officers while you were there?
Yes, we received, we didn't receive it, but we were shown a broken cocktail glass, bottom of a broken cocktail glass. We were provided Mr. John O'Keefe's cell phone, and I was also shown a brown paper bag with 6 plastic Solo cups in it, containing a what was reported to be blood in the snow.
When you were shown these items and had a discussion with the Canton Police Department, were any decisions made about the future of the investigation? You had shared with us earlier that typically the state police pair up with local detectives. Did you do that morning?
That morning we did not. We had learned that there was a loose familial connection through town channels with the address and possibility of a Canton police officer or detective. So Canton police, out of overwhelming precaution of impropriety, not that there was one, decided to step away from any interview investigation assistance with us.
Has that happened in your career before?
Yes, it has, yes.
Since there would be no local detective, did that change your role at this point in the case, your involvement?
It did not change my involvement, but it did bring up a concern of manpower. We are obviously limited by staff. The weather conditions also further exacerbated that issue. So transportation was an issue, timing is always an issue, and you can never have enough manpower.
Did your role become more prominent given there was no local detective involved?
I would have to pick up the slack. I'm a team player. I always want to assist in any which way I can to make others' life easier.
And you were Mr. Proctor's supervisor?
I was.
After you received the broken glass, the cell phone, and you saw the plastic cups with the blood in them, Where did the evidence next lead you?
Based on the information we had learned and the evidence, we decided that we needed to speak to the individuals who were last in contact and present at the scene when Mr. O'Keefe was found.
Did you have any specific other information that you were following at that point?
Yes, we had statements made by the defendant that she was questioning whether she had hit him, and to that extent.
Had you focused in on a target at this point or reached any conclusions about your investigation?
No, we were still in the information and fact-finding portion of the investigation. We are not ruling out people as much as we're not ruling people in as much as we're ruling people out. So we need to get as much information as possible that is in physical form, statement form, and circumstantial factors as well.
So where did the evidence take you next?
Following 3 interviews conducted in Canton with witnesses, we proceeded to the Good Samaritan Hospital because based on the information I learned, I needed to put eyes on Mr. O'Keefe and his injuries. I needed to see what exactly the witnesses were describing.
Do you remember who you spoke with that morning before you decided that you wanted to go to the hospital to see Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, we interviewed Miss Jen McCabe, Mr. Matt McCabe, and Mr. Brian Albert at the McCabe residence.
How long or about what time did you get to see Mr. O'Keefe?
We got to see Mr. O'Keefe, I would approximate probably like 12:30, maybe 1 o'clock-ish.
Why did you want to see him specifically?
I wanted to see the injuries for myself, the location of the injuries, the types of injuries, the extent of the injuries, and overall condition that his body was in would be very telling. The mechanism of injury, how it might have taken place, and also the correlation of any evidence at the scene with those injuries.
Now, you don't have any medical degrees, do you?
I do not, no.
How about biomechanical engineering?
No.
Do you have life and job experience in these situations?
Yes, 20 plus years of law enforcement investigating car crashes, pedestrian crashes, and 10 years in homicide.
Your role is not to make a diagnosis, is it?
No, it's not.
Is this information and your interpretation based on your experience important in guiding what you're going to do in the investigation?
Yes, it is very.
Do you ultimately get to Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, we do.
Okay, take us through what happens when you get there.
When we got to Good Samaritan Hospital, the driving conditions were treacherous. It took us 45 minutes from Canton Center, basically, to Good Sam, which should be a 15, 20-minute drive. At one point, I had to get off the highway because I couldn't tell if I was on the roadway, if I was off the roadway. So the guidance of trees on the side of the road through the town streets actually helped us guide the path to Good Samaritan. Once we arrived, we walked to the emergency department where Mr. O'Keefe was initially treated and where he remained. Upon arrival, we spoke with medical personnel who advised us that the defendant had at that point been discharged from the hospital and that Mr. O'Keefe was still in the emergency room and available for us to view.
At that point, you said the defendant had been discharged. She was not the defendant at that point.
No, she was not, no.
Did you have a chance to enter a room or actually see Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
Had he passed at that time?
Yes, he has.
So when you walk in the room, what do you see?
When I walked into the room, I saw a medical bed in front of me. Mr. O'Keefe was covered with a sheet, as is typical with any victim that had passed. There was a pile of clothing to the left, at his feet to the left of the bed. I observed several injuries on him once I lifted the sheet and those were documented with photographs by crime scene services member of the state police, who also met us at the hospital for that purpose.
So there were other members of the team that were there to photograph
Yes,
Mr. O'Keefe and some of the injuries?
yes.
How many people were in the room with you and Mr. Proctor when you were observing and viewing Mr. O'Keefe?
There was a total of 3 of us, myself, Mr. Proctor, the crime scene services individual. There was medical staff coming in, nurses asking us if there was anything that we needed to assist us with. But from law enforcement, there was 3 of us there.
Now, I don't want you to try to give us a diagnosis or provide us an opinion of the cause of any injuries, but rather I want you to share with us, as you're observing Mr. O'Keefe in that hospital room, what are you seeing and what is standing out to you?
I saw pooling of blood underneath his head. There was seepage of blood into the sheets. There was also swelling, discoloration, a large amount of blood pooling underneath his eyelids. There was no abrasions or injuries that I observed to that region. To me, through my training experience, I took that as subject.
Not to any medical observations, but just you as law enforcement.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'd ask you not to give your personal interpretations of what you saw. Rather, I want you to share with the jury what you saw through your view.
There was also a tiny cut, laceration to the eyelid area.
You're pointing to your right eye. Could you be specific, please?
Also on the left nostril, there was a very, very small laceration there. Both were not actively bleeding. There were a series of cuts and bruises to the right arm, which extended from approximately mid forearm up to the mid tricep area of Mr. O'Keefe, and they were concentrated on the exterior of the arm. There was no other injury or marks on the interior or inside of the arm. There was also a bruise on that same arm on the back of the hand. It was light in color. It wasn't a profound discoloration as the eyes appeared to me. There were also injuries to abrasion or cuts, scrapes to the knee, I believe.
Which knee?
The right knee. I apologize.
You had first described swelling in the right eye, and then you had just said the eyes. Could you be specific? Was the swelling in one or both eyes when you saw Mr. O'Keefe?
When I saw Mr. O'Keefe, the swelling was in both eyes. It might not have been exactly symmetrical, but there was swelling, discoloration in both eyelids of Mr. O'Keefe. There was also blood pooling in the cavity of the eyeball, both sides of the eyeballs.
Do you know about what time it was that you visited Mr. O'Keefe and made these observations?
It was sometime between 12:30, 1 o'clock, and 2 o'clock, I would assume.
You mentioned that there was pooling on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head. Did you look for any injury?
Yes, we looked for injury. All I could tell, there was bleeding happening. I could not tell exactly what the extent of the injury was, not being a medical professional.
You mentioned there were a pile of clothes in the floor. Is that uncommon?
No, it's not uncommon at all.
Did you have any opportunity, or did you decide to look at those clothes?
Yes. What happens, the reason those clothes are on the floor is that for medical therapy, for medical treatment, the victim has their clothing removed for access to the body. There's obviously all sorts of equipment and medical procedure that's done. So that clothes is discarded. We knew that it was Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. We knew that it would be important to aid us in the investigation. So that clothing was picked up, identified item by item, and bagged. It was in a soaking wet state with moisture and other debris on it.
When you are looking at Mr. O'Keefe, do you have to touch him and move him?
Yes, during our investigations, we're not simply looking at photographs. We are there in the scene. We are smelling it. We are touching it. We are, unfortunately, with certain pungent scenes, we were tasting it. That's the reality of us breathing in the scene when we're living it through the investigation.
Do you wear any type of protection?
Absolutely. We wear gloves. At times, we wear other PPE, personal protective equipment.
When you looked at Mr. O'Keefe's clothes, you said that you bagged them. Did anything stand out in particular about his set of clothing?
In particular, we were missing a sneaker of his. That was very significant to me. It caused me to have Michael Proctor contact the paramedics that transported Mr. O'Keefe to the hospital and confirm with them, conduct a secondary check that that sneaker was not left behind in the ambulance.
Why was the missing sneaker significant to you at that point?
At that point, our theory had evolved to a vehicle strike based on the injuries, and I was suspecting that he was hit out of his shoes.
Is there a phrase that's common in these type of situations?
Yes.
What's that?
Knocked out of your shoes.
Did you know where the other sneaker was?
I did not, no. But I suspected, since it was missing, and once the reports came in that the paramedics, EMT personnel did not find the other sneaker, that it would be somewhere where Mr. O'Keefe was found or where he was initially struck by a vehicle.
Did you and Mr. Proctor have an opportunity around that time, 12:30, 1 o'clock, to go back to that address to look for the sneaker?
We did not know.
Why not?
Again, during the critical early hours of an investigation, timing is essential. We have to make sure we get to any and every location that could possibly have evidence and prevent that evidence from being destroyed, altered, or concealed. So we are prioritizing missions. And with the resources available at that time, I conferenced with my boss and advised him of the current status of the information that we had. And he stated that he would go out and marshal up resources to conduct a search.
Is this an example of the team approach of the state police at the homicide unit?
Objection. System.
After having this information, making these observations of Mr. O'Keefe yourself and bagging the clothes, where did the evidence lead you next?
At this point, once we viewed the clothing and Mr. O'Keefe, we had to go talk to the last person that saw him, and that would have been, at the time, his girl.
Who'd you go see?
The defendant, Your Honor.
The prior question wasn't answered, so prior questions.
Did you know where Miss Reed was at that point?
Yes, we had learned that she traveled to her parents' home in Dighton.
Did you learn about any, or did you have any interest in any physical evidence at that point?
Yes. With the missing shoe, her stating that, did I hit him, and along that line of statements, I was interested in the vehicle that she was operating that night.
How far was Dighton from where you were at Good Samaritan Hospital?
Typically, I would say it's probably a 35, 45-minute drive. With the driving conditions, it took us all of an hour, 15 minutes.
Who was driving?
I was driving.
Were you in a issued vehicle or were you in a personal vehicle?
No, I had to drive my personal pickup truck due to the weather. My cruiser would have never made the unplowed streets of the area.
Was Mr. Proctor with you?
He was.
Were you by his side the entire time?
Mr. Proctor and I were together the entire day.
You decided to go or drive towards Dighton. Did you ultimately make it to Dighton?
Yes, we did.
Do you know what time you arrived in Dighton approximately?
Approximately 3 p.m.
On your way down to Dighton, did you learn any further information beyond what you had known when you had left Mr. O'Keefe at Good Samaritan?
Yes, at one point, Michael Proctor took a call from Jen McCabe, and she further elaborated and provided information stating that she remembered.
Sustained.
After receiving that information, is there something specifically you wanted to look at when you got to Dighton?
Yes, we wanted to look at the rear right tail light. Based on the information provided, it was allegedly to
Let me
be.
stop you there. I just wanted to know what you wanted to look at.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to relate conversations of somebody who's not here. And so you had an interest in looking at the right rear tail light?
Yes.
Do you know what type of vehicle you were looking for?
We were looking for a large black Lexus SUV.
When you made your way down to Dighton, you said you finally arrived. How did you know you were at the right address?
The defendant provided her parents' address to us.
Before you got to Dighton, after learning of new information and the information you already had, did you make any arrangements?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you did on the way down to Dighton.
On the way down, we contacted Dighton Police Department and gave them a heads up that we would be coming down for an investigation, and we were looking to most likely seize a vehicle, and we were requesting their assistance in contacting a local tow truck company that they were contracted with, and or also to assist us at the scene being a uniformed presence.
When you pulled up to the address, did you make any immediate observations while you were still inside your truck?
Yes, the road was not well plowed. There was only enough clearance for one vehicle. So it was difficult to find a place to park, and maneuverability was also challenging.
Did you make any observations of the home or the driveway before you got out of your truck?
Yes, the home is to the left of the driveway. The driveway was not plowed either. There was a large black Lexus SUV parked in the driveway.
Was the front of the SUV facing you or the back of the SUV?
The back of the SUV was closest towards us.
How far from the SUV were you when you first parked at that address?
Probably, it's the length of the driveway. Based on my memory now, it would probably estimate to be 60 feet or so.
Did you make any observations of the SUV from that distance?
It was covered with snow, like it's been either sitting outside or driven outside in the snow, so it was exposed to the elements.
What was your next steps?
We waited for Dighton PD to arrive to assist us. Once they arrived, Michael Proctor and I exited and proceeded up the driveway. I told Michael.
Let me stop you with what you said. I want to just know what you observed.
Okay.
As you're walking up the driveway, how close to that SUV did you get at its closest?
At its closest, I got as close as me and a defense table, which is probably 10 to 12 feet.
From the 10 to 12 feet, did you notice anything remarkable about the SUV?
Yes, there was a large piece of red taillight cover missing from the vehicle.
After you made an observation of a large piece of the red taillight cover missing, did you do anything else relative to the SUV at that time?
Yes, I told Michael to get close.
I'm not interested in what he did. What did you do? What did you see?
I just saw the damaged, missing taillight cover. I did not touch it. We did not approach it with physical contact. So,
did you see where Michael Proctor went?
Yes.
How close to the car or the vehicle did he get?
Within 3 feet.
Did he ever touch it?
No.
Where did you and Michael Proctor go next?
We proceeded to the front door of the home to make contact with the residents.
And how clearly did you see that missing piece? What's your level of certainty?
100%.
Did you knock on the door?
Yes, I did.
And were you invited in?
We were, but not through the front door due to the weather and the piled up snow. We couldn't open the storm door. Mr. Reed invited us into the home through the garage. He opened the garage door for us and welcomed us inside.
When you went inside, what did you see?
When I went inside, I saw Mr. Reed, Mrs. Reed, and the defendant sitting on the couch.
You've referred to the defendant a number of times as Miss Reed. Do you see the defendant here in the courtroom today?
I do.
And the person you spoke to that morning, can you point that person out and describe an article of clothing they're wearing?
She's sitting in the middle right there in front of me wearing a black suit with yellow colored metal buttons on it.
When you walked in, did you say that the defendant was sitting on a couch?
She was.
How close were you when you were speaking to her?
Within 12, 15 feet. We were in the same room, in the living room area.
Was Mr. Proctor there?
He was.
Was Mr. Proctor speaking to her?
He was.
Were you speaking to her at the same time or interchanging?
We were both communicating with her, a team approach.
I want to ask you about that conversation you had with Miss Reed. Before I do, Your Honor, may I approach briefly?
Okay.
All right, so is it appropriate for me to give an instruction right now, Mr. Brennan?
I would defer to counsel.
Mr. Jackson, you want me to
I'm not
give a
asking for one.
humane practice instruction?
Yes.
Yes, all right. So, folks, you're about to hear testimony regarding a statement or statements that were allegedly made by or attributed to Ms. Reed. I'm going to instruct you in more detail at the end of the case about this matter. However, I want you to understand that at this time, as the statements are offered into evidence, that before you may consider the content of any such statement made by the defendant as evidence, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination about whether or not it can be considered by you as evidence at all. In your determination, at the end of the case, you're not to consider any such statement by the defendant as evidence, even though it's presented to you through a witness at trial, unless from all the evidence in the case, you first determine that the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Ms. Reed made the statements she's alleged to have made, and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, I want you to begin from when you were in the living room, your beginning conversation with the defendant, the presence of both her father and mother. You're with Mr. Proctor. Can you share with us the conversation that you had with the defendant?
Yes. She stated that she's willing to answer our questions, but she didn't want to go into too many details. That's how the conversation began. She provided us the fact that Mr. O'Keefe was hanging out with a friend of his at 5 p.m. at the One Meadows Ave residence, following which he proceeded to C.F. McCarthy's in Canton, where the defendant stated that she met him approximately at 9 p.m. She was drinking vodka sodas. Mr. O'Keefe was consuming Bud Light beer. After C.F. McCarthy's, they proceeded to the Waterfall Grill and Bar. At this point, the defendant was asked if she brought a beverage with her from C.F. McCarthy's to the Waterfall establishment, to which she stated she didn't think so. After the Waterfall, the defendant stated that she dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at 34 Fairview. She was asked if she saw him go in the house. She stated no, she did not see him go in the house. She was asked about the damage to her rear taillight, to which she stated, quote, "I don't know how I did it last night," end quote. Once she provided us with the fact that she dropped him off and never saw him go in the house, she was asked to provide details about her leaving. She stated that she made a 3-point turn and left. She was asked to provide some explanation of how Mr. O'Keefe sustained those injuries that he had. She did not.
Let me stop you there. Did you get an answer to your question about how he sustained the injuries or the details about the 3-point turn?
No, I did not.
You mentioned that when you were at Good Samaritan Hospital, you saw blood on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Yes.
Did you ask the defendant anything about that injury?
Yes, we asked about the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe had, that he had been displaying, and whether or not he had those injuries the night prior at either McCarthy's or Waterfall, to which the defendant stated she didn't see any injuries on him. But then she provided a statement saying that Mr. O'Keefe bumped his head 2 nights prior and asked her about it, which to me seemed kind of strange. But
without the commentary, after she told you that Mr. O'Keefe had bumped his head 2 nights prior, and that he had asked about it or she had asked about it?
She stated that he had bumped his head 2 nights prior, and Mr. O'Keefe asked her about it.
Did she say when Mr. O'Keefe asked her about the bump on his head from the few nights before?
No, she did not.
Did the conversation conclude?
Yes, it did.
After the conversation concluded, what was your next step?
Once the conversation concluded, the defendant was advised that her vehicle is being seized, and her cell phone was also seized.
Were there any other items at that point that you were seizing other than the cell phone and the vehicle?
Not from that location, no.
Did you have a warrant at that point?
We did not, no.
Did you have authority to seize items prior to having a warrant?
I'll allow that.
Well, what is the process when you want to obtain items but you don't have a warrant? What process do you go through?
We seized them to prevent any alteration, destruction of the evidence that could be contained on those items pending a warrant. They are secured. They're not touched or processed by us. The process of obtaining a warrant includes writing an affidavit justifying.
Yeah, we don't need to hear any of this part.
Understood. Did you ultimately obtain both the phone and the vehicle?
Yes, we did.
Describe how the vehicle was seized. What happened?
The defendant provided her key card. It's like a credit card size key fob for the vehicle to allow the ignition to start. It was driven onto a flatbed tow truck, secured, and then we followed it from Dighton to the Canton Police Department.
Was video ever provided that showed part of that vehicle being loaded onto the tow truck?
Yes, it was.
Have you ever reviewed that video?
Yes, I did.
When you were at Dighton and the defendant's Lexus was being put on the tow truck, about what time was that?
It was approximately 4:15 in the afternoon on the 29th of January, 2022.
Now, you mentioned that you took a cell phone. Are there parts or people, participants on the team that handle that specific type of evidence?
Yes, we have troopers that are specialized, trained, and have expertise in digital forensic analysis, extraction, and processing of digital devices.
Is that something you do?
I am trained in certain portions of it, but I am not an expert like them.
Did you manipulate the phone in any way?
No.
Did you see Mr. Proctor manipulate the phone in any way?
I don't recall seeing that, no.
Before the vehicle was moved or during the loading of the tow, did either you or Mr. Proctor go back anywhere near that vehicle?
We were near the vehicle once it was unloaded, but we never touched it.
Objection.
Okay. Jurors, I'm going to strike the last portion of that testimony.
From the point you went in and spoke to the defendant until the vehicle was placed in the back of the flatbed, did you ever go back near the vehicle and touch it in any way?
No,
Did you ever see Mr. Proctor go back near that vehicle and touch it in any way?
no.
You mentioned that the tow was loading the vehicle, the defendant's Lexus, around 4:15.
I believe so, yes.
Did you join the tow truck driver, or did you keep your separate vehicle at that point?
We traveled in my,
I'll allow it.
I drove my vehicle and followed the tow truck back to the Canton Police Department.
Where was Mr. Proctor?
In my front passenger seat.
During that time, had you made arrangements or did you receive any information about other members of the team engaging in any searches relative to this case?
Yes, I have.
What did you learn?
I learned that Detective Lieutenant Tully had
I'm going to allow it.
had dispatched other members of our unit to 34 Fairview and other resources from the Massachusetts State Police to assist him in a search for the missing shoe.
Do you know what time those other members arrived or began to arrive at 34 Fairview?
Objection.
You begin your travels at 4:15 p.m. back to the Canton Police Department. Why did you choose to bring the vehicle to the Canton Police Department if the Canton police detectives were not working on this case anymore?
They had a heated storage facility, being the Sally Port. We needed to preserve the vehicle as best we could away from the elements. And it was also in close proximity to our office, also to process the vehicle and get the search warrant from the local courthouse would have been more convenient for us.
Why was a heated Sally Port or a heated garage important to you?
The vehicle was impacted with snow that accumulated, and also from traveling on the highways, it was packed with a shell of snow covering the exterior of it. So it would melt away in the heated Sally Port.
Were you intending on having other resources or other team members or other units available to look at the vehicle at some point?
Yes, we were.
Who were you intending? Who did you expect would have to look at the vehicle in the future?
For one, we'd have to document the exterior of it with photographs. That would be crime scene services section. We would process it for fingerprints, which would be also service the crime scene services section provides. We would, if needed, take swabs for DNA or other latent evidence. So that would be the chemist, as well as if the authority was there to process the internal workings, the computer chips, and the infotainment system of the vehicle. And that would be a digital forensics expert that's trained in that field.
Would an unheated garage or Sally Port impede that?
Yes.
Given that Canton Police Department was not now part of the active investigation, did you have any concerns bringing it to the Canton Police Department?
No.
You said you left Dighton at 4:15. What time approximately did you and Mr. Proctor and that Lexus arrive at the Canton heated Sally Port garage area?
We arrived in at the Canton Police Department at 5:30, and the vehicle was unloaded and placed into the garage at 5:35 p.m.
Did you and Mr. Proctor go into the garage?
Yes, we did.
And in the garage, what were you doing?
We helped facilitate putting yellow.
I'm going to ask you what you were doing and then what you saw Mr. Proctor doing rather than use we. I want to be very specific about what you did and saw. What were you doing?
I helped put up yellow caution tape around the vehicle to prevent anyone from coming near it and touching it.
Were there any other persons in that area other than you and Mr. Proctor?
There were members of the Canton Police Department.
Did you make observations of the vehicle once you had it in that Sallyport area?
Yes, I did.
You mentioned that it was packed with snow. Was the snow still on it when you brought it into the Sallyport?
Yes, there was.
Did you wipe the car down or clear
No.
the car of the snow?
No.
Did you touch the vehicle in any way with your hands?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Proctor touch that vehicle?
No, he did not.
Objection.
I'll sustain it.
It's a strike.
I'll strike that, ask you differently, Mr.
Did you ever see Michael Proctor touch that vehicle while you were in the Sallyport area?
I did not.
How long did you remain in the Sallyport area for, do you know?
We remained in the Sallyport area approximately until 5:51 and change, based on the best of my memory.
After you left the Sallyport area, where did you go?
We left the I apologize.
Go ahead, if you can say first what you did and then wait for the next question, please, sir.
I left the Sallyport area and proceeded inside the Canton Police Department.
Where was Mr. Proctor?
He was with me.
By your side?
Yes.
Did he ever leave your sight?
I'm sure at some point he walked away from me, but I can't. We were traveling together all day.
You went into a different part of the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Where did you go?
Into the dispatch area, and then the conference room upstairs later on.
Why did you go up to the conference room?
The conference room was provided for us to use as a meeting location. The members of our unit that had assisted at the 34 Fairview Road scene had traveled back to Canton Police, and we were meeting there to exchange information based on what we had learned with our portions of the investigation. That way everyone's on the same page at that point.
Did you meet, is this team, is it called a CERT team?
There is a CERT team.
Do you know if the CERT team was the team that went to 34 Fairview?
Yes, I do.
Did you meet with the entire CERT team that night at the Canton Police Department, or some members?
Not the entire team, no.
When you had the meeting in that room, who did you meet with?
In that room, I specifically remember being Detective Lieutenant Tully, myself, Michael Proctor, and other members of our homicide and narcotics section assigned to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Did you discuss the evidence you had to that point?
Yes.
Regarding 34 Fairview Road, did you develop or decide any plans to physically go back to that area?
Yes, I did.
And what was the plan?
The plan was to take shovels and rakes and other gardening equipment and go back to that location to excavate for additional evidence.
When did you make the decision that you were going to go back to 34 Fairview?
It was that evening.
Why did you decide you were going to go back at some point?
During the recall of all the information learned and sharing of that information with other members of our investigative team, it was realized that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a black baseball hat. And at this point in time, that article of clothing was still missing.
Was there something impeding a full and complete investigation of the scene?
At 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Yes. The heavy, large amount of snow that had accumulated over the last 12 hours or so heavily hindered our investigation of that immediate scene.
When you were debriefed, did you learn the area where the CERT team had spent most of their time searching?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, sir?
When you were debriefed, were you informed the area that the CERT team spent most of their time searching?
I don't recall on the specifics of it, no.
Okay. Now, at some point, did you obtain a registry of motor vehicle record and certificate for the Lexus that you had towed?
Yes, we did.
May I approach?
Yes.
So do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And if you can take a look at the following pages. And what is that, sir?
It is the Massachusetts Registry of Motor Vehicle title, history, and registration inquiry for a black and color Lexus LX year model 2022, bearing Massachusetts registration 3GC684, registered to Karen Reed.
Do I move this document into evidence?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 84.
Thank you. As part of your continued investigation, did you have an opportunity to obtain documents and items?
Yes.
Did you listen to audio recordings that were included statements of the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Did you listen to audio recordings from different sources?
Yes, I did.
What do some of those sources include?
Dateline 2020, Gretchen Voss, Fox 25, various media platforms.
I want to walk through some of the evidence in chronological order of date. So going back to June 29th, 2022, at the hospital, you obtained some items.
Yes, sir.
Did you bring those items with you today?
Yes, I did.
I want to talk about the progress of those items from when you first obtained them until today. You mentioned that there were clothes that you obtained at the hospital of Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes, sir.
And you shared with us that they were wet. You put them in bags.
Yes, sir.
That night, where did those clothes go when you left the hospital?
Those clothes, while bagged up, they remained in the back cab portion behind my driver's seat of my pickup truck on the floorboard.
Where did you bring them that night?
That bag containing all those clothing traveled with me around the area as we investigated. And then after the debrief at Canton PD, we brought them directly here to the Canton office of the district attorney.
Did you have those items with you at the Canton Police Department?
They were in my truck. I didn't bring them into the.
I see.
The
They remained in your truck while you were in the Canton Police Department?
Once I placed that bag in the back of my truck, I did not touch until I removed it from the truck at the Canton District Attorney's office to bring it in.
When did you remove it from your truck and bring it into the District Attorney's office?
Probably around 8 p.m. on the 29th of January 2022.
When you brought the clothes inside, where did you bring them?
We brought them to the temporary evidence processing area within the District Attorney's office in the State Police section of the office where we have our desks and workspaces. There's a designated area at the time for evidence processing.
What did you do with the clothes once you got them into the secure area in the District Attorney's office?
Once the clothing was in that secure area, we had to lay them out to dry.
What you did, if you could.
I had to lay them out to dry them. So I took a butcher paper, laid it out on the floor, and each item I removed and laid out onto that butcher paper to dry.
Was anybody with you helping you?
Yes.
And who's that?
Michael Proctor.
Why did you lay out the clothing items one by one separately?
Each clothing item needs to dry naturally and prevent moisture from being trapped. That moisture, if trapped, could develop mold and damage any DNA evidence that we could retrieve. Scientists could retrieve from the item. To prevent that, we dried each item individually, separating each item for better airflow.
How long did it take for those items to dry?
Several days.
And were they in that secure area on the butcher paper for several days?
Yes, sir.
Are there times when that separate area was left alone, nobody watching?
Yes.
Were those clothes ultimately moved from that area?
Ultimately, they were moved, yes.
Did you personally remove them from that area?
No, I did not.
Did you know if they were bagged and put into evidence?
I do know they were bagged and put into evidence.
Is there an evidence locker at that office?
Yes, there is.
Is it a secure area?
Yes, it is.
Does every officer or trooper have access to that evidence room?
No, they do not.
Did you again see those items at a later date?
Yes, I did.
And have you seen those items since?
Yes, I have.
The items, the clothing items you took from the hospital, do you remember what items they were?
Yes, I do.
Can you share with us your memory of what items they are?
It was a two-tone gray sweatshirt, light material sweatshirt. It was an orange t-shirt. It was a pair of blue jeans, a belt, and a pair of underwear boxers.
And did you bring those clothing items with you today?
Yes, I did.
Beginning with the pants, do you have them with you up at the stand, Mr. O'Keefe's pants?
Yes.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes.
Do you have gloves, Trooper Mechanic?
Yes, I do.
I'd move this item into evidence.
No objection.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the trooper to show the item to the jury.
Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
To the 85.
Did you learn during your conversations with the CERT team and other members of the team that a sneaker was found at 34 Fairview?
Yes, I did.
Have you seen the photographs relative to that sneaker?
Yes, I have.
And you mentioned when you were at the hospital, there was a sneaker? One?
Yes,
Do you have that sneaker with you?
I do.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
You all right, to move this item into evidence?
No objection.
Could I have the court's permission for the trooper to show it to the jury? Trooper, is that the sneaker that was at the hospital when you visited Mr. O'Keefe?
No, sir. This is the sneaker from 34 Fair.
Could I have that marked? What, is that a left or a right sneaker, sir?
This is the left sneaker. Excuse me. This is the right sneaker from 34 Ferry Road, Kansas.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sure. If you could put the speaker back in the bag and let Mr. Brennan bring the bag over, please. Viewers, we'll take our morning recess because you don't need to watch us over there. So we'll take a half an hour just to make sure that everybody is great and is able to move forward smoothly. These things happen when you have a lot of evidence. So we will see you at 11.
All rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks, follow me.
Just let me know and I'll come right back up.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
Be heard?
Yes.
May I, during the break, in the company of a representative from the defense team, speak to Trooper Buchanan about this issue?
I have no problem with that. Do you, Mr. Jackson?
No problem at all.
We'll facilitate things. Yes, you may.
Thank you.
All right. Yes.
Hi, my friends. Hi. Anybody else want to come up? I will put the link in the chat because I know lots of people have lots to say. Hi, Melanie. Where's Hate Corruption today? Is she okay? I haven't seen her come in yet. Unmute your mic, Amy Ames.
Oh, hey, kids. Hate said that she was not going to be here today.
Oh, okay. I was
yesterday.
worried about her. And I haven't seen Noodles. I knew she was feeling good, so I was going to call and check on her.
Yeah. So, what did you think about this morning? Oh, we got it. We got a Lucas alert. Lucas.
Lucas.
I hope I'm not fucking muted today.
You were muted yesterday.
Muted himself was you.
I was, Amy. I was, because after I looked, there was a big X over my mic, so I was definitely muted. When Caden was showing his truck, and I'm, oh wow, yeah, that's cool, man. And you couldn't even hear me.
No
And I felt like such a dork, honestly.
Oh, don't
Wait,
ever.
did you mute yourself?
You know how many times we mute yourself? Amy,
I don't know. I don't know.
It's
It's yesterday anyway. It's yesterday, so
God.
yeah, I'm all enthusiastic and saying, "Oh yeah, it's a really cool truck, man."
It really is, though. The thing's fun. It's expensive. I got it on sale. It does donuts and nose wheelies, and it's so cool. It's really heavy.
Tommy,
He
I
has
do
really
know how
good
to break
behavior.
dance, and I'm really good at it, but I don't want to do it today because my body hurts. So when my body starts to
talking
feel
about
better,
stripping again.
I will start breakdancing.
Kelly works the pole on Saturday nights. Didn't you know?
God, yeah,
Hey, so
I
what
love
did you guys think of Bukaki? I think he's nervous as fuck to get to AJ.
Full of shit is what I think he is.
Well, yeah, he can't back on his story. He's married to it now.
But
and
like he's like, oh, I was with Proctor the whole time.
Oh, we have a knick-knack attack. There she is.
Knick-knack pterodactyl.
Oh, what up?
What up?
What's going on?
Hey,
What?
Yuri has aged in a year.
Yeah, I quickly jumped, like I just put it on while I was driving, but I ended up stopping it. I can't stand him.
Yeah.
Hey, Nikki.
Hey, Lucas.
No,
How are
Melanie,
you?
I'm entitled to feel stupid, right? I am the stupid one, so you are not going to convince me.
Stop it, or I'm gonna swat you because I'm gonna tell them you called me stupid.
Lucas,
and
No, you like
when
peanut
Kaden gets
butter,
home
so I'm
from
not.
school- Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's Amy likes the peanut butter bread toast in the morning.
Yeah.
I just happen to like her, and then you got mad.
All right. Lucas, when Kaden gets home from school, we can do a redo.
We can do a
I'll have him
redo.
show you again.
Yeah, sure.
Mark,
no
it sounds like you're underwater, honey.
Yeah. Are you drowning yourself?
Watchers, you know what a lot of the
Right.
trials
I
we
didn't
cover
say
remind me
leave.
of? That
I
the
just
world
said
is
take off.
Where did Matt go?
All right, so let's go around the room. What do we think of Yuri? I'll go last.
Well, I didn't watch it, so I'm.
Oh, Lucas, what'd you think?
Right. Well, I think he's anticipating what's coming more than anything. What he's talked about, he knows what's coming. And there's his first trial testimony. There's all the Sally Port stuff. I mean, it's going to be it's going to be mayhem. It's going to be chaos, you know. But what he basically said was what you expected him to say. I don't think there was any kind of wows or oh my gods, except for the time that he testified that they picked the SUV up was more or less accurate this time around.
Agreed.
I think
Kelly,
that
what'd you
there's a
think?
lot, I think there's a lot of stuff like, you know, throwing in there. People, you know, people can get fired.
Oh yeah, I mean, Kelly,
calling
don't you think that's in preempting Proctor?
Oh yeah, they're totally trying. They're trying to set it up, and they're going to blame it all on Proctor. That's what happened.
Yeah.
Everything's going to be Proctor's fault.
We all
But,
knew that was
like,
going to happen. Yeah.
Yep.
You know, he also lied about the call. It wasn't him that received the call. It was Proctor.
It was Proctor. Sure was.
And Proctor was already off duty. It was after 7 o'clock. So it should have gone to somebody else, not him, but he took it anyway. So that
he's taken the L because he was Proctor's supervisor. So they're trying to make it out like, oh, I got the call and told Proctor to go. No, motherfucker. Testimony doesn't lie. And they're going to bring it up. They're going to be like, well,
they got the transcripts ready.
You know, they are locked and loaded. I'm surprised that Hank didn't get out in front of the Sally Port video being inverted, and the fact that Yuri was in the front of the SUV taking pictures of lights that nothing happened, and Proctor was in the back fiddle dicking around with said broken taillight. Fiddle dicking.
That's a fantastic word, Amy.
Isn't it though? I get it from my mother.
I really don't care about where he was born, what age he immigrated into school or into the United States, or I don't care. I really don't care. I don't care about that. We don't talk about where anybody else. People said they lived in Canton the whole life, but nobody else has said I was born here and I moved.
Well, Jen McCabe, I'm just a mom. I don't know. Why were the feds at my house? It was like the ice cream man. Fuck out of here. These people are so maddening. I was saying in chat earlier, it's like we've been in an abusive, toxic relationship with these people for 2.5 years, just lying and gaslighting. Like, don't you know I can see you?
It's like a typical narcissistic male, not on you, Lucas, but a male relationship when you're in a marriage.
Well, women can be that way too. Look at Jen McCabe. I mean, women are not exempt from that. I've seen it with my own 2 eyes.
They can. I'm just talking about my experience.
What are you asking?
What?
I'm saying it's like we've been in a toxic relationship with all of these McAlberts for 2.5 years. Like they're lying and gaslighting and they double down, but like we can see them. Like I have common sense. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a law enforcement. I'm not a doctor, but I know a couple, 2 or 3 things. And these people, they don't care. They just want their narrative out. And Yuri saying all like the Ukraine, they want him to be likable. Oh, he's an immigrant from Ukraine, and look what he made of himself. He wouldn't frame anybody.
Watch
So what happened yesterday with Bev?
Oh, she was being mean to Alessi, and the jury complained.
Yeah.
How, did she say that?
She apologized to them.
She apologized publicly when they came back because they all complained and said that was mean and that she shouldn't stop him and make him hurry. Like they want to hear it.
Right.
So she came back and apologized to them.
Wait. I must have missed this. When was this?
When they came back from lunch, I guess the jury complained. Was it lunch or a break? I can't remember. But the jury complained about Bev to somebody and said that they didn't like her behavior toward Alessi and they wanted to hear what he had to say. And so she came back and apologized on camera. No one knew until someone tweeted about it because they were in the
Noticed she's been very, very even today.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very.
People are watching, Bev.
No bias,
Yeah.
Bev today. She's been very okay. This, that, the other.
Mhm.
So yeah.
Well, because it's not just free Karen Reed supporters that are like, fuck you, Bev. Now it's your jury, Bev. They see you.
Right.
Yeah.
I also
you guys,
know
I
what
have
you-
to jump off though. I love you. Sorry.
Yeah,
Bye.
I gotta go too. Gotta
Oh,
do
God.
things, but
Just when I wanted to speak
Yeah,
to you.
Lucas.
Well, I'm not. I don't listen. I don't want to. If you guys, are you guys staying up here? I can stay for another few minutes if people are leaving. But I just came up because I didn't know anyone else is going to come up.
No,
I'm working.
It's okay, Amy.
It's
okay.
okay.
Bye.
I can deal with Lucas, I guess.
So, Lucas, how are you this morning, honey? And Kelly?
Do you want the official answer or the honest answer?
He told me off.
I
this
love
morning.
honesty.
I don't like
I'm an honest lover. So
I'll tell
Lucas
you
told me
in
off.
private. I'm okay, but I'll
Okay.
tell you in private the honest answer.
All right, fair enough.
Lucas, he was being mean to me this morning. I was like, dude, just because I like peanut butter and you make fun of my hair.
She threatened to swap me again, Nikki.
Listen, Kelly is vicious. Everybody thinks she's sweet and innocent, but
I'm the quiet, vicious one.
yeah.
But Amy mentioned the no, it wasn't Amy. It was Stacey who mentioned the cleanliness, the brightness of the sneaker. Now, I've got a lot of questions about these sneakers because I've examined the photos, the crime scene photos. And despite the sole looking black because somebody says it's a shadow, I'm not buying that. Plus, I think by looking at it, and it is covered in quite a bit of snow, it looks like it's got a curved up heel.
Correct. Yeah, it looks completely different.
It's a different shoe.
Now, this morning I've been through the various iterations of Nike footwear from 2021, 22.
You just call it Nike?
Oh, yeah, we call it Nike in the UK. Is it Nike in
Nike?
US? Nike.
Like
right.
Nikki or
It's
Nicky.
Nike. It's like, what do you call Levi jeans?
Levi's.
You call them Levi's?
Yeah.
Right, okay. But anyway, I've been looking up the different styles and going back a few years, and there's loads of them. There's hundreds of different styles and looks, and there's only sort of 3 or 4 that look similar. But when I'm looking at the evidence in court, I'm thinking, who's put them in the washer? Because the ones that they photographed are a lot dirtier than the ones they're showing in court.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking, how do they get cleaner without you cleaning them? If you've cleaned them, that's
Listen,
evidence.
you can't put anything past Canton magic there, Lucas.
Well, it's tampering with evidence if you clean them.
Well, I mean, yeah, obviously, and it's also
Chit chat
tampering
works.
evidence if you plant stuff too.
I gotta
They
take a
don't
phone
care.
call. Chit chat, okay?
You take a phone call?
Yeah, my husband wants me to call him.
Oh, okay.
This is what you call mama time, Nikki.
Yeah.
Private. mama.
Yeah, I've been running around like crazy past couple of days.
Oh God, I've had a really busy past few days, and it's just annoying.
Yeah.
It really is.
So what does everybody in the chat think about Bukaki? Like how do you guys think that he's doing?
They think he's a liar. I wonder why.
They think he's a what?
A liar.
Oh well, yeah. Yeah.
But I think the questions that Brennan's asking, with every question he asks, I'm thinking defense is going to pull that apart.
Agree, Martin. Yeah. Oh, they are.
Yeah. But
I want you think Jackson gonna cross him? Must be, right?
it's going to be Alan Jackson, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
He's he's all clued up on this Sally Port stuff and everything
Well,
else,
Blue.
and
I
the
mean,
timing of things.
yeah.
And they all are. I mean, I dare say any of the attorneys could get up and adequately question the CW witnesses, but I think Alan Jackson is more complete and apprised of what's been going on there.
Yeah. Yeah. So how did it go with Hyde yesterday? Because I missed that too.
Did you miss it all, or?
Yeah, pretty much all the
Right.
cross. Yeah.
Well, she basically stuck to her guns. She came across as
I heard
very,
a tiny bit of it, and I heard her trying to explain it.
yeah.
and-
She was like, she reminded me of Jen McCabe. Every time you asked her a question, it wasn't just an answer; it
Right.
was
She
half a
beat
life
around the bush.
story.
Yeah.
And even on the simple things, she was over explaining it way too
Mhm.
much, and it just didn't come across as convincing.
Right.
And again, there was a discrepancy between Ian Whiffin's testimony and her testimony, but the thing that really got me is she's got all these results, but she never explained how she got there.
Yeah.
And she produced these tables. What do they call them? They put them up on the screen and they show you the extracted data. That
Yeah.
could have been copy and pasted for all we
Right.
know. A lot of what she said didn't make sense, but that's just me. That's my.
That's so. I was thinking that. I was wondering if, because I was confused as shit. So I was wondering if, because I know you and Amy being tech geniuses, if you guys are just as confused as I was. Oh, so that makes
Well,
me feel better.
It's like Ian Whiffin. What she said, you could follow up to a point, and then she'd throw something in that just didn't make sense, or it didn't fit with what she was saying. So, this she was talking about the iOS databases, and I've already bored Amy shitless with this, but she was talking about one database like it was another database, and then clumping them both together and coming out with information that was not relevant to either of them.
Yeah.
Because I forget how many databases there is. There's loads, right? There's absolutely loads. There's like more than a dozen, all doing different things for different reasons, but they all work together. So when she's talking about last save time and the write-ahead log, no, I'm not even going to get into it, but she was confusing me with what she was saying, but a lot of it was accurate.
Yeah.
And then the important bits weren't. She was just pulling things out of her hat.
Oh yeah. Yeah, she seemed to yeah, I don't So but Bobby did okay
Yeah, he did
with
great.
crossing her.
Yeah, he did. Because he's not ultimately technically minded, he's not going to ask the questions that I would have asked, but I would have, the jury would have been asleep after 10 minutes of me asking questions. So, just
What's
let
up,
me.
Amy? What up, backseat Jura?
Can you hear me? Lucas, I've been trying to ask you, the one thing I got out of yesterday was that the phone only keeps a record of 200 phone calls. So once you get to 201, it deletes whatever, the first, like the oldest phone call. And what I got from Hyde was that Jim McCabe had over 200 calls in those 3 days, which she claims was the
That's
reason it
wild.
started deleting calls.
What? But no, because it was just specific calls.
That was her explanation, though. That
Sorry, I'm waiting for the question. What was the question? Sorry.
So I watched Emily D. Baker during that testimony so I always go to her when it's experts I don't understand. And she was saying the way she explained it, 200 phone calls. So the phone starts to, she wouldn't use the term auto delete, but the phone only logs 200 phone calls. So once it gets to 201, it starts auto deleting. Like it will only keep the 200 calls.
Well, yeah, that's sensible because if not, you would have thousands of calls if you didn't delete your call log.
Right. So her explanation for Jen's deleted calls was that by the time she got it 3 days later, those calls were being deleted by the log, not by the person, by the phone.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand that happening, but it was just specific calls.
But if that's the case, who the fuck has 200 phone calls in 3 days?
Right. I mean, I'm sure Kelly does. Kelly talks a lot on the phone.
No, dude, that's a lot of phone calls.
That is a lot, yeah.
But if it's only specific calls, then the phone isn't programmed to delete calls to one person or another. It's first in, first out. They call it FIFO.
Yeah.
So the last call you made will be the top of the list, and in terms of getting deleted, and call 200.
So like the oldest?
Yeah, call
Yeah,
200
that's what I thought.
at the bottom of the list. That's the one that's going to get deleted. It's not going to delete 149 or 25. It's going to delete the
Right,
last
that's
one
what
on the
I
list.
thought. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, enough for nothing too. Like, nobody talks on the phone that much anymore. Like, it's just not the thing. Usually you're texting. But like she
Well,
said in one of her texts, like, let's not text
yeah.
crazy. So
If you go to when if you find that
same,
clip,
Melanie, same. Good.
if you can go to Emily, when Hyde is like explaining this, Emily basically points out that literally all they have to do in closing is show that every single person that has been on the stand got their bullshit information from Jim McCabe through these 200 phone calls.
Exactly.
Well, it's not uncommon. It really isn't uncommon when you get two people analyzing the same data to come out with different results, because they've not used the same software, they've not been looking for the same thing, and even if they have been looking for the same thing, they've got a different interpretation about it. Let me use a hockey game, for example. And somebody will say, "Oh, if he'd have passed it to so and so, he could have scored and won the game." But it's all supposition. And going back to Ian Whiffin, his blog goes into great detail about why timestamps aren't reliable. It's the way the operating system works on Apple devices, and you're gonna have to use external means and methods to verify this information. So, it's not a great big thing for me that Jessica Hyde testified differently to Ian Whiffin. They could both be wrong, and because they're getting paid by the CW, I'm going to stick my neck out and say they are both wrong because they're getting paid to say whatever they've been told to say.
Right.
Well, and they're only given what they're given. They're not like, if I understand the whole thing, they're given a certain scope of the original extraction, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So they're not getting everything.
Yeah, I haven't got time to explain this, but when you use software to extract data, there's many different permutations and parameters of what you're getting. And it all depends on the image itself. In a lot of cases, some data, under certain circumstances, you can't retrieve. and there might be another piece of software that gets part of it, or gets like a pointer to it. If it's been deleted, there might be like a gap in a database where that data should have been, but it's not there. Especially in the call log, if you're deleting calls manually, then your call log, it will show a space where the call has been deleted from. And that's not on all iOS. That's I can't even remember now because it's like 6-7 years ago since I did this shit. But it's all open to interpretation. And when Hank Brennan says, "Can you testify?" Or what's the exact phrasing of it? Can you say beyond scientific
certainty?
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Can you say this is accurate with regards to scientific certainty? And Jessica Hyde says yes. I'm thinking, well, show us how you did it then.
Yeah.
Show us how you got from extracted data to results, and that would show me whether it's right or not. Are we back in court now?
No, but this is yesterday, I believe, when Bev apologized. Somebody sent it to me, so
can you play it?
Yeah, I will do it right now.
Cool, thanks, Kel.
As you know, I told you in the beginning, one of my functions is to make sure that a case is tried fairly and efficiently, and not to waste anybody's time. So if I get frustrated at lawyers about something, I try not to, and I don't think I can, but if I seem to cut somebody short, the lawyers are just doing it. When they request sidebar conferences, they're just doing it. I am going to try and keep all sidebar conferences to a minimum, but the lawyers are just doing it. As you
Yeah,
know,
because
I told you in the beginning, one of my functions is to make sure
Go ahead.
that the case is
she only does it with the defense. She doesn't go, okay, can we hurry up to Brennan? It's only the defense.
Yeah,
I'm glad they're starting to see past the bitch. I really am. I can't even lie.
Yeah.
I don't think that people realize that what it was about, why she was apologizing, until it came out that the jurors said something, which tells you, I mean, to me, that tells me that the jurors are fair and balanced in a way, because it obviously bothered them enough to say something about how she was treating the defense team.
What do you bet, right? What do you bet when it comes to choosing the 12 that the jurors, jurors that complained about the judge's conduct will be dismissed?
I mean, it's good for our side, though. You know what I mean? Because that means that they're paying attention to the defense. You know what I mean? So,
from everything I've seen of, like, because at the end of the day, I go and look up Sue O'Connell, I look up Jess Machado, anybody that I know has been in court that will tell us a little bit about what the jurors' reactions are. And I will tell you that everything that I have seen so far has been good.
Yeah.
For the prosecutor, for us, and not so good.
Yeah, but they said that last time, so I don't want to look anymore.
Yeah, I've been busy, so I haven't looked, and yeah. Honestly, like this time around, like something about this second trial. It's like we've heard, because the Commonwealth has really stepped their game up and practiced what their statements are going to be this time around, and it's aggravating me.
They are, yeah, they have their scripts down pat.
They are fluffing it up to make it sound even better as best as they can. And it's like, you piece of shit.
Well, they just fucked that up.
Yeah.
With the shoe. I mean, come on.
They've got all the information from the first trial, and how the saying goes, to be forewarned is to be forearmed. So they know what they're dealing with, and they've got all that evidence and testimony from the first trial at their disposal. But if you think prosecution has stepped up, wait until you hear defense, because they've got a stronger case.
Yeah.
They'll.
Well, yeah, he's failed to even bring up the inverted video or any of that stuff too.
Well, yeah, because that doesn't favor the prosecution, does it?
So is he still on direct, Yuri?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Did you hear him say, now remember the inverted video, how the car, I mean, was clearly already, the snow was melted off of it when it came in?
Mm-hmm.
And he just said it was covered, it was a shell of snow.
Well, I've got
When it,
questions about that too.
yeah,
Because when you saw it on the back of the flatbed, it was covered in snow.
yep,
When they drove it into the Sally Port, it didn't have any snow on like the bonnet where a lot of the snow was. No, you don't call it bonnet, do you? What do you call the front part of the car that's above the engine?
the
Is that
hood.
is that the hood?
The hood.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right. So it had a lot of snow on the hood, but when they drove it in to the Sally Port, it didn't have any snow on the hood. But where they parked the car, it looked like another vehicle with
Yeah.
snow in it had been in
right,
that place,
The
and
outline, yep.
they brushed it all off onto the floor,
yep.
and
But
it
it was
was
pulling in.
yeah,
Like it was pulling in, but the snow had already been taken off.
yeah. And I
Like,
remember
what?
I was watching another channel at the time, and the guy on the channel basically said that there's something wrong with the video, and went on to explain that when you get crime scene tape, it's not an exact length, it's on a roll, and you've got to
Mm-hmm.
unroll it. But they had a length of crime scene tape which was perfect.
Yeah.
And he suggested that that was the second time that the car's been in the Sally Port, and I tend to agree with that theory for all the reasons I've just explained.
Well, did you guys see that other case from like 2015 where Fanning and this Crawford lady that works at the DA's office also altered another surveillance video?
Mm-mm.
I'm not aware of that one.
I have to find the article and email it to you guys because the guy's in prison and is getting a new trial because of it.
Yeah. I'm not saying who it was, Amy. Come on. I've got to admit, I don't watch many trials unless it's kind of on the national front page of every newspaper. This one I got involved in because of Morrissey, and I couldn't believe a DA would come out and tell the public who's guilty and who's not. And I thought, this is interesting. That's how I got involved.
Guys, my daughter is marrying a Morrissey.
Oh my gosh.
My first question was, are you connected to the DA in Massachusetts? Because, I mean, I don't know if we can do this. He's like, we have a lot of family in Boston. I'm like, just shut up. I don't even want to go down that rabbit hole, and it's spelled the same.
Yeah, what about the thing that Bukaki said that John hit his head 2 days prior?
Yeah, that would, what, like,
I
why
feel like
is that
they're trying to
weird?
set, Angelit, I feel like they're trying to set that up with a neurosurgeon. Oh, we're back.
Oh, okay, bye.
I don't need to have them.
No, I had brought them downstairs. I thought you had them. I will.
Did that fall out?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, are you all set, Mr. Brennan?
I am, thank you, Your Honor. Matt?
Yes.
Sir, when we left, we were discussing Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker that you retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital.
Yes, sir.
Would that be his right sneaker?
It would be his right sneaker.
Do you have that sneaker with you today?
I do.
And again, could you open that bag and show that right sneaker to the jury?
Yes, sir.
Is that the sneaker you retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
It is.
I'd move that into evidence, please.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Jackson?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Trooper Buchanan, there are two more items. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Buchanan, there are two more items that you retrieved of John O'Keefe's clothing from the Good Samaritan Hospital. Did you bring those two items with you?
Yes, sir.
Are those two of the items that you laid out on butcher paper to dry?
Yes, they are.
Were they ultimately bagged and put into evidence?
Yes, they were.
And did you bring Mr. O'Keefe's T-shirt?
Yes, I did.
Is it placed in an object so it can be seen?
Yes, it was.
What type of object?
It's a transparent plastic sheet.
I would move the T-shirt into evidence.
No objection.
With the court's permission, could Trooper Buchanan show it to the jury?
Yes.
Could you show the back as well, Trooper? Thank you.
Mr. Brennan, could you help assist the court reporter with that, please?
Of course.
Exhibit 87.
You guys can place it on that side.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
And Trooper Buchanan, is there a last piece of item of Mr. O'Keefe's that you took from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, it is.
And what is it?
It's the sweatshirt.
I'd move that into evidence, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
The court's permission?
Yes.
Could you show the back side, please? May I approach?
Yes, thank you. Next exhibit, please, Madam Court Reporter.
Exhibit 88.
Thank you.
Your Honor, as to exhibit 88, maybe approach the reader.
I'm sorry?
Maybe approach the reader.
Oh, okay. Jurors, every piece of evidence that you're getting recorded, and we have to keep a very clear record. So sometimes we spend time that may seem like a waste of time to you, but it's very, very important for the case. So we do appreciate your patience. All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Trooper Kennick, you shared with us that you met with some of the members of the state police that night and then returned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to put the clothing on butcher paper, you call it. What was your next step in your investigation?
We met and discussed the next steps. My decision was to go back to 34 Fairview and excavate for the missing clothing item, being Mr. O'Keefe's hat. There was also plans to start writing search warrants.
Did the weather get better over the next couple of days?
The weather did take a turn for the warmer temperatures, yes.
Did you return to Fairview a few days later on February 3rd?
Yes, I did.
Was that the first time you personally had visited 34 Fairview?
Yes, it was.
When you went to 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022, do you remember about what time in the morning you went?
Sometime between 8:30, 9 o'clock, maybe 9:30.
When you went there, did you travel with anybody?
Yes.
Who did you travel with?
It was other members of my unit and a member from crime scene services.
Did you all travel in the same vehicle, or did you meet there?
We all traveled in our own issued cruisers.
Was this a planned search or a planned excavation on February 3rd?
Yes, it was.
2022?
Yes, it was.
Who was there at the scene, 34 Fairview, with you?
It was Trooper DeChico, Mike Proctor, and Trooper Evan Brent.
And Trooper Evan,
Brent.
Brent. Was Trooper Brent the photographer?
Yes.
What type of tools did you bring when you went to 34 Fairview?
We brought snow shovels, garden shovels. I brought a like an E-tool, military style E-tool.
Was there still some snow on the ground?
There was, yes.
Did you and the members of the group begin to look for any evidence?
Yes, we did.
Were you looking on the street, or did you move to more on the grass?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently.
What area were you focused on at this point?
We were focused on the lawn portion of the property by in the vicinity of the flagpole, the fire hydrant, and along the edge of the asphalt.
Did you see a berm, an asphalt berm separating the concrete street and the yard?
Yes.
Were you looking anywhere near the area of the berm?
We did, yes.
Were you looking anywhere on the street?
The street was plowed, but portions of the street still had remnants of snow. So we did check that area, but it was much easier to identify anything because it was clear of snow.
Where was most of your focus?
On the lawn.
As you worked your way through the lawn, did you or members of your team come across any items that you believe to be evidence?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to produce some of that evidence to us. Beginning with 535, did you find a number of pieces of plastic?
Yes.
Could you produce 535?
Yes, sir.
Let me just ask you a couple questions before you open that. If somebody identified an object that they believe to be evidence, what was the process for handling it?
On this day, we identified an evidence. The process would have been documenting each item that was located with photographs. Then one of the members of the individuals present would bag each item into a paper bag.
When they were bagged, would the person bagging them use any type of protection like you're using?
Absolutely, every time.
After the items are bagged, was the bag sealed?
Eventually it was sealed, yes.
When you say eventually, what does that mean?
Once it was, all the items were inside and it was brought back to the office, it would be sealed, signed, completely filled out with all the pertinent information on the back.
Could you open that bag?
Yes, sir.
Before you take the pieces out, I'm asking you to look in. Do you recognize those pieces?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize them to be?
I recognize them to be the items that we recovered from the lawn area on the left side of 34 Fairview Road on February 3rd, 2022, during the planned excavation of the property.
And were they photographed before they were put in that bag?
They were.
Your Honor, may I approach before Trooper Buchanan
Yes.
opens that bag or goes through it?
Did you show Mr. Jackson?
I'm sorry. Hand you a series of photographs. I'd ask you to take a look at them, see if you recognize them.
I do recognize them.
And what is in those photographs?
The photographs depict items collected from the lawn at 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022.
Do those particular photographs correspond with the pieces of items that are in that bag?
They do.
I moved this series of photographs and evidence.
No objection. Okay. We'll mark them separately, please.
This is 8994.
Thank you very much. Those items, were they eventually sent for analysis to a Massachusetts State Police lab?
Yes, they were.
When the laboratory received those items, are you familiar whether they marked them with a label or a number for identification?
No objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, they mark each item individually.
Do those items have markings on them reflected by an item number?
Yes, they are.
When you refer to a piece, will you refer to that item number that is on any individual piece?
Once it's labeled, it is identified by that individual piece, by that designated label.
So if there's any numbers written on any of those pieces, was that written by you?
No.
Would that have been written by somebody else after it was sent?
Yes, at the lab.
Okay. If we can begin, if you can begin to take the pieces out so we can show them to the jury. And does that have a number on it or a tag?
Yes, it does. This is item 22-02-184-7-8, also alphanumeric A.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
These two are taped together.
When you found them, were they taped together?
No, they're taped together by the lab. There's also a canister labeled debris collection. That number is 22-02184-7-8.1. This is 7-8G. This is 7-8N as in November. There are also items too small to label with a letter and number. Those were put into a bag like this. Almost looks like a stamp bag, wax stamp bag.
Are those all the items in that bag?
Altogether, there are, it does look like those are all the items. Some of them are inside the canister that I pulled up.
Understood. You want to move those items into evidence, please?
Exhibit 95.
Sir, you mentioned that there was a trooper there photographing the evidence.
Yes, sir.
Did the photographer take a photograph of the items in place when they were found, or were the items moved to a different location before they were photographed?
That day, every item was photographed where it was found.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show a number of exhibits to the jury.
Okay.
And starting with exhibit 89, which is P490-7690. Trooper, is that one of the items you found that morning?
Yes, it is.
Do you know where, in relation to the fire hydrant or the flagpole, this item was recovered?
It was in the general vicinity between the flagpole and the fire hydrant. The area we were excavating was approximately 40 to 50 square feet in area.
Mr. Brennan, can that be expanded, please, so that the jurors can see what we're looking at?
Thank you, Your Honor. Is the item that you recovered on top of that leaf?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. If I could next show exhibit 90, which is P492-7692. Before we close up, sir, is that the fire hydrant that is at the corner of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, it is.
Could we close up, please, on that? Why is there a ruler on the ground?
The ruler is utilized to help put the item to scale by the photographer from Crime Scene Services. They utilize these measuring rulers for scale of the item that you're looking at. Sometimes it's hard to depict how large an item is if there's no reference point.
Could we do a little bit further view to show the fire hydrant? Thank you. Is that where this piece of evidence was found, in that exact location?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'd like next to show to the jury Exhibit 91, which is P5157721. Do you recognize that piece of evidence?
Yes, sir.
Could we zoom in, please? Is that the same piece of evidence that is depicted in Exhibit 89, P490, 7690, different angle with the ruler?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. If we could have Exhibit 92, please, which is P493, 7694. Could you zoom in, please? Is that piece of evidence in the bag that you've provided as evidence, physical evidence?
Yes, sir.
Was this found near the area of the other pieces?
Yes, it was.
If we could show Exhibit 93, P507, 7711, please. Could you zoom in, please? How long did you spend that day looking, you and the team, for pieces of evidence?
Was probably 45 to an hour.
And finally, if I could show Exhibit 94, P5037707. And could you zoom in, please? And this piece of evidence, where in relation to the other pieces was this found?
In the same vicinity.
Thank you. If you could take that down, please. When you were searching, did you find any item near the street area?
Yes, we did.
What did you find?
A black plastic drinking straw.
Could you retrieve 536 for us, please? I'd move this piece of evidence into evidence.
No objection.
All right.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, let's get it marked.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Let's wait till it's marked.
Exhibit 97.
Showing the photograph, do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I did.
What's it a photograph of?
It's a photograph of the black drinking straw that we found at 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022.
What location did you find it in?
It was close to the paved berm on the street.
This is after the street was plowed?
Yes, it was.
I'd move this as evidence as an exhibit, please.
Okay.
No objection.
Exhibit 98.
Yes.
I'd ask you to open this and show it to the jury.
Yes, sir.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show Exhibit 98 to the jury,
Okay.
and that is P4887688. Sir, could you look at that photograph? And Ms. Gilman, could you close? Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
I do.
And what is that?
That is the photograph of the straw we picked up from the street in front of 34 Fairview Road.
Could we zoom out a little bit, please, Ms. Gilman? Is that the area where you or your team recovered that straw?
That is exactly where it was found and recovered from.
That photograph doesn't show much of the grass area. How far is that area from the fire hydrant?
It's probably, with my estimate, 15 feet, maybe 20 from the fire hydrant. It's probably 15 to 20 feet, if I had to estimate.
Thank you. You mentioned that one of the items that you went back to Fairview to try to find was a hat. Why were you specifically looking for a hat?
I had learned that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a black baseball hat the night prior to the incident. So with us recovering the clothing from the hospital and the hat was not part of that pile of clothing, we needed to see where the hat was. That could have been a lead. That could be a clue of where Mr. O'Keefe was last prior to being discovered.
Did you or the team ultimately find a hat that morning?
Yes.
Could I have you produce 537?
Yes, sir.
All right, move that item into evidence.
No objection.
So this is going to be 96.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With the court's permission, Trooper Buchanan, could you open that and show it to the jury? Was that item photographed?
Yes, it was.
And when that was taken from the scene, was the same method used of using gloves and putting it in a bag?
Yes, it was.
When the item was it photographed in the place that it was found?
Yes, it was.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. So I'm showing you a series of photographs. If you take a look at it, the first one, do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
What is it?
It's the accumulated snow that was being excavated at the scene where we located Mr. O'Keefe's hat.
And the second photo?
The second photo is a close-up of Mr. O'Keefe's hat, flattened and frozen to the ground with portions of it exposed from underneath the piled up snow.
Third photo?
Third photo is also of the hat once it's been removed, and you can see the thin blue line, American flag, on the front of the hat, and the Nike swoosh on the brim.
And the fourth photo, please.
And the fourth photograph is also a close-up of the top of the hat with a scale ruler next to it, with grass showing it from underneath the hat.
I'm going to put these back in the order you identified them. Or I move these 4 photographs into evidence.
Okay, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Do you want them as 4 separate or A, B, C?
A through 99D, so marked.
Thank you very much. With the court's permission, I'd like to show these photographs to the jury.
Yes.
Beginning with 99A, P526 7733, please. Could you close up just a little bit, please? Sir, can you describe what you see here?
Yes, that's the excavation track by one of the members at the scene. You could see the hat frozen flat to the bottom, or on the bottom of the snow, right on top of the grass. It was under approximately 1.5 feet of snow that had accumulated in the area.
Okay, next show 99B, P527 7735.
This is again the close-up of the frozen flat hat to the grass at 34 Fairview Road.
Next is 99C, P529 7739, please.
Once pulled out and flipped over, again, this is the same hat belonging to Mr. O'Keefe that was discovered frozen flat to the grass at the scene.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. Did you search the entire front lawn at that time?
No, we did not.
And we can see from those photographs, is there still snow in that yard?
Yes.
As you continued your investigation, did you continue to go back to Fairview over time?
Yes, based on the amount of snow still present and the fact that we were finding pieces of broken taillight and glass at the scene, and items that we did not expect to find, like a cocktail glass straw. I directed my members to go by the scene every day as the temperatures rose. Snow would expose more evidence on the lawn, and with the hopes of finding each and every item that was present.
On February 4th, the next day, 2022, did you receive a call?
Yes, I did.
Not what was said, but who was that call from?
I believe it was.
I don't want you to guess if you don't know. Was the person a member of any group?
Yes.
From what group?
It was Canton Police.
As a result of receiving a call from the Canton Police, or someone from the Canton Police on February 4th, 2022, did you go anywhere?
I was already en route to 34 Fairview to conduct a directed check of the area.
When you say directed check, you drive by every day on your way to work?
I told my members on every day to work and home to make sure someone's checking the lawn to make sure that any evidence that exposes itself through the melting snow would be identified and collected.
As you were on your way there, you received a call from someone from the Canton Police?
Yes.
Did you arrive at 34 Fairview on February 4th, 2022?
I did.
When you got there, did you see any more items?
Yes, I did.
How many?
One item, a larger in size red taillight piece had revealed itself, and it was collected.
Could you produce 710, please?
Yes, sir.
Is that 710, sir?
7-10, yes, sir.
I'd move that item into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
With the court's permission, could Trooper Buchanan open the item and show it to the jury?
Yes.
Thank you. Did anybody photograph that item where it was found?
Yes, there was a photograph taken.
Did you take the photograph?
No, I did not.
How did you receive the photograph?
It was attached to the Canton Police reports that were provided. Canton Police documented that item in place.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you two photographs. The first page, do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That was the item I collected on February 4th at 34 Fairview Road, which I was just showing to the jury.
And the second photograph?
The second photograph is a zoomed out general vicinity photograph of the same item from 34 Fairview Road, the lawn area, approximately 7 feet from the roadway.
I'd like to move these evidence, A and B, court permission.
Any objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 101A and B.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show those photographs to the jury.
Yes.
P46, please. Is that a photograph of the item you just showed the jury, sir?
Yes, it is.
And where was it in relation to the other pieces that you had found on February 3rd?
It was further to the right. If you're looking at the property, if you have the fire hydrant on your left, it was further to the right, on the right bank of the snow that was melting on the lawn.
Is that on the lawn or on the pavement?
That's on the lawn.
And could we show the close-up, please, P47? Thank you. You could take it down, please. When you recovered those items, did you go through the same protocol of gloves and bags?
Absolutely.
Did you return to 34 Fairview on February 10th?
Yes, I did.
Was the snow in a different state than when you last left it on February 3rd?
Yes, it had receded significantly.
When you went back on February 10th, were you with anybody?
I believe I was with another trooper.
Do you know who that was?
I don't remember. I'd have to refresh my memory.
Was it Michael Proctor?
It might have been, yes.
Could you produce 7-11, please?
Yes, sir.
Does that bag contain some of the items you found on February 10th at Fairview Road?
Yes, it does.
I'd move that into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Exhibit 102.
Can you describe generally the size of the items in that bag?
Can I open it?
Please.
Generally speaking, there's 6 plastic pieces of clear and red and black items that are in size approximately to like $50.
Without going through every one of them, can you just pull out one red and one clear to show the jury a representative sample of what's in the bag? In total, of the 6 items in that bag?
In total, there are 6 items in the bag.
When you retrieved those items, did you use the same protocol of gloves in a bag?
Yes.
Did you photograph these items when you took them?
Not on this day, no.
Why not?
We had been to the scene so many times. It was the same general vicinity, and we just made the decision not to have crime scene come out to photograph these six pieces.
Were they in any remarkably different position than the other pieces? Anything that stood out, or were they in the? Let me rephrase that. Where were they generally in relation to the other pieces that you had found?
They were all in the general area where the other pieces had been located. It was on the left side of the lawn, but near the flagpole, between the road and the home.
Was there another group of items that you found that day that you put in a separate bag?
Yes.
Could you provide us? May I approach? I'm not sure if I've marked this one for evidence or not. Could you produce 7-12, please?
Yes, sir.
I'd move this into evidence, please.
No objection.
With the
Exhibit 103.
With the court permission, could Trooper Buchanan open the bag?
Yes.
In that bag, are there different types of items? The items you showed us before appear to be plastic.
Yes, these items are packaged in wax paper. There's 14 pieces in total, and these items contain glass and plastic fragments, some of which are also within like a cylindrical tin container that you saw earlier.
Could you show us some of the glass pieces, please?
Yes, sir. I have to open the wax bag.
Please. Could you stand so the people in the back can see? Thank you. Were there a number of different items inside that bag that you found that day?
Yes, there are a number of glass pieces taped and labeled for identification at the lab and mechanically pieced together to form this one piece in my right hand, and this is one solid thick piece of curved glass in my left hand.
And again, is this February 10th, 2022?
Yes, it is.
The last evidence bag, you said that you did not photograph where they were found. Did you photograph where these pieces were found?
No, I did not. No.
Any different reason than the last bag?
No.
Do you have a memory of where these items were found in relation to the items in the last bag?
Yes, they were all in the general vicinity where all the other taillight pieces were located, as well as the baseball hat.
How much snow was on the ground at this point?
Most of the snow had melted. There might have been some areas that was still present because of the excavation that took place. So very little to no snow was present at this point in time.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Is that all the pieces that you have that you were part of finding or retrieving from 34 Fairview Road related to plastic or glass discovery?
Yes, sir.
Did you continue to work on this case?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you receive video from a number of different locations?
Yes.
Where were you part of retrieving or receiving video from?
I was part of retrieving and receiving video from CF McCarthy's, the waterfall. There was also video that was collected from other agencies and entities.
Did you seek a search warrant or video evidence from a company called Ring?
Yes.
For what location?
For the Meadows Ave location, Mr. John O'Keefe's residence.
Did you receive video from Ring, directly from Ring?
Ring sent over files with Ring video.
Was that by link, by a computer?
I'm not sure how it came in. It was via the internet.
Did you view all of the files that were produced by Ring?
At some point, I reviewed all the files, yes.
Was that pursuant to a subpoena?
I'm sorry?
Were the Ring videos produced pursuant to a subpoena?
Through the search warrant, yes. We requested it through the search warrant. That's the way that these providers, service providers, respond to court legal service.
Were you aware that some cruisers or the cruisers at the Canton Police Department had dash cam video?
Yes, I am aware of it.
Did you obtain and review video?
Yes, I did.
Have you seen other video from the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
At some point, were you asked if you would consent to provide your DNA?
Yes, I was, yes.
Is that uncommon in investigations?
It's not common, but situations do arise where you're asked to do that. So it's not the first time that's happened, but it has happened before where a law enforcement individual officer has to provide DNA and they consent.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
Did you review any other materials in this case? Did you review any reports?
I did review reports, yes.
Did you write reports in this case?
Yes, I did.
Now, I want to ask you about Michael Proctor. You had told us that you were working on this investigation with him.
Yes, I was.
Are you still working on this investigation with him?
No, I'm not.
You were Michael Proctor's supervisor?
Yes, I was.
When you work for the state police, you have a personal phone and a phone that is provided to you by the state police?
Yes.
The state police phone, is that a work phone?
Yes, it is.
What type of information do you receive on that phone?
You can receive communications via email, text message, cell phone tower, voice communications.
Okay. And do officers communicate with each other at times on those work phones?
Yes, they do.
And during that time, did you have a work phone that you were using for communications?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you receive or were you placed on an email chain that included Michael Proctor and others?
I believe it was a text chain.
I'm sorry, a text chain.
Yes.
Were you included on a text chain involving Michael Proctor and others?
Yes, I was.
Did you receive a text or a text chain from Michael Proctor and other people?
Yes, I did.
And when you received a text, do you remember where you were when you received the text chain?
The specific one you're referring to, I was at the Logan Airport working a traffic detail.
When you received that text-to-text chain, did you respond?
I acknowledged the text. I did not respond through with verbiage.
And then during that text chain, did you look at the entire text chain?
No, the text message came through on my Apple Watch as I was controlling traffic. I glanced at it, took part of the information that came through, and acknowledged it with a thumbs up emoji, indicating that I read it.
At some point, did you learn everything that was on that text chain?
Yes.
And as a result of that text chain, was there an investigation?
There was.
And during that investigation, you were Michael Proctor's supervisor?
I was.
After the investigation was done, did the state police make any finding against you for that text chain?
Yes, there were 2 sustained findings as a result of that investigation.
Did you initiate that text chain?
No, I don't believe so.
You did react with a thumbs up?
I acknowledged the text message that he sent, or portion of the information that came through on my watch.
And the 2 sustained findings against you, were one of them for failure to adequately supervise?
Yes.
And the other, was it regarding a routine or regular review that it didn't consider that text chain? I'll rephrase.
Okay.
That second sustained finding, was it regarding a review of the performance level of Mr. Proctor?
That's correct.
Sustained is to 4.
Was there a second sustained finding?
Yes, there was.
Did it relate to the review process of a subordinate?
Objection. Sustained is to 4.
What was that second sustained finding about?
The accuracy of the review of the quarterly performance evaluation.
You said quarterly. How often would you write reviews for subordinates?
Every 90 days.
Was there any other sustained finding against you?
No.
Was there punishment in light of those 2 sustained findings against you?
There was.
And what was that punishment?
I lost 5 vacation days.
Do you presently work in the homicide division of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
I do.
Are you currently a sergeant?
I am.
Have you ever reviewed that entire chain that was at issue?
Only through the documents provided for me during the internal investigation.
Yeah, approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yeah, stand here.
Sure.
So I'm going to ask you to take a look at that document. And if you turn the page, does it begin to, one more page, please. Does it begin to reflect the email chain?
Yes, it does.
Do you remember this email chain?
I remember seeing it when I reviewed it. I don't remember the intricate details of these messages.
Do you remember that photograph?
I don't.
Okay, could you turn the page? Is there text?
Yes, there is.
Without citing the phone numbers, I'd like you to cite the author of the text, and I'd like you to read the text to the jury.
Do you want me to date it in time or no?
Sure.
August 17th, 2022, 9:44 p.m., 25 seconds. Funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
I'd like you to read all of them, please.
Next one, no nudes so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Hey, can you give the author for each comment? And can you start again, because I want us to understand.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The author, whoever makes the comment, I'd like to have the name of the author.
I'm sorry, this document does not identify who the author is, sir.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
It identifies this as your phone,
That is, yes.
but each comment doesn't identify who sent it.
No, it does not. I assume it's an extraction from one device, but
I see. If you've made any of the comments yourself, would you tell us?
if I made those comments?
No, if you make any of them in here as you read them, will you point out if you?
Absolutely, absolutely, yes.
Okay. And if you don't know who made the comment, could you just identify that for us as you read it so we know?
Okay, do you want me to continue the next page?
Why don't we start over, because I should have been more clear in my direction. Could you begin again?
So in the beginning, it says, funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
Is that your comment?
No, it is not.
Okay, next.
It appears to be the same person because of the way that the extraction happens, and it says no nudes so far. Again, this, I believe it's the same person because all of these are identified as sent. It says, I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Do you have any belief that's Michael Proctor who is writing these?
Yes, I believe that is.
Next, please.
There is a blank page, and that's the end. Yes, sir.
Did you say you were suspended 5 days or lost 5 days vacation?
Lost 5 days of vacation.
Okay. And have you continued on your cases?
Yes, I have.
I want to go back to the evidence that you reviewed in this case.
Okay.
Did you get to look at the Ring video for John O'Keefe's home at Meadows?
Yes, I did.
Did you review the video over a period of time of January 28th and January 29th?
I did.
What were you looking for?
We were looking for activity to get a timeline. During investigations, different sources provide you information that can develop into leads. It also helps verify witness statements. It helps verify information's coming in. We always trust, but we always verify the information that we take in from individuals we do not know. So although it could be a cooperating witness, you still have to verify that their information is accurate. Not that they might be intentionally misleading you, but 3 people can watch the same event and observe it differently. So it's good to talk to individuals and pick up on different facts that they remember, giving you a whole picture of what took place.
Did you review Ring video for January 28, 2022 and January 29, 2022?
I did.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show a number of segments of the video from January 28, 2022.
Okay, the one that's already in evidence?
It is, it's Exhibit 6.
Okay.
Thank you. When you reviewed the video from the Ring that Ring provided for Mr. O'Keefe's home on Meadows for January 28, 2022. Did you review it from the morning time at about 7:18:55 throughout the evening?
On the 28th?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. If I could have video 119. Thank you. After that video, did you have an opportunity to look at video at about 5:05 p.m.?
I'm sorry, there was a noise coming from a bag over here. I apologize.
Not a problem.
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. On January 28, 2022, did you have a chance to look at video from the ring at about 5:05 p.m.?
Yes.
Could I have video 145, please? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. There's more video. Did you have a chance to look at video from a little later that evening, 7:36 p.m.?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 149, please? Thank you. In your investigation, did you learn that the defendant's phone connected to Mr. O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at his house on January 29, 2022 at 12:36:39?
Yes.
Did you look for any ring video for that time, 12:36:39?
Yes.
Was there any ring video on the 2022?
Yes, I did.
Could we see video 153, please? Thank you. Did you review that video from 5:07:58?
Yes.
Did you later review video of 5:46:29?
Yes.
Could we play number 154, please? Could you stop that, please? Do you recognize what's in that video?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is top left corner is Mr. John O'Keefe's vehicle. Middle left side of the screen is a black Lexus SUV registered to Karen Reed with the license plate based on that registration. And then on the right side, I believe that's Miss Carrie Roberts' vehicle.
Did you see the people enter the house?
Yes.
Did you look for further video after the people arrived at 54629?
Yes.
Was there any video of those three people leaving?
No, there was not.
Was there later video at 7:05:16 a.m.?
There was, yes.
Ms. Gilman, can we see video 155, please? Thank you. Did you later see video at 8:23 a.m.?
Yes.
Could we have exhibit or video 159, please? Thank you. Did you later see video at 10:36:28?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 161, please? Could you stop that, please? Do you know who's in that video?
I believe it's Mr. Paul O'Keefe and Mrs. O'Keefe.
Could you please play? Okay, thank you. Did you later look at video of 12:04?
Yes.
And could we please play the 1-minute segment of video 165? Could you stop that video? Do you know who that is?
I believe that's the defendant.
Continue, please. Could you stop that? Do you know who exited the car?
I believe that's Mr. Reed.
Okay, continue, please. Thank you. Did you continue to watch the video from the driveway
Yes.
during that time period?
Yes.
Did you see anybody else get out of that car that was in the back?
Yes.
And who Thank you. Did you continue to watch the video from the driveway
Yes.
during the time period?
Yes.
Did you see anybody else get out of that car that was in the back?
Yes.
And who did you believe you saw getting out of that car?
I believe it was the defendant's brother and possibly his companion. I don't know who that is.
Did you have a chance to watch the video?
Yes, I did.
At 12:35 p.m., could you play video 174, please? Thank you. Did you look at video from 12:40?
Yes, I did.
We have video 171. And 175. Thank you. Did you look for further video to see if there was any video for the time around when the Lexus was taken from Meadows that morning?
Yes.
Was there any video that was produced that shows the time around before and the time that Lexus was removed from that driveway that morning?
There was no video, no.
When you were at the Sallyport, did you get an opportunity to look at the Lexus's rear taillight area?
Yes, I did.
Did you get to make observations about the damage that you viewed that morning?
Yes, I was.
Did you later have a chance to see after the snow melted what that damage looked like?
Yes, I did.
Could I have Exhibit 54, please? Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
That is the defendant's Lexus SUV that was seized and later processed. It's currently in the Canton Sally Port, I believe.
Could we close up on the right rear taillight, please? Do you notice anything about that right rear taillight?
Yes.
What do you notice?
It's missing a large red portion of the lens.
Is that consistent or inconsistent with the damage that you saw when you first saw that car?
That is 100% consistent.
Did you get an opportunity to see any video or photographs of that right rear taillight before the car was placed in the Sally Port video?
Yes.
Did you view the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's Meadows Ave address?
Yes.
If we could go back to video 153 from Exhibit 6. If you could play this, please. Did you have a chance to review this video?
Yes.
Is this at 5:07:58 a.m. on January 29, 2000?
Yes, it is.
You stop, please. Do you notice anything about the right rear taillight in that video?
Yes.
What do you notice?
It's showing white and is missing the red taillight cover lens.
Could you zoom back out for a second, please? Could you continue? And I'm going to ask you to stop in a second. Stop, please. Do you notice anything about that still of that video?
Yes, it's consistent with its appearance of missing that red taillight lens.
If you could play the vehicle leaving the driveway, please. Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Hand you a document, sir? Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a still frame from the ring footage taken of the video we just watched of the Lexus SUV leaving, and the large red portion of the rear taillight is missing.
I'd like to move this into evidence.
Okay. Any objections to Jackson?
No, Your Honor.
If I may correct the record, the ring video exhibits are from 12A, not Exhibit 6.
Okay.
At some point later that afternoon, you shared, or mid-afternoon, you went to Dighton, but before that, did you review any other evidence of the damage to that taillight before you and Mr. Proctor even got to the Dighton address?
Yes.
Could I have Exhibit 10, please? Did you have a chance to view still photos from the wellness check that was conducted by the Canton Police Department and videos on the dash cam?
Yes, I did.
Did you review this photograph?
Yes, I did.
And could we show a close-up on Exhibit 11? Did you have a chance to view the dash cam from this footage at 8:26:31 a.m. relative to the damage to that right rear taillight?
Yes, I did.
You shared with us that, you can take that down, please. You shared with us that after this time, somewhere around 3:15, you went to Dayton
Yes.
and you shared your observations when you got out of your truck and walked towards the car.
Yes.
Was there any difference between the damages that you've seen in the video, the photograph, and what you saw that morning?
The only difference is the amount of snow that's impacted on the vehicle. The damage is consistent. The large red lens is missing in every single piece of every single image that I saw.
You mentioned that there was a tow of that car in Dayton that you were there for.
Yes.
Were you aware that video footage was provided to us from that tow?
I was made aware, yes.
I'd like to enter into evidence a video from alarm.com.
Okay.
No objection.
Thank you. 105.
Did you view the video that was provided to us relative to the right rear tail light?
From alarm.com?
Yes.
Yes.
Court's permission, I'd like to play that for the jury.
Okay.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is video 1, Your Honor.
Okay.
Could you play video 2, please? Could you stop, please? Do you notice anything about the color of the right rear tail light?
Yes, it was white.
Could you continue, please? Thank you. You can put the lights on, please. Sir, did you have an opportunity to review video from CF McCarthy's on the evening of January 28th, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Did you have an opportunity to review videos from the Waterfall Bar on January 28th, 2002?
Yes, I did.
Did I say January 20th, January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Did you review all the entire relevant time periods?
Yes, I did.
When you reviewed those videos, were there a number of different things you were looking for?
Yes, there was.
Can you share with the jury what you were looking for?
We were looking for consistency in statements that were already received through interviews. We were looking for description of clothing individuals were wearing at the bar, at those locations. We were looking for any evidence of aggressive behavior, any sort of information we could learn to help us with the investigation. We're also looking to see and document how much alcohol consumption was on the recordings.
When you went through the videos, did you happen to have an opportunity to copy and clip portions of relevant time frames regarding alcohol ingestion?
Yes.
Did you put all of those videos together in a sequence to show the course of the night, times when you could identify alcohol ingestion?
Yes, I did.
Did you put that into a video format for a presentation?
Yes, we did.
I think this presentation may take a few minutes.
All right, we'll raise the council sidebar for just a second, please. Jurors, feel free to stand.
May I approach?
Yes.
Sir, I'm giving you a CD. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is the PowerPoint presentation of the timeline from CF McCarthy's and Waterfall from January 28th, 2022.
I move this into evidence as an exhibit.
Mr. Jackson has no objection?
There's no objection on that.
Sir, I'm handing you 4 photographs. Do you recognize what they are?
Yes, I do.
What are they?
There's still frames from CF McCarthy's on January 28th, 2022 at 9:26:01 as timestamped on the footage cam.
Are there 4 photographs?
There are.
I move these 4 photographs into evidence.
No objection on it.
Thank you. Is one exhibit again with the letters, please?
Thank you. Sir, I'm showing you 4 more photographs. Can you take a look? You recognize?
Yes, I do.
And what are they?
They're still shot photos of the waterfall surveillance footage from the night of 28th into the morning of 29th.
All right, move these 4 photographs into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
It's 108A through 108.
Thank you. Your Honor, could I proceed with the PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Trooper, I may stop you with a couple points.
Yes, sir.
Could you explain to us what this is?
Yes, from left to right, it is chronological events that took place at CF McCarthy's. This is surveillance video from one of their cameras within the bar. It should be noted that the video is time-stamped 12 minutes behind actual time. So when it says 9:03, when it is 9:03, the frame will be timestamped 2051, which is 8:51. So that's the time discrepancy, which is consistent throughout the surveillance footage.
So the times that are displayed in those arrows, is that the accurate time?
The arrows are the accurate time, and the time stamped 12 minutes behind actual time.
In these videos, are you identifying drinks that were received in drink and had been consumed by the defendant?
Yes. So the first video, as it is labeled, it's the defendant arriving. The next one will be the ordering of the drink and receiving the actual cocktail.
Okay, let's start with the first video at 9:03, please. Can you stop it there? Do you recognize who's in that video?
Yes.
From left to right of people that you recognize and identify the clothing they might be wearing?
From left to right, it'll be Mr. John O'Keefe wearing the gray sweatshirt that was displayed earlier. And then the defendant, who he is trying to embrace with one arm there. I do not know who the other individuals are in the shot.
Okay, thank you. If you could continue, please. We could proceed to 9:10. What did that show, sir?
It showed the defendant receiving her first tall vase, cylindrical style cocktail glass with a lime in it and a straw to go along with it.
9:27, please. And what was depicted in that video that you saw?
In that video, we see the defendant get handed her second cylindrical tall style cocktail glass while she finished the first one and then picked up the second one.
When you've made a relevant observation in the video, please interject and stop so you can point out for us what you've seen.
Absolutely, sir.
Okay. Next, please, 932.
Here, the defendant is handed a shot.
Stop, please. Okay.
Right there.
I think we'll just have to play it and you'll have to speak as you're watching it. It doesn't look like it can be stopped. Sorry, Ms. Gilman.
She's handed a shot by the bartender on the left side of the screen. She picks it up and puts it into her second cocktail glass, making it a third beverage of alcohol content that she's consuming. So right there, we observed Mr. O'Keefe retrieve his phone from his rear left jean pocket, and he put it back. Now the defendant picks up her second cocktail glass with the added shot in it and consumes it.
Could we proceed to the next video, please? This is now 9:45 p.m.
Yes, sir. So the bartender hands over another cocktail glass and some beers. The shot goes into the empty one after it's poured into the new cocktail glass. So that's drink number 4.
Does it also depict Mr. O'Keefe putting his cell phone in his back pocket again?
Yes.
By 9:45, how many drinks have been served to the defendant?
4 drinks.
4 drinks between 9:10 and 9:45?
That's correct. In 35 minutes, 4 drinks.
Could we proceed to the next screen, please? 10:09 p.m.
Here the defendant speaks with the bartender and gestures that she wants a shot.
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Move to strike.
I'll strike that.
Mr. O'Keefe on his cell phone again?
Yes. And he puts it in his back pocket. The defendant is showing Mr. O'Keefe the middle finger, and then puts beverages on the bar.
Should I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
What is the drink count at that point?
At that point, it's 4 drinks.
Could we have the next?
Mr. O'Keefe brings over a couple of beverages. The defendant retrieves the cocktail glass. A shot glass is picked up by one of the patrons, and the defendant retrieves it from him and places it back on the bar. The defendant is consuming the beverage in her hand, places it on the bar. And then
What time are we at now?
That was 10:34, so we're moving to 10:37.
What is the drink count at 10:34?
That is 5 drinks at that point.
Could we play 10:37, please?
The bartender makes 4 shots, top left corner. She's seen preparing the 4 shot glasses. 2 are on the bar top now. She retrieves 2 more.
$10.41, please.
Here, the 4 shot glasses are redistributed. Pours it into her drink. She does not consume it from the shot glass.
You don't have to object to the last comment.
Okay, I'll strike that.
Next video, please.
Now, as the Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant are getting ready to leave, the defendant is holding the drink in her left hand, continues to sip on it. And the two walk out of the bar without the beverage in their hand being deposited anywhere.
At 10:53, how many drinks have been served to the defendant at this point?
7.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Move to strike.
I'll strike that.
Next slide. And is
So
this,
I'm going to actually see counsel's views on this. For the lunch and break, it's 1:10. We'll see you at 2 o'clock, and Sergeant, you can just file out that.
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
rise for the court, please. There's closing notebooks. Follow me.
Hello. We have a lots to talk about. Everybody jump on if you want to jump on. StreamYard link is in the chat. Lucas. Luke.
Hear me okay?
No, I'm unmuted. I'm unmuted.
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. Fine, fine, fine.
Because Amy said I was muted. I'm like, I'm not muted. So can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, making sure.
Yeah.
Who else wants to come on? Come on up and play. So
Well, I'm pretty sure his trainers are the ones that they're displaying. Had a good look at them, and I was watching another channel where it was higher resolution, so I got a better look at them. Definitely no curve back, definitely white sole. So Yeah.
No,
That
okay.
debunks.
Hey, kids.
You looked at the shoe. You said definitely what?
They're definitely not. They've definitely got a white sole,
Kate,
and they definitely don't have a curved up heel.
Like the other one did.
Yeah, like the one I thought it was.
Okay. And he has white soles on his, and that is, I'm telling you, I've looked at that shoe in the snow forever. It's not a shadow. It is a black sole.
Maybe.
Yeah, those are two different sneakers. Like they're the same type of sneaker, but they have different soles and a different.
And I believe they won't pull them out together, but I believe they're the same foot.
Well, there's
Yeah,
only
why are
one.
they only pulling out one? Sorry, Lucas, go ahead.
You're right. Well, the only theory then is that the trainers that the cops say they found on the lawn of 34 Fairview are not the ones that John actually wore.
Right.
And that's stretching it.
It is stretching it, but I will tell you my husband's the one who brought it to my attention, and you guys, he is Mr. Attention to detail. Sometimes it makes me crazy. But I showed him the picture and he said they're the same foot. And I was like, oh wait, they are. When you really look at it, they're the same foot. And he kind of proved it when he pulled it out of the bag today, because he called it the wrong shoe.
That's
the wrong
Which
size.
Which one did Keith produce?
He produced the one that was found at 34 Fairview, but the one that Buchanan was supposed to produce today was supposed to be one from the hospital.
Right. So the one John was wearing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But they're the same side. Like they're both like left shoes from what my husband and I looked at.
That's crazy. These people are brazen, man.
That
They don't fucking
can't
care.
be right. That can't be right. Because obviously the one they found at the scene was the one that came off him, and the one at the hospital is the one that he was wearing.
Not for nothing, too. With like let's say last trial, when I think it was Tully who pulled it out, if I remember correctly, it was a brand new sneaker, and the one in the evidence photos is all banged up and covered in snow. Like if it's that, it would be a lot more worn out. Not the first night, I'm gonna guess it wasn't the first night that John wore those, and if they were saturated because of a snowstorm, it wouldn't have looked like that. I mean, it was brand spanking new, and no one said anything.
It does look a lot dirtier in the evidence photos than the ones that they produced in court.
That's right. They look brand new in court.
Yeah. Or almost. I mean, there is a few marks on them.
Right. I mean, they could have. I don't know what they did. But you can rough them up a little bit, but those white soles or the side white, those are, you can't get your sneaker that white, even if you tried, if you were wearing them around.
So I just want to bring this up real quick. Amy, you asked why people were bringing it. Tommy, you can actually find your personal information by going, if you're registered to vote. You just go to the voter registration and it will come up and tell your address and everything. So being afraid to have your profile picture up is not something that I would personally worry about. I mean, if you do that, I completely understand.
Getting doxxed is a lot, like, your last name out there or something like that, your telephone number.
Yeah. If you don't have your last name, or like, I have my whole name, I don't care. Dox me, whatever. You take my identity because you're going to give it back. But you're not going to want anything.
Pay all my bills.
Pay my bills, and pay my credit. You have my bad credit too. So,
I mean, no one wants to deal with assholes. Like, I get it, but I know that there's like Google reverse and people can do fucked up things with photos and everything. But I think that people could find a lot worse things out online that is freely given.
you ever done anything in court, it's all public record.
Yeah.
Unless it's sealed. So I
Yeah.
would, I personally would not stress out about your profile picture being on here.
Yeah, and hey, you come up here with your face on camera all the time.
But that's all I wanted.
wouldn't worry about
I just wanted to
Yeah.
acknowledge that.
Yeah. You guys are all awesome. Yeah, I'm surprised that he's still up there with Hank. And so wait, did Hank? I had a little meeting to go to. Did Hank ever bring up the inverted video or
No.
anything like that?
No.
Nope.
Really?
And he is as far away from Proctor as he can get.
And they missed a load of the text. You know, the offensive texts from Proctor about Karen. They
Yeah.
missed a load of those out.
They read them out?
They only let them read the ones that he was involved in. The other texts were with his friends from high school.
Right. Well,
That
did the nudes one come up and all of that, or
is all from his friend in high school. But
right? But I'm saying which ones came into court already? Which ones were read
no
out?
nudes so far. What was the other couple? They weren't. They were like, and he was trying to play it off like, oh yeah, I just thumbs it up to acknowledge I got it.
Yeah, right.
Bullshit. Bullshit.
You know, they're trying to make him look like this. Oh, he's just a nice guy. I'm always there for everybody.
Right. I kind of hope that when Proctor gets called by whoever, no matter what side, that he's seeing what's going on with these people and how he is a scapegoat because he was already fired, and he comes out swinging and just starts throwing everybody under the bus. Like, what does he have to lose? He lost everything already. What does he have to lose? Nothing. He has no pension.
On TikTok, Nikki. Oh, here, I'm gonna put this in
Lucas, what are you gonna say?
He might find himself having an accident if he does that. I'm not
Oh, that's
suggesting.
true.
I'm not
Yeah.
suggesting anything, but you know,
Yeah, I
strange
know,
things. Strange things are known to happen.
Especially around here with these people. I mean, but I mean, he could subtly do it, and if they're casually throwing him under the bus, like, oh, that was Michael, oh, that was Proctor. Well, he could do the same thing. Like, I don't know what you're talking about, or throw the
Well,
McAlberts under the bus.
I think it's pretty obvious that the CW aren't going to call him.
You do.
But defense. Well, you wouldn't have got Buchanan to read out his texts if they were going to call Proctor.
I believe that too.
So defense will call him. It looks
Yeah.
really bad.
Unless he's a hostile witness, it will limit what they can get out of him, and Hank can use him as a witness. That's the problem.
He's their lead investigator.
Yeah.
And you remember last trial, they tried to distance Proctor from the lead investigator role. And this trial, you know, they're just not bringing him into the fold at all. So it's all on Buchanan this time.
Okay.
Well,
so this
not
one-
for nothing. So if sorry, go ahead.
Your friend, I'm pulling up the picture from what Nikki said.
All right, I'll talk while you're pulling it up. If the defense calls up Proctor, what's going to happen is whoever is up there questioning him, they're going to question him very far in their own way, right? So they're going to be like, "Did you show up? Do you know Julie? Are they your friends? Does your mother call them the second family? You know, so they're going to be able to, even though it's a direct questioning, they're still going to get into the weeds with it.
Yeah. Did you
And
get a
he'll
gift
get
from
fired
your
up.
sister?
Right, exactly. I forgot about that, and so you just said
Well, it
it.
was actually
Yeah,
he said it was to his wife. He said give it to his wife instead.
Oh, yeah,
regardless,
that
I
was
mean,
it. Sorry. His wife, not sister.
it's still personal gain somehow. It's still going into his home. It's still for a reason, right?
I don't know.
Okay, so Aiden is saying, let me get to it so I can get it right. These mofos are really introducing into evidence a video showing that Karen Reed's tail looked nothing like it did after Michael Proctor got a hold of it. So these are the two that he showed, right? Then if you go back, This is what they say it looked like when they got it, right? At the police sally port. Not the same.
Nope.
And that
But
package they pulled out was the diffuser. It's really hard to break that taillight to get the diffuser. So
I mean, how did his body, like, even if, right, like, she was going fast, this is their theory. She's going 24 miles an hour, skidding, cracking them, and I don't like, there's no car dents, because if I've seen car accidents with people, pedestrians online and stuff, and if you watch, a lot of times their body, if you're getting hit, right, your body's automatically going into the car and you're getting thrown backwards. You're not pirouetting into the lawn. He would have ended up on the plow that was supposedly there, in my opinion. And there would have been dents on the car. And how is a body going to do that? Wouldn't it have been a lot more jagged? I don't know. I don't.
Well, and I saw a video like that someone had made, like a reenactment, like computerized reenactment thing, and they said that so the way Trooper Paul made it sound is his arm was up and his hand was up, right, like in a 90-degree angle.
Right.
And according to what they're saying now, is his arm was straight out, and that little spot that's on the back part of her tailgate that looks like a marking or whatever.
No, his arm would have been snapped and fractured and shattered.
Go gadget arms, because the tail light comes out so far from the car. Remember when we showed those pictures?
Mm-hmm.
How far the tail light comes out from the car? If it would have hit him in the shoulder, he would have never been able to touch it. It would have been gone by then. He'd have go gadget arms to do that. It's too far.
Kelly.
Yes.
Were you about to say the mark on the back of the SUV on the, I don't know what you call it, the hatchback door?
Yes.
That was caused by the glass.
That's what they're trying to. That's what people are saying. Yeah, the anti-Harriet site are trying to say that his arm was straight out, and that's what caused the glass, that spot. But I think that's because they're covering for whoever was trying to break the tail light out, because it's so thick, and they probably smacked the car.
I mean, to believe their theory. To believe their theory too, you have to believe that John O'Keefe stood there. Wait, because we saw that video. We played that from Turtle Boy, where he's backing up from the neighbor's house all the way back, right? You have to believe that John stood there and took it. Like, he didn't run up on the lawn. He didn't try to get away. Like, he just stood there facing the other side of the street and waited for her to get there. Like, what person believes that? He wouldn't have just stood there.
Not only that, Amy, but if you're talking about a 6,000 pound weight slamming into somebody's arm, and all it does, it not only smashes the tail light, but it cuts his arm. There's no bruising anywhere.
And not only does it cut it, it cuts it in the opposite direction.
There's no bruising to suggest any impact.
No breaking. Like, his arm would be shattered.
And there's no blood on the taillights.
Yeah, apart from no broken bones or bruising anywhere else on his body where the impact's supposed to have happened, it just doesn't make sense.
No.
You know, I don't know how easily you bruise, but if I dropped a coffee mug on the back of my hand, it would bruise my hand. You know, I'd just bruise really easy.
I caught the back of my hand on a doorknob the other day, like, pretty good, and I bruised bad on the back of my hand.
Lucas, I wake up and I'll have like this huge, like a circle of purple bruise. I have no idea where I got it from, and I probably ran into something.
Most women.
But I constantly have bruises. I don't have no idea where they come from.
But this impact, it defies the laws of physics and known medical science. It just doesn't make sense.
Right. Well, and the way that they're trying to make it, like the way they're trying to make it sound with his arm out, as hard as that, or where that taillight stands out from the car, if he was even a little bit twisted towards like say towards the left, so his body is, if you put your body straight out and you twist a little bit to the left, if he was even twisted to the left at all, it would have hit his shoulder before it hit his hand, and it would have pushed his arm.
And not to mention, they're saying that a plow was right behind Karen's car, like Higgins' plow. He wouldn't have went if he got hit the way the Commonwealth is saying. I doubt that he would have went in the yard. He would have gotten crushed by the plow. He probably would have been cut in half. Right? Those things are very, very sharp if they're working in working condition normally. And if he got thrown backwards with all that force, he would have ended up maybe on top of the Jeep. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's the way like physics works. It's not like, and that's why
she
when
would've-
Trooper
her
Paul
car
said he
would've-
spun around, like, excuse me, sir?
At 24 miles per hour, they added 70 feet. At 24 miles per hour, she would have hit that berm and went up into the yard as well. Because Turboy almost did it.
Right, true.
And that was with no snow. But then if you look at that, watch the video of her leaving her dad's, that's the 24 miles per hour backwards, and that's the 3-point turn they're talking about.
24 miles an hour backwards is scary. I just saw Melanie say that she thinks it went down in the garage. I'm going to add to that. So I don't know where it happened, but I remember I was watching Turtle Boy Live. I don't know when it was. And he mentioned the garage and how we have to find out that there's more information about that garage than we know nothing about that, right? This is new evidence. So I wonder what they have regarding that garage and whether they ever had someone investigate it if they went to the new owners of that house and said, hey, can we look?
Right.
Oh, we got Hood Booger.
The man, the myth, the legend.
Hi, Zach.
Howdy, y'all.
What's
up?
going on?
I'm just driving in parts I've never been, so I thought I'd join in and get lost some more.
Nice.
Get lost
You've been
in
watching
our
all
eyes.
morning?
Is that what it is? You want to get lost in our eyes?
Yes, I do. Well, y'all don't have your cameras on, so.
There's a reason, because Kelly got out of bed and said, I'm not getting dressed or getting my hair or makeup done.
Yeah, I'm wet work.
That's a real good reason to turn your camera on.
No, I look like I look like I got hit by Alexis.
We love you, Hood Booger. What have you thought about the morning? Anything
I have
stand out to you?
missed. I'll be really annoying because I've missed almost the whole morning. I've been out of signal since like 9.
So you pretty much missed all lies. Every lie that you can.
No, surely not.
It's Bukkake.
But we did learn that Bukkake was born in Ukraine.
Right.
And he immigrated to the United States when he was 9.
I did catch that. That's one of the last things I heard before I lost signal.
That's pretty cool that he did the presidential guarding or whatever. Like, good for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when you decide to cover up murder afterwards, it really doesn't make you.
That does taint your record a bit.
It does tarnish your reputation.
Yeah.
I will never know, but I want to know why Proctor did this. Like, why did he take this on? He could have been like, no, I'm good. Like,
because they're protecting Colin.
What do the McAlberts have on him?
They're protecting Colin.
They're all friends. They're all good friends.
Yeah, they're close. I think it's one of those things that started out like seeming like, okay, I'll just do something a little bit for a friend and it's not going to turn out bad. And then it just kept escalating. And they didn't expect her to fight it. They expected she'd flee out.
I mean, they really said that in the text messages before she even was arrested.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, Gallagher was saying we didn't even think it was a homicide or a crime scene. And the McAlberts are texting, I hope she takes a plea, like, suspect. Because like we say, well, one thing can be a coincidence or, a side eye, but when you collectively have all of these things together, like it doesn't make you a murderer, but it doesn't make you look good either. And that tells me that there's enough reasonable doubt to get Karen off.
Yeah, I really don't know. I could see it happening like maybe it had more to do with John, like they really hated John for something. And I heard a rumor he was investigating the Birchmore thing and maybe he was causing problems with them. I don't know. We don't know that. But I could see like they're really trying to get him And then things just happened that morning. Like, I don't think they may not have even planned on pinning it on her at the time, but then all of a sudden she breaks a tail light, and all of a sudden they're like, hey, this is like just dropped in our laps. Maybe we can blame it on her instead of looking at it as an accident.
I think they were going to blame Lucky. I think that they put him out in the lawn because they were going to be like, John never came in the house. Neither did Karen.
Yeah.
Oh, it must have been the plow driver.
He was my favorite from the last trial. I love him.
Too.
He was
so
unshakable. Yeah, like, I mean, obviously he's not a mental giant, but he was unshakable. Like, when they were trying to get him to say it was Jeep taillights, he's like, oh no. And he describes perfectly the Ford or whatever it was taillights, how they look.
Yep.
And Lolly was just staring at him like, uh-oh, I thought you were dumber than this.
Absolutely. And then Lally attacked him like, didn't you hit like a basketball hoop one time? And he's like, yes, sir, I did. And I reported it right away. Like, fuck you, Lally.
I was doing the Alberts a favor by not reporting the car.
Yeah, he was the most likable person up there and so honest. And the reason why he was unshakable was because he knew what he saw. Like these people are real squirmy and they're touching them, you know, they look uncomfortable because they know what's coming for them. You know. Like
yeah, if I was in charge of everything, I would drop a nuclear bomb on 34 Fairview and then make Lucky the mayor of Canton and clean everybody else out.
Yes, honey, yes.
Is Nikki?
Yeah.
Is Nikki in there? She just sent me a picture, but I wanted to know if that's the guy from The Bachelor, I think. Speaking of Bachelor, did you hear, Zach? Did you hear?
Yeah, I'm kind of peripherally the Laura Owens thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm glad she's getting charged. I'm not really into that much, but some of the channels that I'm mod for or I'm friends with are into it. So I
saw
like Lauren and some of them.
That's why I wanted to see if you had heard.
Yeah.
But,
yeah.
That's a whole.
But yeah, I'm definitely glad she's being charged because things like that happen much too often, and they just get away scot-free with it.
Yeah, that's a show that Amy and I need to have. Like,
yes, yep. I'm all over it. And the thing is, people are like, "Oh, she should plea out and not go to prison." No, she's a criminal. She's going around setting up men, and it's a pattern with her. Wasn't?
She released a press statement. She released a press statement yesterday. She is doubling down.
She's a poor me. Look at me. I need all the attention, whether it's positive or negative. Those people are dangerous, man. They need attention. And
we started talking about Laura Owens. She was accused the Clayton Eckert, the old bachelor, one of the bachelors, of getting her pregnant with twins from from a blowy, apparently 2 blowy.
Yeah, they got.
Well, she does have childbearing nostrils. She does have childbearing nostrils. So.
And she got caught like messing, like tampering with medical records, all that stuff. So
yeah, pretty bad. She's as much of a predator as guys that go around, you know,
as
serial
Epstein.
rapists.
Yes, honey, absolutely.
The Bachelor, is that who that is?
Is that?
Yeah, everyone knows the Lauren Owens. I don't know what she's saying. Childbearing nostrils. Zach, you are a funny motherfucker. I'll tell you. Make me laugh through like chat.
I was having it out with Auntie Deb this morning. He's so much fun to snark around with because we're both real snarky. He timed me out for making fun of the witness yesterday.
That's hysterical.
Deb or
whatever.
Yeah. Because he was coming on and saying she's my queen. Nobody can make fun of whatever Dr. Hyde or Miss Hyde. I guess she's not a doctor. So I super chatted that she looked. I think I said it on here yesterday. She looks like somebody with a peanut allergy that only eats peanuts because her face kept getting redder and redder. Her face, her like neck was swelling up. I'm like, what is she having? So he timed me out for 5 minutes. Yeah, he timed me out for that. So my next super chat was, well, Brandy was in chat, and we banned. I make fun of her and call her Madam Mediocre. And so my next super chat was Auntie Deb is the only streamer more mediocre than Brandy. And he's like, and I said,
That
get
is so
fucked.
funny.
And he's like, okay, that I'll take that super chat. You don't get timed out this time.
I love that.
Remember the chat when
He's
him
hilarious.
when Oblivious Benson comes in there one day because she has like all these different accounts, and he would keep timing her out, and she like just without even saying a word, she would comment, and he would just time it out for like 300 seconds. It was funny. It was.
I've done that with Flip Ahead just for like we had this thing. He would like say something and I'd time him out for 10 seconds at a time, like over and over and over.
Okay, so this is
Yeah, that's a car, right?
the bottom one is Sean Lowe that got attacked from the dog, and I think in Mexico from The Bachelor just recently.
Oh.
And the top one is John O'Keefe's arm.
I can't wait to see Garrett get up there. He is a force. You guys ever seen his channel?
Oh, I
he
love
knows his
Garrett.
shit with dogs. Yeah.
I love.
Hey, you guys, I gotta bounce, but you guys have fun. I'll be in chat.
Don't bounce too hard.
Bye.
Bye, Amy. Bye, Hood Booger.
Catch you later, Amy.
Yeah. Apparently, also the kids are still testifying. I don't know when they're going to bring them in. I have a feeling they're going to try to do that last as like a gut punch to the peeps. I think Hood Booger got a phone call. Oh, there you are. I think they're going to try to bring the kids in last as like a emotional tie, you know.
Yeah.
But Auntie Bev just signed a media order that they're not even allowed to record her at all. Record them at all. Nobody is.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Did they do anything last trial?
yeah, I believe they didn't film it. It was not on TV or anything like that. And I know that like people weren't supposed to say much about them. But they were allowed to talk about the testimony. And so, yeah, it's kind of a different situation, but I think this time she's a little bit more strict because it seems to me that hold on, my dog is getting in trouble. It seems to me that she is at least the way the order was written to me, it was more strict than last year's.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I'm sure she's seen some of the stuff online that's being said.
oh, they had. I mean, their niece is now 17. She was 16 last year. 17 and 15. So, I mean, my kids go to stuff they're not supposed to all the time. So they'll probably see all kinds of stuff, especially now when it's just. I mean, it's all over.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's huge.
I think Bev's doing a lot of things by the book, or nearer to the book than she was.
She's changed completely today.
Yeah, ever since Dr. Wolf said that he was contacted by the DOJ because they were watching the trial closely, it just seems to have affected everything that Bev's done.
Well, that was the start of it, but I think the jury complaining also.
Yep, that'll certainly add to it.
Too, because today she is a completely different person.
Mm-hmm.
Like she's actually listening to the defense. She's actually sustaining stuff, and like she's.
What's the jury complaint? I haven't heard this.
So she came in yesterday and apologized to the jury because someone complained about her, how she treated Alessi.
Really?
Yeah, and so when she apologized, she said, sometimes I get frustrated. I understand I get frustrated with lawyers, but just know that's because the lawyers are doing their jobs. Like they frustrate me because they're actually doing their jobs. But it was a half-assed apology, but she did apologize. But today,
that's still impressive. Wow, I can't believe she did.
Yeah, I heard it.
It's a total different story. She has been like a real judge today.
Do you see the picture of her passed out asleep?
Yeah, I posted it. I said, when the judge feels like everybody else. So, Lucas, what were you going to say?
I heard her say it, but I didn't know what it was in relation to. I just thought she was making a statement about being rough on the attorneys.
Yeah, somebody complained. Oh, they sorry, somebody left me a voicemail. They complained, and then I guess with the stuff with Dr. Wolf, like I know that people have filed complaints against her through the state. I've seen people post that they have. I'm not that type of person. I don't go real life. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not my case. Not my. I just support Karen. So I don't go real life, but it seems to me like a lot of people have. But people have also gone real life against Turtle Boy recently, and somebody wrote a letter about. It was Kim Fair. Did you guys see the letter Kim Fair wrote about? I'm sorry, I was reading it. She wrote a letter to the Judge Ruin about his ruling the other day about not revoking Turtle Boy's bail, and at the end of it, it literally has like a threat in it. Like it's, and then what she tried to do is she tried to like cross out her name at the bottom, which she put, but you can she missed the part that had her ex link on it. You could read it. It says Andy Dufresne. We're like, that's what you do. Threaten a judge and then keep your TikTok, your Twitter up. So, yeah, that one was great. What's the other takeaway that you got from that, Lucas? Because there was some of it I was listening, but I had to go get Liam to put him to bed because he had to eat lunch and stuff. So,
which parts?
Just to any part from today that you've hit, that we haven't hit on, that you.
Your point earlier about the John had a bump on his head 2 days prior to him.
Yeah, I think they're trying to use that with the neurosurgeon.
I don't know what that's about, and I don't know. Nobody's going to walk around with a gash in the back of the head that size for 2 days and not know about it.
Or losing 3 pints of blood.
I don't know what it was about, but according to Ukraine Yuri, it was something that Karen said to him that he thought was very strange. What I think is more strange is him making that up, because it's not in any statement. We've never heard that before. This is the first time we've ever heard that John bumped his head 2 days before he died.
And mentioned it.
Yeah, that's the first. That was this morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never heard that before that I remember.
Okay, so
I guess I missed a lot.
All the evidence is.
Has he been crossed yet, or has it just been hanky?
No,
Still
it's direct.
I never thought Hank could put me to sleep.
Good.
But one of the main witnesses I wanted to listen to, but Hank is boring as hell. Joe Flipperhead, Nikki just sent this.
Well, I'm sure he's trying to be boring with Yuri.
Yeah. So Joe Flipperhead posted today, about 2 hours ago, that Buchnick claims he and Proctor first went to Fairview on February 3rd. Paul Gallagher placed Proctor there on February 1st. Michael Morrissey placed Buchnick and Proctor there on January 29th. So which one is it?
Well, they could claim they weren't there, so they got the dates mixed up.
Well, Scribner's error, they have that a lot.
I thought it was funny when he was going through the pictures, the crime scene photos of the taillight. And I actually said, when they started, I said, show us the one on top of the footprint. And one of the last pictures they showed was the one where there's a footprint underneath the taillight in the snow, which I just have to laugh at. How does the footprint get underneath a piece of taillight? You know what I mean? It just doesn't make sense.
Right. There's so much stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's so much. Even if there wasn't all the corruption of the cops that I think is pretty evident, it's just so clear she was like if you gave them as much steel man of an argument as you could and say, okay, Karen's the worst person in the world. She hated his guts, and she unalived him in some other manner. She definitely didn't hit him with a car. Like maybe she snuck back over there and hit him with a baseball bat. But there's no way you can tell me from the injuries that she hit him with a car.
Well, I actually posted today on X. I went and made a list of stuff that I could remember because people are saying like how the voicemails, oh, the voicemails, they're this, they're that, and the other. And I'm like, the voicemails are not even. Hold on, someone just popped in. Who is it? Oh, it's Amy. She can put herself on stage. So this is what I said. Because people keep saying stuff about how a voicemail is horrible, and I posted the voicemail from Scott Peterson, that where he says, "Hey, beautiful, I played that yesterday, like super sweet. Was like, I'm just leaving Berkeley, won't be able to get to the farm. Plays basket for Papa. Hope you get this message." And and he makes sure to say it's 2:15, stuff like that. But so
evident.
Yeah, I went through today because people were like, "Oh yeah, so you've solved the crime. You solved the crime." And I said today, okay, Chris Watts, Scott Peterson, Jody Aris, Brian Laundrie, Alec Murdoch, Drew Peterson, Fotis Dulis, Lori Vallow, Brian Walsh, Michael Peterson, Ted Bundy, Robert Durst, John Wayne Gacy, and Aaron Hernandez all made sweet voicemails to the people they killed. After they
none of them were threatening them and lying, like, say, I'm leaving your kids here. That was an obvious ploy. She would not say that if she was trying to cover up.
Yeah.
Trying to get his attention.
You can't use that, though, because everybody's different. And
well,
people do.
So it's not really evidence for or against.
No.
It's just what it is. I tend to believe it sounded honest unless she's an amazing actress. But yeah, it's not evidence for or against, really.
But I was trying to explain to people that, like, when you have that mean text or those mean voicemails, her screaming and cussing and calling him a pervert because she thought he was cheating, things like that. You have all that. You see her state of mind already. She's already been jealous for the whole month. You know what I mean? So because of the Aruba trip, she had already been kind of jealous. And so you add that to it and you can see, like, to me, that's those are truth from my point of view. Those are truthful how she felt at that time. She was pissed off because he didn't come back out.
Yeah.
But all these other
it seemed honest.
Sweet voicemails to their family members right before they killed their whole family. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So.
True.
I mean, even about Brian Laundrie, he left a sweet voicemail to his girlfriend and he hit her over the head. TB says the video is coming soon. What kind of video, Nikki? No, you're not allowed to be on talking. You're not talking today. Sorry, my dog's trying to take over the video.
My dog's asleep on the seat. He's tired.
No, I get that, Lucas. Susan Smith. Yep. For days. How long did Susan Smith go out there and say that? Really? Did you guys hear him? He's crying for you. He talked. Now my cat's opening the door. It's the zoo here.
Is Lucas talking? Because I can't hear him.
No, he typed in the chat.
Yeah,
okay.
I was talking, Zach, but you rudely interrupted me halfway through a sentence, so I wrote it instead.
I hate the delay, and then I realized that, like, if you stop every time you hear someone else, then everyone's on a little bit of a delay, and it's tough to do.
You've got to catch your breath. You've got to let people breathe in between sentences, or they pass out on mic, and Kelly just swaps you for that.
Sorry, the floor is yours. There's a Starbucks. I'm happy now.
He's like, coffee. Go
coffee.
for
I
it.
need coffee really bad. I've been in the middle of, like, nowhere, Texas, where there's nothing. There's one gas station in one place that I was at, and that's it. Oh, now my navigation's telling me things.
How long does it take you to drive across Texas?
It's 1,000 miles from east to west and almost 1,000 north to south. So if you do it in one day, you're really trying. That'd be like 15 hours.
Well, I used to have a car like that.
The setup and the
I
swing.
it was at Amarillo to Dallas, and that's where we stopped.
Absolutely.
Dallas.
Oh, that's nothing. That's just up in the Panhandle in the plains. I'm in complete central Texas, like Lakey, Uvalde. I actually went through Uvalde. I did not get shot, thankfully. And now I'm almost into San Antonio getting materials. So I got to get out and get coffee. So I'll be listening now. I've got signal, so I'll holler at y'all.
We're glad to
Mine's
hear
a
your voice.
cappuccino. Get me a cappuccino.
He'll be
Got you,
waiting.
man. All right, see y'all.
Catch you later. What did you think?
My sauces, Nikki said that there's supposed to be a video, so I'm looking. Go ahead.
What did you think about the taillight pictures?
I think they're altered because the ones they're not the same one. If you compare them to last year's on Court TV, it's nothing like the same ones.
Well, we're getting a lot more video as well because
They showed video of her back, a random video of her backing up.
if you remember, excuse me, if you remember earlier in the year, Commonwealth gave defence a lot more discovery on the videos, and they claimed that we didn't know about these. So we're seeing a lot more video this time than we did last time. But yeah,
says that John DePietro just called the cops on him for trying to ask him questions, and then the video is I think I saw this video. Let me get it up for you. Share. I hate like that. I can't see if it's shared or not. I have to like flip between tabs back and forth. It drives me crazy. So this is Aiden's.
Karen, was OJ framed? Was OJ framed, Karen? Was there blood in the Bronco? What other killers are you supporting?
You've got to be kidding.
Like, who does that? And honestly, like, isn't that considered witness intimidation because she's a witness in her own trial?
Well, it's harassment, if nothing else. But I mean, the US has some funny laws about that.
Massachusetts has some funny laws about that.
You know, they seem to allow a lot more than what they do in my country, for sure. I can't believe somebody can stand outside court and say that. I mean, in the UK, I know this isn't America, but in the UK, journalists used to be like that. They used to be real bastards. And we've now got laws in the UK to stop them from harassing, haranguing, bullying, intimidating. You know, the journalists have to be real careful in how they deal with questioning and how they treat people.
Right.
But in America, it seems like a carte blanche to do what the hell you like. You know, you can basically accuse them of everything under the sun.
Yeah, it's basically just not fighting words or direct threats is basically what I mean you can get away with, because I mean even the judge said it in his paperwork that my dog is driving me crazy. I'm about to lose it. Even the judge said it in his paperwork that he's a journalist, and that with journalism and stuff like that's what he does. And I mean, granted, I think that with Turtle Boy, he's on thin ice, and the judge is probably not going to let it happen again. He'll probably get in a little bit of trouble next time. So I guarantee he'll have it revoked next time. So
yeah,
but,
Amy, Give me your IP address and I'll have control of your router in 30 minutes.
I remember that. It was like she was like 19, I think, something like that, and she kept telling him that if he loved her, he would do it. Isn't that the one? In Florida, stalking laws are they actually in Florida anybody can pretty much say crap they want to, except for killing you online, and do what they want to and harass you no matter what. And what's wrong? Did I do something?
No, she's talking to me. She's telling me, basically telling me to stop messing around.
She said, Lucas, knock it off.
Yeah. No, it's like Amy was saying yesterday, you know, when you're doing jobs in IT, you know, depending on how important it is and how crucial it is, you don't mess around.
Right.
You don't.
Yeah, I had a girl who was harassing me and stalking me, and didn't care. Like she was making Facebook groups about me. She was attacking a nonprofit I was working with for childhood cancer. She was attacking Liam's page, because I have a page on Facebook for my son Liam. And she was attacking that page. Like I would wake up to messages and all kinds of stuff. And her, she actually is another one, just like Laura Owens, who faked pregnancy and faked twins. And come to find out, like she was never, there's nothing in Florida we could do. I would call the sheriff's department. I'm like, she is like literally attacking me nonstop. I have, Lucas, I'll have to get it out. I have a 4-inch binder, and in that binder, every separate page is a different post or a different message or a different group. Like not any one of them are the same. And so
there's some real stupid people in the world.
She's a lot like Laura Owens, Nikki, like that other girl.
You know, and they do things over the internet because there's no comeback on them, and they don't think about the next step, which is litigation.
Yeah, we had the sheriff out here numerous times, and I had to finally fight for someone to get the state's attorney's office to look at it. They even denied me a restraining order.
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, like this girl is crazy. But ironically, her name was Amy. Not the same Amy, but her name was Amy. And it was spelled differently.
You might have heard, I don't know if you're aware, but you might have heard J.D. Vance and Donald Trump questioning our Prime Minister on his visit to the White House about free speech in the UK. And obviously our Prime Minister said free speech is very much alive in the UK. And then in a couple of days after that, there was a guy and his wife arrested and jailed for, I think it was 7 hours.
Wow.
For questioning a school board's decision on not hiring a new headmaster. So
that's crazy.
They questioned the school board, you know, whatever they said, you're not doing the job you get paid to do, or whatever it was. And the school board sent the police around, arrested them for hate crime. And people get arrested before any investigation's done. So you get arrested for something that somebody complains about on the premise that you've committed a crime, and then it's up to the police to prove that you've committed a crime. And if you haven't committed a crime, they let you go. And that's how it is in our country now. It's absolute backwards.
It's crazy to me.
Mm.
It really is. Like, I guess John DePietro posted a video about Turtle Boy. So supposedly Turtle Boy posted a video about him talking to DePietro, but DePietro also posted one.
Tell me who this John DePietro is. I've
He
heard
is
his name.
He is a. Here you go. Let me send it to you. There you go. I don't want to. All right, let me see if I can get it to come up and still have a court. I don't think it's very long.
Let me see. Try this.
John, why
All
do
right,
you
hold
lie
on.
every
I'm
day?
live right now.
Why do you lie every day? You go in there and you lie. We read your tweets. You misrepresent what's happening. No, you're lying. You're lying, John. How much are they paying you to lie?
Now, hold on. Listen, Turtle. All right. Do I have to get? You're not supposed to be doing something.
Doing what?
And on top of it,
You don't like when people ask questions.
Right now.
You ask Karen questions.
I'm live reading right now.
Oh, so you're allowed to ask questions,
All
but
right.
I'm not.
Yeah, but she's not broadcasting the I am. So
No, I'm broadcasting.
Trooper, officer, you come here just.
I can't talk to you?
No, not when I'm broadcasting.
Okay.
You're not supposed
Wait,
to do
why
that when
can't
I'm
I do that?
broadcasting.
Why can't I
If
do
you
that?
check, there is a provision where you're not supposed to interrupt someone who's over broadcast.
Who said
As
that?
a matter of fact,
Who said
you know
that?
it's an FCC policy.
An FCC
So
policy.
actually, you're violating FCC policy. Officer, could you just ask this individual to move along instead of interrupting? So you can check that. It's actually a policy that you're not supposed to interrupt the broadcast. So, all right, you can keep filming me like that. So with your glasses. So why don't you go tell them that you want them and their families to burn to death in their homes? Okay, that is certainly the words of a domestic terrorist.
I don't want that.
Yes, you do want that. So now listen, I've asked you 4 times, and you can look it up. You're not supposed to interrupt the broadcast. You go over there and do that. I'm live right now, right? And he is coming over and interrupting the broadcast. And I'm actually on the radio, and there's a policy that you're not supposed to interrupt someone doing a broadcast of this. So could you ask him to move along? What is your point?
Well, I was just trying to ask him a question.
No, he's interrupting. You can wait till I'm done at 2 o'clock.
Am I not allowed to ask him a question?
No,
I'm not trying to start.
Interrupt. Yes, you are trying to start something. That's his film.
I'm not going to
If you want to talk to me, I'll talk to you at 2 o'clock.
I definitely don't want to make a big deal.
You are trying to make a big deal.
Well,
So,
okay,
you
well,
want-
yeah.
Why don't you just let me do my thing?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. I'll get going, but I mean, what the heck? Just ask me a
Why
question.
don't you go ask when someone's doing a live broadcast? You
He
can
asked
interrupt.
her
Oh,
the other day when we went to court. He asked her
Oh, yeah. Why
about
don't you
OJ. Remember you asked her about OJ? You know, was
Absolutely, I
OJ
did.
framed?
Yes.
So you can ask questions to the camera.
She wasn't broadcasting. She wasn't broadcasting. What part of that? I know that all your fans are on there.
Well, what law
I'll
says
talk
that I
it.
can't
It is a violation. It is. That's what this is for.
That's funny as shit.
That to me looks like entrapment.
With what?
He was quick. He was quick to call the troopers over when.
Oh yeah, he's in with all of them about wanting to get Turtle Boy back in jail.
Yeah, so he's been off with Turtle Boy. Turtle Boy reacts and he's straight, Trooper, come over here, you know.
And he's like, it's illegal to interrupt a broadcast, dude. You're interrupting your show on YouTube. And you know it's funny because he calls Turtle Boy out for all the stuff that he does. But if you watch, like he did it to somebody not a year ago, where he camped out in front of somebody's house, asking them why they did it and all this other stuff, and go and have people knock on the door and filming them, and like just nothing, like a lot worse than what Turtle Boy did.
Yeah. I mean, I've got a lot of sympathy for people who want to get to the truth, but there's a right and a wrong way of getting to the truth. And, you know, with all the lies and corruption and backhanded dirtiness going on, it's difficult. It's not easy.
No.
I'm just hoping that the evidence will speak for itself and the jury will come to the right conclusion.
Yeah, because it is scary to think that you know, she has 12 people that her life is in their hands. That is like, they have to decide whether they believe she did this or not. And, you know, and when we're from the outside looking in, we all know that what we believe happened. You know, we all know what we think is a setup. So to have that, like, to know that it could go either way, it's still kind of scary to me. I don't think she'll be convicted. I think it would be a mistrial or a not guilty vote, but personally, but because I really don't feel like Hank has put on a strong case.
Yeah, I've got a strong suspicion that it's going to be another mistrial as well. It's frightening, as Dee Marie says. It's shocking.
Yeah, and it can be any one of us. The thing is they messed with the wrong chick.
Yeah, I mean, they expected her to make a deal, didn't they? And nobody who's guilty is going to go to these lengths to prove they're innocent if they've really done it.
Right.
You know, unless they're an absolute narcissist and think that they're never going to get caught. But I don't think Karen's that type of person.
Right. I mean, Karen to me seems like she is a down to earth. She is very involved in her case. Like, how often do you see a defense or defendant as involved in a case of their own defense as she is? You know what I mean? Like, to me, that speaks volumes that she is working right next to and going up to those sidebars and doing all that stuff, and she's working right with them.
Yep.
To me, that's huge, because if she was guilty, she wouldn't be doing that stuff. You know what I mean? She would be like, let my lawyers do it. They can do a good job, you know. But like, but it's just slimy. Hank is slimy.
But he's that's what he's getting paid for. You know, Lally had a shot. He made a mess of it. You know, all he did was waste time.
He spent more time banking a case against Arca than he has for this court case.
Yeah, well, we're going to find out in the coming
he still
days.
has his accident reconstructionist to go, but from what Trailboy was saying, is that he's not calling the Bryans Proctor or Tully.
Well, that doesn't surprise me.
So I have a feeling that the defense side's going to be a long thing.
Oh yeah, I mean, last trial it was sort of 90% prosecution, 10% defense. I think it's going to be
70-30.
40% prosecution, 60% defense this time around, because there's a lot more information out there. There's a lot more facts and evidence and testimony to go through. But they'll streamline it this time. They won't waste as much time as Lally did with the, you know, who, if anyone, bullshit. Oh God, I can't even believe I'm remembering that. That haunts me. Does that?
Zach, you will get muted. Okay, I do have that power. I don't care if you have a wrench. I will mute you. Talking mean. I already swatted Lucas. He'll tell you. It's just, and I swatted him just for talking about my hair. So keep it up, boy. And I did not check I checked no in the letter, not yes.
I read a story a few weeks ago that a guy in the US has been jailed for swatting people, and the number of times he swatted people was in the hundreds.
Yeah, I mean, swatting is just like the most ridiculous thing. I don't understand. Like, it's so dangerous to do that to somebody, and like, especially with their kids in the house. I mean, somebody's life is on the line if the cops came in and they thought they had a gun, and you know what I mean? It's just so scary.
Oh yeah, they seem to have gone back 150 years into the American Wild West, where you shoot first and don't ask questions.
Look, I'm Gen X. We didn't do that shit.
We're unmuted.
Oh, we're unmuted.
We're back.
See you soon.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Ms. Gilman, if you could take us to 1054. And before we begin, Trooper Mechanic, is this a different location than all the video we've seen before?
Yes, this is the Waterfall Bar Grill surveillance footage from inside the lounge area. And for reference purposes, this is at this location, the timestamp is accurate to the real time.
Ms. Gilman, could you begin at 1054, please?
Here we see the defendant, Mr. O'Keefe, walk into the bar and see their friends and engage in hugs and greetings.
We'll let the Waterfall Bar videos play.
I'm sorry, sir?
We'll let the Waterfall video bars play. We'll just let them play.
Okay.
$11.46, please. $12.06, please. $12.07. $12.10, please. Did you see the last person walk out the door on that video clip?
Yes, I did.
And did you identify who that is?
Yes, it's Mr. John O'Keefe. He's wearing the two-tone gray sweatshirt with the sleeves pulled up towards the elbows.
Is that the same clothing that you found at Good Samaritan Hospital when you went to visit?
Yes, it is.
The baseball hat, did you have an opportunity to look at the hat he was wearing?
Yes, I did.
Is that consistent with the hat that you and the group found on February 3rd, 2010?
Yes, it is.
The pants?
Yes, it is.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 108C. This is already introduced into evidence. When you studied that photo, do you notice anything in Mr. O'Keefe's hand?
Yes, in his right hand, he's holding a short style cocktail glass with black drinking straw protruding from it as it is backdropped on the snow on the hood of the car that's parked outside.
Could we show 108C, please? Ms. Gilman, could you focus the best you can on the drink? Is that the photo you looked at?
Yes, it is.
Can you point out or explain where you see the drinking straw?
Absolutely. Right there to the right of the red indicator, you could see the straw protruding out of the glass. Mr. O'Keefe is holding in his right hand.
Thank you. You can take that down, Ms. Gilman.
I'm going to allow it.
You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. One last matter, Trooper Buchanan. In 2024, did you obtain ring video for that time period in 2024 from Mr. O'Keefe's home?
Yes, I did.
Did you provide that ring video to a person who works for a company by the name of Aperture?
Yes, we did.
And just very basically, do you know what Aperture does?
Yes, I do.
What do they do?
They assist in scientific fashion to reconstruct, test, and evaluate, analyze vehicle-involved crashes and deaths.
Is Aperture part of the Mass State Police team?
They are not.
Are they a private company?
Yes, they are.
May I approach?
Yes.
Handing in the item to you, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a ring video from 2024.
So what location?
Meadows Ave.
I'd move this evidence. No objection.
Thank you.
I have no further questions.
Okay. Thank you. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Sergeant Buchnick.
Good afternoon, sir.
I want to talk to you for a second about roles in this case, in this investigation. Would you agree with me that Michael Proctor was the lead investigator as well as the case agent in charge of this case?
He was assigned as the case officer for the case.
In that position, given the fact that it was his assignment, would you agree with me that he had a leadership role insofar as the investigation of the case was concerned?
I wouldn't call it a leadership role. It's more of a facilitator, liaison between the DA's personnel within the office and the state police. He also helps facilitate any missions, outstanding tasks that need to be completed.
He obviously had a supervisor, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
He obviously had a supervisor, correct?
He did, yes, that would be myself.
That would be you.
Yes.
Every case has some lead trooper in your unit, correct? Every case is assigned to someone to sort of be in charge and lead the charge of the investigation. Is that right?
Every case has a case officer that manages the investigation.
Right. And managing the investigation doesn't mean just, sort of typing up schedules. It means actually managing the investigation, like deciding what search warrants are going to be written in certain circumstances. That's one example, correct?
They're responsible for writing and authoring those search warrants. Sometimes the recommendation, suggestion, or leadership comes from the supervisors or the DA staff where their experience might dictate otherwise.
And sometimes it comes from the lead case agent himself or herself, correct?
At times, yes.
Every team, even back when you were in the military, you were on many, many teams in the Marine Corps, correct?
I'm sorry, you were speaking, facing away from me. I couldn't hear you.
Every team, including back in the time you were in the military, back in the time you were in the Marine Corps, every team has multiple individuals involved in that team, correct? That's the whole point of a team, multiple people, correct?
I would agree with you that a team consists of more than one person.
And there has to be some sort of echelon of leadership on that team, correct? Everybody's not just an equal, co-equal, correct?
We might have different duties, responsibilities, but Some teams have equal rank. Yeah.
But there's going to be a team leader, right? That's a military phrase, team leader.
Yes, there is a team leader in the Marine Corps, in the rifle platoon, but not every team has a leader.
Did the team in this case, in this investigation, have a leader? Someone who was assigned as the lead case agent? Not just another officer, not just another detective, but the lead case agent.
The case officer for the investigation was Michael Proctor.
But you don't want to say lead case agent or case officer, correct?
I refer to that billet as case officer.
Your responsibility as the supervisor over this particular case officer or any other case officer that you might have, or any other trooper that you might have under your supervision, your responsibility in no small part is to supervise the individuals under your command to ensure that the case is adequately investigated. It's properly investigated. That's part of your role as a supervisor, correct?
Is one of my many responsibilities, yes.
It's partly because you have more experience, I'm guessing, than the people under your charge. Is that right?
Certainly in my position, but there are many instances where a sergeant might have less experience than a well-seasoned trooper that's been in the office for 15 to 20 years. So
fair enough. Fair enough. That may be the case, but under ordinary circumstances, you earn your way into a supervisory role in the Massachusetts State Police through both not just time, but time and experience, correct?
We take an exam and then get promoted based on the exam.
Part of the responsibility that you have as a supervisor is to make sure that the case is properly investigated, and that may include making sure you have the right suspects, right? The array of suspects that may exist, you want to make sure, and you supervise to make sure that that array of suspects is appropriate and proper, correct?
In every investigation, we follow the evidence. We follow the statements provided by eyewitnesses, witnesses in the case. Sometimes the defendants or suspects provide statements to us. At many instances, those could be contradictory statements. We follow the evidence in every investigation, and that evidence determines who the suspect, person of interest, or ultimately the defendant is.
And you want to make sure that you gather, or that your subordinates gather, that evidence in an appropriate and objective way. It's obviously the foundation of a good investigation, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Maybe. You obviously, as a supervisor, want to make sure, you talked about following the evidence, you want to make sure that that evidence is gathered in a way that is adequate, in a way that is objective, that in a way that is unbiased, so that you can gather the evidence that will lead you to the right folks, right? The right suspects.
We always want to gather as much evidence as possible. We conduct that gathering in the most appropriate ways possible. Sometimes there are tough decisions that have to be made where we have to either decide whether we're collecting evidence A or evidence B, and those decisions have to be made on the spot. At times it's a time-sensitive matter. At times it's a decision made by a group putting their heads together and deciding on that. So I don't know if that answers your question, but
Not really.
That's the most
Let's try it again.
Accurate explanation.
Okay, you done?
I am.
Okay, let's try that again. You want to make sure that the evidence, as a supervisor, supervising your subordinates, you want to make sure that the evidence is gathered in an appropriate way, in an objective way, correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You're also doing everything you can as a supervisor and someone with the experience to make sure that the highest levels of integrity and those demands are met in any investigation that you work on.
If there was a question of integrity, those individuals would not be part of an investigation.
That includes knowing, obviously, what your subordinates are doing.
During the conduct of the investigation, during the process of us investigating a crime, yes, we know what is going on, because every bit of information that comes in needs to be shared, and we need to make sure the whole team is aware of all the evidence and information that is available to us at the time.
you want to make sure that, I'm going to use a colloquial phrase, you keep tabs on those who are reporting to you, correct? What are they doing? What are they engaged in? When are they coming and going? Who are they interviewing? Things of that nature. Basic investigative things, correct?
For the most part, you can't track every single person all the time, but this is a very serious line of work. A lot depends on it. We speak for those that can no longer speak for themselves. So we do our best to conduct every investigation with integrity, honor, and get to the truth.
If you don't properly supervise, and I'm talking about your role now as a supervisor, if you don't properly engage in that supervision, it obviously increases chances for mistakes. It increases chances for bias to seep in. It increases chances that something could affect the adequacy of the investigation, correct?
That's a lot there. Can you repeat that, please? Maybe one section at a time?
Sure. If you don't properly supervise your subordinates in an investigation, failing to properly supervise them could increase the chances that mistakes are made. Isn't that right? That's why you supervise.
That is one possibility.
Okay. Let's break it down. It also increases chances that there could be inherent biases that are seeping into the case that you want to make sure doesn't happen, correct?
I believe that human beings all have biases, but during the investigation, those biases do not affect, especially in this case, they did not affect any outcome of the investigation.
So I wasn't even talking about this case. I was talking about cases in general and your supervisory role in general. Your job as a supervisor is to seek out and make sure that there are no biases in an investigation, correct?
Absolutely.
You want to make sure that any investigation as a supervisor, any investigation that is under your charge, under your supervision, is done adequately and professionally. Is that right?
Yes, that is right.
And there is a chain of command for that, right? Meaning someone under your charge needs to report up the chain of command to you, and you have supervisors to whom you report, correct?
Yes, it's a paramilitary structure, and it is in order for the colonel to keep command and control over the entire agency of 2,000 plus people, it is absolutely necessary for there be a reporting up and down within the ranks of the Massachusetts State Police.
And you have, by the way, what's your chain of command? Who did you report to back in 2022?
I directly reported to Detective Lieutenant Tully.
Especially in a case, you mentioned this case a second ago, especially in a case like this, a homicide investigation, especially in a homicide investigation involving a police officer, you have to maintain your knowledge, an intimate knowledge of those under your command, under your charge, to ensure that what they're doing fits what you believe to be the proper protocol. In other words, you're not just going to let people loose. You're going to watch what they're doing and actually supervise them, correct?
Yes, absolutely. We are professionals, and we conduct each and every investigation with that in mind, and with the integrity that is necessary.
You just used the word I was about to use. That ensures the adequacy of the investigation, correct?
Yes.
To use your word, that ensures the integrity of the investigation. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
As you sit here today, do you believe that this investigation, now I'm going to turn to this investigation, was conducted with professionalism, with competence, at the highest level of integrity?
This investigation was conducted professionally with integrity, and all the evidence collected, all the statements collected pointed in one direction. There was no bias influence on the evidence, on the information that was collected, or which direction the investigation pointed naturally.
Former Trooper Michael Proctor was the person who was the assigned case agent, the lead case agent in this particular investigation, correct?
Michael Proctor was the case officer for this investigation.
He was assigned, ultimately, to use another phrase, as the lead investigator, wasn't he?
I'm not going to agree with you.
Is there a reason that you want to try to distance yourself from naming Michael Proctor as the lead investigator in the case? Is there some reason?
I am not trying to distance myself. All I'm saying is the term that I use is the case officer. We're simply case managers. There's no leading investigation in any direction.
So in your mind, well, let me ask you this. He's a case officer, another word for that, synonym would be an investigator, right? He's a detective, an investigator, correct?
He is a detective, yes.
And he was the one who was assigned by the Massachusetts State Police because of his on-call status that night, or that morning, January 29, 2022, he was assigned to the case, correct?
Michael,
Yes or no? Assigned to the case. That's all I'm asking.
well, you said a lot before that, so
No, I said he was assigned to the case. What I said before that was January 29, 2022. He was assigned by the Massachusetts State Police as the case officer for this case. Right?
no.
Who was?
He was assigned to be on call a month prior. Just because he was on call, he was assigned the case as a result. He was not assigned the case right there and then, because his assignment began much earlier in the day.
Sorry, we can do this all day, I suppose. He was on call.
He
on
was.
January 29, correct?
He was.
Because he was on call, any case that happened to come in would be assigned to whom?
To the on-call trooper that's on the schedule.
Which was whom?
It was Michael Proctor.
Let me just ask you this. Do you believe that Michael Proctor, his involvement in this case, taints the investigation? Tainted the investigation?
No.
Not at all.
The investigation was done with honor, integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction only.
Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor?
Was that a question? I'm sorry.
Sure is. Everything I say is question. Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor, Sergeant?
Sustain to the comment. Go ahead and ask it again, Mr.
I'll ask it
Jackson.
again. You said honor and integrity. Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor?
I'll allow it.
The investigation was conducted with honor and integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction and one direction only.
So, Sergeant Buchanan, you don't want to answer my question. Correct?
I will answer your question, absolutely.
Do you think this case was handled with honor and integrity by Michael Proctor, Sergeant?
The investigation was handled with integrity by Michael Proctor.
You do know that he touched or had input in nearly every part of this case, obviously, as the case officer, correct?
He managed the case.
So he had some input or had some connection to nearly every part of the case, be it the physical evidence, the search warrants, the interviews, things of that nature.
He was one of the involved with collecting evidence, conducting interviews, and signing affidavits for the search warrants.
He didn't take a minor role in this case. He had a major role in this case. Would you at least agree with that?
He had a role that was more significant than others. A major role would, to me, suggest that he had 51% or more. And with a team of the size that we had working on this case, he did not have a major role.
So you believe, as you sit here today, your testimony is Michael Proctor did not have a major role in this investigation of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed because he didn't have 51% of something? That's your testimony?
That's the way I understand it, yes.
Okay. You're aware of the search warrants that were drafted, affidavits that were attendant to those search warrants in this case, correct?
Am I aware of affidavits drafted?
Search warrants and affidavits.
In support of the search warrants?
Correct.
Yes, I am.
Right. You're also aware that there was good amount of physical evidence that was handled in this case, recovered, touched, booked, assigned or booked into the lab, things of that nature?
I am aware of the evidence involved in this case, yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sergeant Buchanan, I've handed you a binder, and it's tabbed just for your convenience, so I don't have to walk back and forth. With
Thank
the
you,
court's
sir.
permission.
Yes.
Can you open tab 1? I'm not going to ask you to read the entire search warrant, but is that a search warrant that ends in 07?
Yes, it is.
And it's for generally Verizon records for Ms. Reed's cell phone.
No, I would not agree with you, sir.
What is that search warrant for?
It's for Verizon records for a VIN number, which looks like a vehicle.
Is that the vehicle, the SUV, the Lexus SUV in this case?
I do not know for sure because it doesn't have that identifier here, and I don't know the VIN number off the top of my head.
Okay, fair enough. Who's the affiant?
Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 2? Is that a search warrant ending in the number 14?
Give me 1 second.
I'm sorry,
I don't want to
13.
ruin your presentation here.
Search warrant ending in 13. I misspoke.
Okay.
Is that a search warrant for, generally speaking, Karen Reed's cell phone?
The quality of this photocopy is so poor, I cannot make out exactly what it's for, but there is an overlay of print. I can read what is presented to me, if that's what you want me to do. I do not know if this is an authentic copy of a search warrant.
Let's just look at the affidavit. Can you tell me who the affiant is?
On this document, the affiant is Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab? By the way, just staying with that for a second, you said you don't recognize it. Do you recognize it as being attendant to this case?
The application or the affidavit?
The search warrant. Well,
Again,
they go together.
The application or the together?
They go together.
I understand that, but I'm asking which document you want me to.
The document in total. In other words, it's not a search warrant dealing with a different case. It's dealing with Ms. Reed's case, correct?
Again, I cannot say from the search warrant because of the quality of it. The addendum A appears to be with this case.
Okay. Have you ever seen it before?
I'm sorry?
Have you ever seen it before, this search warrant?
I haven't read the whole thing, so I can't testify to that.
So this could be a search warrant that you never even saw?
Based on what you're presenting to me, never having seen or not having read all the details of it, I cannot say whether I've seen it before or not.
So you're not sure that Michael Proctor didn't just do the search warrant without your knowledge as you sit here?
I don't know if this is truly Michael Proctor's product.
Think that might be a forgery? his
I'm
name?
sorry?
You think that might be a forgery at the end of that affidavit?
Well, for one, it's not signed. So I don't know who produced this. What I'm saying to you is I don't know who produced this. The quality of the first document, the narrative, I don't know who produced it. If you show me a search warrant application with an affidavit from court with a stamp, the timestamp and the stamp water seal from court, I will tell you that that's what it appears to be. What you've shown me here, I don't know what this is.
Otherwise, looking at that document, seeing the affidavit, seeing the addendum, seeing Michael Proctor's name on it, no clue whether or not that's a warrant that's attendant to this case that Michael Proctor drafted and submitted. You have no clue.
I can't take you at your word.
I'm not asking you to take me at my word, sir. I'm not testifying. I'm asking you to take the document at his word. Do you recognize it or not? If you don't, you don't.
I do not, no.
Okay, let's turn to tab 3. Does that appear to be a search warrant ending in the number 14?
Yes, it is.
And does that appear to generally be associated with Ring camera footage at One Meadows? Or can you not tell that?
It has an email address, an associated MAC address. So yes, that's what it appears to be.
Okay. Can you tell me who the affiant is?
Again, this is not a signed search warrant. This is just an affidavit.
Whose name is at the bottom of it?
The name at the bottom printed is Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 4? Does that appear to be a search warrant ending in the number 04?
Yes, it does.
And does that appear to be for Ring footage also at One Meadows in 2023?
Based on the application addendum A, it's the same email address associated with the previous location of Meadows, yes.
Who's the affiant or affiant?
Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 5? Does that appear to be a police report?
It does.
And do you see a reference in that police report for a search warrant ending in 10 for a telematic system regarding Miss Reed's SUV? And it may speed things up if you look at page 2.
There is a reference to it, yes.
Okay. Whose report is that?
It's Trooper Nicholas Guarino's report.
And who is referred to on page 2 as seeking search warrant ending in 10?
That search warrant was issued at Stoughton District Court and presented by Trooper Proctor.
Turn to tab 6, if you wouldn't mind. Do you see a search warrant ending in the number 77?
I see the application, yes.
And this deals with Google, some geofence data, correct?
Yes, it is.
Who's the affiant?
Again, this search warrant is not signed, so, but I would say this isn't an actual search warrant, but it seems like at the bottom it says Trooper Michael Proctor.
If you turn to tab 7, please. Does that appear to be a report authored by Nicholas Garino?
It does.
Does that deal with John O'Keefe's cell phone?
It's a report written by Nicholas Garino referencing Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, yes.
And it indicates that Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone was seized by a particular trooper?
That's what the report indicates, yes.
Who's the trooper?
In this report, it says that Trooper Proctor secured the cell phone.
Turn to tab 8, if you don't mind. Do you see a similar report by Trooper Garino?
Yes.
And do you see reference to Karen, pardon me, Karen Reed's cell phone having been seized?
Yes.
And that was seized by Trooper Proctor also, correct?
Yeah, him and I were there together.
His name is in the report, though.
Yes, his name is in the report.
Your name is not in the report, is it?
I'll have to check. Give me a second, please. My initials are in the report.
Turn to tab 9. Do you see a report by you?
I do.
Indicating early spring 2022. There was a CPD video requested by somebody, correct?
Yes.
Who did you indicate requested that CPD video?
The case officer, Trooper Proctor.
And you went and actually, in this instance, you actually went and got the video and delivered it to him, correct? At his request.
Yes, as the case officer, I would, yeah.
Because as the case officer, he's entitled to ask for things, have them delivered, correct?
Anybody's entitled to ask for things, absolutely. We are pursuing justice. We're looking for any and all possible evidence.
I'm sure you are. As the case officer, he's entitled to ask for things to be delivered to him.
Yes, yes.
Even by his supervisor.
Yes, absolutely.
If you don't mind turning to tab 10, please. Do you recognize that report?
I'm sorry, I was still turning. It's the same report.
Same report, different paragraph, also talking about, or the different sentence, talking about a July 2023 CPD or Canton Police Department video that was also requested, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Sure. That particular part of the report, where I'm directing your attention to July of 2023, there was a Canton Police Department video requested by someone, correct?
Yes.
Who was that requested by?
Trooper Proctor.
And who delivered it to Trooper Proctor?
I did.
Turn to tab 11, please. You see a document referencing the analysis of Canton Town library videos.
I do.
And who is it that's listed as having received and reviewed and analyzed the town library videos?
Give me just 1 second. I have to read the report. It was Trooper Proctor that analyzed the video and wrote up the timeline.
Thank you. Sergeant, if you'll turn to tab 12. Do you recognize that as being a November 2023 report?
Yes, it's report number 83.
And who authored that report?
This report is authored by Trooper Michael Proctor.
Does that indicate, and I'm not going to ask you to go through the entirety of the report, but if you scan that report, does that indicate certain items of evidence that Trooper Proctor claimed to have recovered on his own? Pieces of plastic, small black plastic, clear plastic, fragment of glass on February 11th, 2022, 3 pieces of clear plastic on February 11th, 2022, clear and red plastic pieces on February 18th, 2022. Is all that referenced in there?
Those items are documented in this report as were collected. Yes.
And those are all documented as having been collected by Trooper Proctor himself, correct?
Yes, they were.
And if you'll turn to tab 13. This is an evidence submission form, correct?
I'm sorry, 13?
Tab 13, yes, sir.
Yes, it's a copy of an evidence submission form from March 14th, 2022.
And that indicates submission of certain items of physical evidence from Massachusetts State Police custody to the crime lab, correct?
I would say so, based on this copy's information on there. Yes, I would say so.
And who's the person who submitted the items that I'll ask you about?
It is Trooper Michael Proctor.
And those items include clothing, is that right? We don't have to go through them line by line, but generally, you see clothing items mentioned on there?
The first line is a clothing item, yes.
That includes a lot of what we saw today, Sergeant Buchanan, the shirt, the orange shirt, the sweatshirt, blue jeans, belt, correct?
Blue jeans, belt. What was the other thing that you listed?
Shirts.
There was a shirt, yes.
It also lists certain items of plastic, certain items of glass. Is that right?
Some of those items are listed, yes.
And it even mentions the straw that you talked to Mr. Brennan about, correct?
Yes, the straw is mentioned and numbered.
And all of those items were submitted on March 14th, 2022, correct?
That's what the form indicates, yes.
And all of those items were submitted by Michael Proctor from his custody and control to the crime lab, correct?
That's who signed the form.
So the things that, according to the form at least, and your experience with forms of this nature, it was Michael Proctor who possessed and controlled those items before they were turned over to the to the crime lab, correct?
That would be accurate, yes.
So he would have maintained all of it, is that right? At least at some point?
They would have been in his custody as he's transporting them for processing at the lab, of course.
And then after he maintained control of it, eventually he turned it over and submitted those items, correct?
If the form is accurate, then yes, that's absolutely right.
So we've just gone through a few things. What you and I have just gone through is not nearly everything that Michael Proctor was involved with in terms of this investigation, correct? We didn't talk about witness interviews, right?
We did not talk about witness interviews, no.
So there's a lot more that Michael Proctor on a day-to-day basis as the case officer was involved in addition to what you and I just talked about. correct?
Yes, there was many more things he was involved in. As I mentioned, that was just report 83. There's 100 plus reports in this case that were written. There's a lot of evidence that was collected and processed. So he had a part in the investigation as the case officer managing the tasks. But there's a lot of people involved in this investigation.
So he touched or authored or reviewed or controlled at least every bit of what you and I have talked about this morning, all these items that we've just talked about, correct?
He is referenced or is his name appears on most of these documents, yes,
As a matter of fact,
if not all.
Of the
If
ones
not.
that we just went through, he's not just referenced, he's the author of every single one of them, correct?
No, Nicholas Garino wrote some of these reports.
Sorry, the author of the search warrant. I asked you to look at Nicholas Garino's report to reference the search warrant that Nicholas Garino referenced in his report, and Michael Proctor was the author of that search warrant, correct?
Again, I hate to do this to you, but
Oh, I don't think you do.
some of these search warrants could not be authenticated. I don't know what these documents were. I didn't read them, so I can't tell you that he was the author. Like what you presented, I can't speak to.
You just made my point. Even as the supervisor, you don't know everything that Michael Proctor was doing, do you?
No, it's impossible to know everything somebody was doing.
Got it. Especially the case officer on this case, as busy as he was, right?
I'm sorry?
Especially the case officer on this case, as busy as he was, Michael Proctor, right?
He was keeping us and his supervisors abreast of what was happening, the next step, the search warrants he was writing, the evidence that was being collected, the interviews that are being conducted, court dates and motions and stuff like that.
So he would do the work and then keep you, the word you just used, keep you abreast of that work.
Right, unless I was involved with the investigation myself. We did a ton of interviews together as I authored some of these reports as well. I said there was 100 plus reports.
Sir, you were notified on January 29th, 2022, that a Boston police officer was found gravely injured in front of 34 Fairview in the lawn, in the yard, correct?
No, that is not correct.
What were you notified of?
When the notification came in, it was that there was a male party found in the snowbank.
At some point, you learned that male party was John O'Keefe, a police officer, correct?
At some point, we did learn that he was a Boston police officer.
As a matter of fact, you learned that morning. May not have been the first notification, but certainly early that morning, you knew that John O'Keefe was a Boston police officer.
At some point, we learned. I don't remember exactly when, if it was morning, just after 12. I don't know when, but we did learn that he was a Boston police officer.
And I'm not asking about what Trooper Proctor learned, but what you learned. You learned that he was a Boston police officer, correct?
At some point, I learned that he was a Boston police officer, yes.
And on January 29th, did you ever respond to 34 Fairview Road at any time?
On January 29th, 2022, at no point in time did I or Michael Proctor, who was with me the whole time, ever respond to 34 Fairview Road.
So the answer to my question, very simply, is no, right?
That's correct.
You just answered this question as well, but I want to make sure we're absolutely clear. Your Honor, may I approach? I don't want that binder to be in this way. At no point on January 29th, 2022, did Michael Proctor respond to 34 Fairview either, did he?
No, he did not.
You already indicated and you described in some detail that Massachusetts State Police took over the investigation from Canton Police Department around 8 or 9 a.m., correct? Following certain protocols.
Yes, at some point in the morning, once it was determined that Mr. O'Keefe was gravely injured and was being transported to the hospital with no signs of life, and we were advised that he had a estimated 10% of survival rate, we engaged our services and responded to Canton Police to begin the investigation.
So the answer to that question is yes, correct?
Yes.
You'll often work with a local police agency, even though, police department, even though Massachusetts State Police may have statutory jurisdiction over the case because it's a homicide, right?
Yes, part of our mission is to aid and assist local police departments when they request it. In this specific situation, as I stated earlier, the DA's office has exclusive jurisdiction over death investigations, and our office has that responsibility of investigating those cases. But we work very well with local departments.
So the answer to that question is yes, correct?
Yes.
If you can answer my question yes or no, this will go a lot faster. In this case, even though you oftentimes work with local law enforcement agencies, it was determined that you would not continue working with Canton PD because of a conflict or the perception of a potential conflict of interest, correct?
To alleviate any perception, not that one existed, the Canton Police Department recused themselves from being involved in the interview portion of the investigation.
And that's in no small part because the lawn on which Mr. O'Keefe was found belongs to to Brian Albert, and Kevin Albert, Brian Albert's brother, worked as a detective at Canton Police Department, correct?
That was my understanding why they chose to take those steps.
Your first documented action in this case was to call the medical examiner's office. First documented action, not the first thing you did, but the first thing that you documented that you did was to call the medical examiner's office at about 10:41 a.m., correct?
In what respect are you saying first documented action?
There's a report where we can look at the earliest thing that you did, and it's actually written down and documented. You know what I mean by documented? Written on a piece of paper.
In that respect of documentation, I would have to look into it. I believe there was something probably before that, since there was a documentation of us getting notified of the incident.
At 10:41, let me just ask it a little bit more straightforward if I can, just to get to the point. At 10:41 a.m., you called the medical examiner's office to inform them that Mr. O'Keefe, quote, was struck in the face with a cocktail glass, or at least appeared to be, correct?
That is in part what I advised the medical examiner's office, where they are responsible for the medical portion of.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach briefly?
Okay.
All right, so Sergeant, I'm going to ask you to do your best to answer the question that's asked.
Yes, Your Honor.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Did you contact the medical examiner's office in the morning of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And did you state to them that there was a possibility that the decedent, John O'Keefe, was struck in the face with a cocktail glass?
I don't recall my words exactly, but that sounds accurate to what I might have said.
At least your initial investigation during those early morning hours, or those critical hours, led you to believe at least that there was a possibility that there was a physical altercation, correct?
Yes.
What steps did you take at that moment to determine whether or not anybody in the house may have been involved in that physical altercation that you thought was a possibility?
That's a compound question. I have to answer it separately.
Answer it however you want to. It's an open-ended question, which is unlike me. What steps did you take to, at that moment, to determine whether or not anybody in the house could have been involved in that possible physical altercation that you just described?
We interviewed the homeowner and 2 witnesses that were in that house.
You never went into the house, did you? On January 29th, at least.
I personally did not go in the house.
You did not secure that house or remove the occupants, did you?
Which day?
January 29th. I'm talking about the morning of January 29th.
I did not know.
You did not secure the yard as a crime scene, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't conduct any search of that house.
No, I did not.
You didn't take any photographs of the interior of that house.
I did not.
You didn't ask a forensic criminalist to join you and process the house, correct?
That is correct.
You didn't set up a crime scene log to determine who is coming in and going out of the potential crime scene.
I did not.
No one actually documented the crime scene by taking contextual photographs and then close-up photographs, etc., during those early morning hours, correct?
I cannot speak to that. I was not there.
So the answer is you didn't do that, and you didn't cause that to be done.
I did not do that.
Crime Scene Services section, what is that?
It's a unit, specialized unit on the state police. They are specially trained with documentation, photographs, video, latent fingerprints, foot and tire impressions, footwear and tire impressions. They assist other investigators in documenting and processing scenes.
Did you contact CSSS to process the house or the yard or the area adjacent to the yard?
Which house, sir?
34 Fairview, Sergeant Buchanan. Do you think I was talking about a different house?
Yes, I did.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
Let's stick with 34 Fairview, where John O'Keefe's body was found. Did you call CSSS out to the scene to process that house?
I did not contact Crime Scene Services on January 29th to the area of 34 Fairview Road to the lawn where John O'Keefe's body was found.
You mentioned that you conducted interviews that day, correct?
That's correct.
Where were those interviews conducted?
The first interview was conducted at Canton Police Department. The second, third, and fourth were conducted at a residence in Canton. I'm
sorry, what was the first interview at Canton Police Department that morning?
Sergeant Good.
So other than Sergeant Good, I'm talking about civilian witnesses. You mentioned 3 civilian witnesses. Where were those three witnesses interviewed?
At a residence in Canton.
But not at 34 Fairview, just to be clear.
They were not at 34 Fairview, no.
They had been at 34 Fairview, though, hadn't they? All three of them.
Yes, they had.
As a matter of fact, Michael Proctor spoke to one, at least one of them, while she was at 34 Fairview, correct?
I don't know.
Weren't you with Michael Proctor when he spoke to Jennifer McCabe?
Which time, sir?
The first time he called her to set up the interview that morning on January 29th.
I don't know where Jennifer McCabe was. I can't testify to that. I have no idea.
So if that call was made, if she talked about that call being made, that was made by Michael Proctor, not by outside of your presence.
Can you repeat that?
Sure. If there was a call made to Jennifer McCabe by Michael Proctor that morning, that was outside your presence.
Not necessarily. I just did not know where she was.
So the only three people you interviewed were Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, and Brian Albert, correct?
Not correct.
Who else?
The defendant.
Other than Miss Reed, and before you got to Miss Reed, because you didn't get to Miss Reed till 3:34, correct? In the afternoon.
In the afternoon. I don't know exactly what time we began the conversation.
Right. I'm talking about in the morning when you were trying to figure out what was going on. You interviewed three people.
Yes, we did.
Three civilians.
At one point, we interviewed three civilians, the homeowner at 34 Fairview Road, and two witnesses that were with Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant the night prior, and then one of the witnesses that was with the defendant when Mr. O'Keefe was discovered.
And these are individuals that you made the assessment had either been with or shortly been with at the time or shortly before he was last seen alive, correct?
Based on the information that we had at that time, one of the individuals was with him right before he was seen alive, and the other two.
Right before he was last seen alive.
One of the individuals was with him right before he was last seen alive, and two of the individuals saw the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe together.
And those same two individuals were also with Mr. O'Keefe just minutes before he was last seen alive. The waterfall, correct?
All three of the individuals were with Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant at Waterfall, yes.
And all three of the individuals were also at 34 Fairview when Mr. O'Keefe arrived. You had that information, didn't you?
We did not have information of Mr. O'Keefe arriving at the house. He was dropped off on the lawn.
And all three people, all three, were either named McCabe or Albert. Those are the three people that you had information from, correct?
Which information? We had information for a lot of different sources at that point in time.
I'm talking about the first three interviews that you did, the first three civilian interviews you did that morning. Still on the same thing. You mentioned talking to three people at a residence in Canton. Brian Albert, Jim McCabe, Matt McCabe. Mm-hmm. All three were at 34 Fairview when they indicated John O'Keefe arrived in an SUV. They all told you that, right?
They were inside the home when the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe arrived in the SUV.
These are the very people that would have a motive to lie if they were somehow involved, right?
Can you answer that, Sergeant?
No, Your Honor.
You're a professional investigator, correct?
That's correct.
Homicide investigator, right?
That's correct.
Many years of experience, right? Is that yes?
I don't know what many means to you, but
No, of course not. Let me. How many years of experience do you have?
in homicide,
Correct.
10 next week.
Okay. Does that sound like many?
Again, I didn't answer the first time because I don't know what you would think many is.
Right. Suspects ever lied to you?
Yes.
Suspects lie to you all the time, don't they?
All the time is not accurate. They lie about certain things to create an alibi for themselves and state contradicting facts or fabricated stories.
And if someone
all the
has
time would mean that they're constantly lying about everything.
you understand the colloquialism all the time?
I do not know the term colloquialism.
Okay, let's try it a different way. If these three individuals were involved in the death of John O'Keefe or knew others who were involved in the death of John O'Keefe, who they were close to, they would have a motive to lie about that, correct?
Objection.
But you took these three individuals just at their word, based on those first three interviews, correct?
No, not correct.
You didn't go in the house. You didn't search the house. We've already talked about that, right?
I did not go into 34 Fairview. No, I did not.
You didn't ask them to come with you down to the station, correct?
That's correct. I did not ask them to come to the station.
As a matter of fact, when you went to interview Jennifer McCabe at her home, Brian Albert happened to be there, correct?
He was there, and I was able to conduct the interview at the house with Brian Albert, yes.
Did you find that odd?
Absolutely not.
Totally normal for you to conduct a formal interview in a homicide case and have an extra person show up at the house just to be there?
Absolutely. Cooperating witnesses always try and be assisting. So cooperating witnesses would assist us.
You just use the word always. You didn't know what all the time means. But they always try to be assistant.
Well, they're cooperating. It's in the nature.
They always try to help you out.
Okay, maybe I misspoke. They are cooperating witnesses. So always is such a finite, definitive statement. I apologize for using it.
And if an investigator were keeping an open mind, right, open to all possibilities at the beginning of the investigation, someone that you now are calling a cooperating witness might well be a suspect who's lying, correct?
Yes.
That's
there's
a possibility.
That is a possibility, yes.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want to shift gears for a second, Sergeant Buchanan, and ask you about some of the physical evidence in the case. You and Mr. Proctor collected the gray sweatshirt and the orange T-shirt that we saw entered into evidence today, correct?
That's correct.
You talked about finding that evidence at Good Samaritan Hospital, is that right?
That is where it was seized from, yes.
You described it as being on the floor, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Where on the floor was it when you first saw it? Was it on the hospital floor, not the ambulance floor, correct?
When I first saw it, it was on the hospital floor, correct?
All right. Madam Coach.
Yes.
Take a look at that photograph, please.
Yes.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's one of the photographs taken from Mr. O'Keefe's emergency department room.
Do you recognize the shirt or shirts that you earlier described as being in that photograph?
There is an orange shirt depicted on the floor to the left side, yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that be marked and entered in evidence. No objection.
Okay.
While that's being marked, we approach very briefly. Your Honor, with permission, may I publish?
Yes.
Sergeant Buchanan, this is Exhibit 110. You just mentioned seeing an orange shirt. Do you have a laser pointer with you? If you don't, I can grab you one.
I do.
Can you point for the jurors where you were describing the orange? Just pick whichever TV you want to use. May I approach?
Yes. You worked early.
This is a.
It did, yes.
That's a piece. That should work. Just tell me which TV you're going to look at so the jurors understand and can follow.
I'll do the one to my right so the jurors can see. There is something orange right there on the floor.
Does that appear to be on top of something darker?
It does appear to be on top of possibly a darker item of clothing, possibly the jeans. I'm not sure exactly from here what that is.
Do you believe as you sit here, and I'm asking it open because I don't know what the answer is. Do you believe as you sit here that that's the orange shirt and or the gray sweatshirt and or the jeans?
If we can zoom in, I could probably pick out the pattern. So from here, it looks like it's a cut fabric, indicating that it most likely is the orange shirt. The jeans, you can see the belt loop through the jeans on the left side. I would say that that is Mr. O'Keefe's clothing that we picked up and bagged.
Okay, if you could unzoom that for me. One more question. You see Mr. O'Keefe's left leg and right leg from about the little lower than mid-thigh down, correct?
Mid-thigh down, I see his legs, yes.
Okay, you see his right knee?
The interior portion of it, yes.
Okay, do you see any scrapes or marks or cuts or abrasions on that right knee?
Not from this point, no.
Thank you, we can take that down. May I approach?
Yes.
Oh, the laser point?
Yeah.
Which one? I think it's this one. They're both the same.
I have one more question on that photo. Sorry about that. Can we display the photo one more time, Ms. Johnson? We don't need to turn the lights off. Take a look to the left. Could you zoom in on the chair? Do you see that item sitting on the chair, Sergeant?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is either mine or Michael Proctor's notepad binder.
Thank you. We can take that down. Concerning the two shirts that you earlier testified to as being sopping wet, did you bag those shirts? Well, did you bag those shirts, or did Michael Proctor bag those shirts?
We bagged them together. If my memory is not failing me, I believe he picked it up and I held the bag open. But I could be wrong. Maybe I picked it up and he held the bag open.
That's fine. The two of you together got them in a bag.
Yes.
Was it a paper bag or a plastic bag?
It was a large paper bag, the size of like a lawn leaf bag you would get for disposing your yard waste.
Okay. Is it specifically an evidence bag, or was it something that y'all came up with on the spot?
It's a bag that was provided by Crime Scene Services.
Okay. So it's an official law enforcement type bag. What, a grocery bag?
It was not a grocery bag. It was a large bag.
Okay, understood. Did both shirts go in the same bag?
All the clothing items that were in the pile went into the same bag.
Does that include the jeans and belt and boxer shorts?
Yes.
Okay. You went from Good Samaritan, straight to Dighton, correct?
Yes.
And you are the one that put the bag in your the super cab of your pickup truck?
Yes.
And then from Dighton, you went over to Canton PD, is that right?
Yes, we did.
And then from Canton PD, ultimately, before the night was out, you ended up back at the Norfolk DA's office, which is where you and Michael Proctor officed at the time, correct?
Yes.
When exactly, if you recall, did you lay out the clothing? You indicated it was sopping wet. You laid it out on a butcher paper. When was that?
It was during the evening hours once we arrived to the Canton office.
It was about 10 p.m., I'm guessing?
No, it was before that.
It was before 10?
Yes.
I have just a moment.
Yes.
Sergeant, I just want to get the record as clear as possible. Did you testify at a hearing last year, at a proceeding last year here in this courtroom, that it was about 10 o'clock at night when you finally got the clothing laid out on the butcher paper?
Based on the context on the question, I might have estimated to be around 10. I would have to take a look at the exact language being used.
That's fair. I'm not trying to hold you to anything. I just want to make sure we get it as clear as possible. Mayor, Coach?
Yes.
Highlight your portion, sir. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sergeant, does that refresh your recollections to about the time that you ended up at the office to lay out those items on the butcher paper?
That refreshes my memory to my testimony prior.
And that was about your prior testimony. It was about 10 p.m.
When asked about what time the items were laid out, I indicated previously it was 10 o'clock approximately.
You didn't stay there all night with those clothes?
No, I did not.
You left the clothes with Michael Proctor, did you not?
I can't testify to leaving them, quote unquote, with Michael Proctor. We laid them out together in the drying area on the butcher paper. And then at some point I secured from the office. I don't have a memory if he left with me or if he remained to do additional tasks in the office to, you know.
You indicated that those clothes stayed in that room starting on January 29th, 2022, so that they could dry, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Ultimately, they were bagged after they were dried, correct?
At some point they were, yes.
Who had access to that room where they were laid out on butcher paper in those intervening, those subsequent days?
Anyone that had access to the office with a proper key card authorization would have access to that area.
Of course, that includes you as a supervisor, correct?
It does.
It also includes Michael Proctor.
It does.
And those items were bagged on February 4th. Is that right?
I don't have a specific memory, but if you can show me a document suggesting that and supporting that statement, I will definitely look at it.
Okay.
Sergeant, while we're looking for this piece of paper, you remember looking at the bag that the clothing items were in at this point, just the jeans?
Earlier today, sir?
Yes.
I do remember looking at the bag, yes.
Okay, and the bag has a label on it, obviously, that's generated when items are bagged?
It has multiple labels, yes.
Okay. Did you see the label today that it indicated it was bagged on February 4th?
I didn't pay attention to it, no.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
If you could take a look at those 3 pages briefly, that's a colloquy that may refresh your recollection.
I don't know what the colloquy means. Can you?
Colloquy, the back and forth conversation.
I see.
May I approach?
Yes.
Sir. Did reviewing that document refresh your recollection as to the date that those items were ultimately bagged and labeled?
Yes, based on the tag on the bag, when I previously looked at it, it appears that the tag was printed on 2/4/22.
And that would be consistent with the time that the items are actually placed in the bag?
I don't know that to be true.
Because you didn't place them in the bag, Trooper Proctor did, correct? I'm sorry, former Trooper Proctor did.
I don't know who placed them in the bag.
But it wasn't you.
It was not me, no.
But the case officer, Mr. Proctor, had access to that room and was taking control over those clothing items for those 6 days they were drying on the butcher paper, correct?
That's not necessarily correct. It could have been the evidence officers bagging the evidence once it's dried and processing it. I highly doubt Trooper Proctor had access to the beast machine to print that label.
Right. I'm not asking if he printed the label. I'm asking if he bagged the item and walked it up to the evidence locker and the label was printed up there.
Again, I don't know who bagged the items.
That would be normal protocol, though, correct?
Somebody else bagging the items?
No, the case officer bagging the items. He's the one that seized it along with you. He laid them out on the butcher paper along with you. He would be the one to gather them up. I mean, the evidence officer is not going to come down there and do that without the case officer knowing, correct?
Not necessarily. The evidence officer's responsibility is to handle the evidence. So I don't know who handled the evidence that day.
How would the evidence officer know to go down there? How would he know that there were clothing items being laid out to dry on butcher paper unless the case officer told him?
They would walk by it every day and see it. That's their workstation. So
Right.
they would know that, hey, this evidence is drying. There's only 4 detectives in the office at that time working on this case. We communicate daily. So they would know that, hey, it's dried. Let's bag it up.
Well, that's a lot of speculation, especially from the supervisor, literally, who just said, I have no idea who bagged it up. They weren't communicating with you, were they?
I was giving you an explanation of what could have happened.
Right. Speculation about what could have happened, right?
Well, I certainly did not bag that item.
Right. But your best estimate would be, knowing the protocols at the MSP and in your unit, would be the case officer who's controlling the items of evidence would have bagged it and submitted into the evidence locker.
I do not know who bagged it.
So for 6 days, anybody who had access to that room could have handled that clothing in any way they wanted to.
That's correct.
And that includes former Trooper Michael Proctor.
That's correct.
Do you have any kind of log to document what was happening or who was handling those items of clothing during that 6-day period before it was bagged into evidence? Any kind of a log?
I don't have a document logging the clothing laying out there. It was documented in reports and processing, I believe. But
Have you ever seen a log? I'm not talking about a report after the fact. I'm talking about a log, real-time log, indicating who may have come in and handled or touched or manipulated those clothes in that 6-day span of time before it was bagged.
I have never seen a log like that, no.
The fact is, we don't have a single document establishing the chain of custody for those items between January 29th and February 4th. That's correct, isn't it?
That is absolutely not correct.
Where's the log or the document logging what happened to it?
We seized the clothing. It was in our possession. It was transferred for processing.
Sergeant, I'm asking you about a log, a written piece of paper, something that looks like this. It's got writing on it that logs the item between January 29th and February 4th. That doesn't exist, does it?
We did not create a log to document the documentation,
Thank
so it'd be redundant, really.
You indicated on direct examination that you personally participated in 2 searches at 34 Fairview, one on February 4th, one on February 10th. Is that right?
That is not right.
What did I get wrong?
I was also there on the 3rd, 4th, and 10th.
Who did you go with on the 3rd?
That was Trooper DeChico, Michael Proctor, and I conducting the first excavation.
And about what time was that?
It was during the morning hours. I think earlier I said it was somewhere between 8:39, 9:30. I could have been half an hour later. I'm not exactly positive on the exact time we began the excavation.
And the other 2 searches were the next day, February 4th, and then February 10th.
The next time I was at Fairview Road and involved in a collection of evidence was on the 4th, when Canton PD documented the one piece and I collected, and then the 10th.
Was anything recovered on February, let's take them in order, on February 3rd?
Yes, Mr. O'Keefe's hat, straw, I believe red and clear plastic taillight pieces. There was those are the items that were recovered amongst.
That's on the 3rd. Okay, what about the 4th?
The 4th was the red taillight piece that we displayed, I believe, that Canton PD notified me of when I was already en route there.
When you say Canton PD, who was it that notified you, if you remember?
There was, at the scene, there was Chief Berkowitz, a couple of detectives.
Sergeant Lank, does that sound right?
I do not know. I can't say yes or no. I don't recall specifically. It was raining hard, so I grabbed the item and left.
Okay. Did you write a report? I'm gonna combine these into all 3 dates together. Did you write any report? Actually, I won't do that. Let me ask him individually. Did you write any report about your search on the 3rd?
Somebody authored a report. I'm not sure.
I'm asking about you.
I can't. There's over 100 reports. I'd have to take a look which report documents my activity that day.
Do you remember, as you sit here, authoring a report about your conduct or your activity on February 4th, the next day?
I don't have a memory of it, no.
Do you have a memory of authoring a report yourself about your conduct on February 10th, or your activity on February 10th?
I don't have a memory of it. It could have happened. I just don't have a memory.
The reality, Sergeant, is that no report was written about any of these searches until November 4th, 2023. Correct?
That could be possible, yes.
So literally the documentation of these 3 searches about which you've testified today, the documentation did not exist until, what is that math, 17, 18 months later?
That is not true. Each bag that the evidence went into was documented, the time, location, who recovered it, where it was recovered, and brief description of the items that were recovered from the scene.
And by the way, we're going to get to that in a second, the evidence bags. A report is designed to memorialize exactly what happens, when it happens, why it happened, who was there, what time it happened, things of that nature, correct?
That is one of the purposes, or some of the purposes behind the report, absolutely, yes.
And the report in this case that documented these 3 searches involving you, Trooper Proctor, I think Trooper DeChico, even Canton PD officers, there was no memorialization in a report until nearly 18 months later. Is that right?
It's possible. Yeah, we write reports at different times. Yeah.
I want to ask you about this February 4th visit to the crime scene. You indicated that sometime in the morning, 8:45, 9 a.m., something like that, you responded?
On the 4th, sir?
On the 4th.
I was driving to work, so I would have to say 8:45 or so. Yeah, I mean, I don't have the exact timestamp, but if you know, if you have something to refresh my memory, I could tell you if that's accurate.
I'm not going to hold you to the exact time. It was in the morning on the 4th.
It was.
All right. Did you know Chief of Police Ken Berkowitz before you responded on the 4th to 34 Fairview?
Yes, I knew who he was. I had met him previously, and he was present on the 29th when the vehicle was delivered to the Sally Port.
He was actually in the Sally Port, at least at some time, when the vehicle was delivered, correct?
He was there at some point. I had a conversation with him.
Okay. Tall guy, short guy?
Chief Berkowitz was a shorter guy.
Okay. Do you know who Brian Higgins is?
I do.
What's your relationship with Brian Higgins? Or what was it? I should be more pointed to this, Sergeant. What was your relationship back in 2022, January of 2022?
Brian Higgins was an federal agent, and I crossed paths with him on a couple of investigations, strictly professional relationship, a federal agent and a state trooper.
So not a personal relationship, more of a professional relationship.
Correct.
Did you know him to have a personal relationship with Chief Berkowitz?
I did not know.
Didn't Brian Higgins actually tell you and Michael Proctor in an interview that he had a personal relationship with Chief Berkowitz? He called it his better friends.
Sustained.
Sure. During the course of your investigation, did you learn, although you may not have personal knowledge of it, did you learn that Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz had some sort of a personal relationship?
If you show me a report stating that, I would like to take a look. If it's written in a report authored by me or that I approved, I will take it for to be fact.
As you sit here now, you don't have a memory of that conversation with Brian Higgins?
Do I have a memory of having a conversation with him and him sharing that information with me?
That's it.
I don't have a memory of him sharing that information, but if you have a report that was authored by me or Michael Proctor or any trooper in our office that says that, I will take it as gospel and testify to it.
Okay. Well, I don't want to take up the time to look for it. We'll put our hands on that. But in the meantime, let me ask you a few other questions. You were contacted and told to respond to 34 Fairview because Chief Berkowitz had been driving by and saw something while he was driving by, correct?
On which day, sir?
February 4th.
I'm sorry?
February 4th.
Yes. He indicated that he was driving by and saw a piece of potential evidence.
And he was driving by in a car at speed, correct?
I would take that to be factual. I mean, if he's driving by, I would take it to be in the car
and
at speed.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about, by the way, about how old was Chief Berkowitz when you met him out at 34 Fairview in 2022?
How old?
How old? Estimate. Was he in his 50s, 60s, 70s?
I have no idea how old Chief Berkowitz was.
He indicated to you that he was driving by and saw a small piece of red taillight from his car. Is that right? Objection.
Sustained.
He indicated to you that he was driving by and saw a red something from his car, correct?
Sustained.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz after you learned this information about him driving by? Did you question Chief Berkowitz about how he could possibly see a piece of red plastic from his car?
No.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about why he was driving by 34 Fairview in the first place?
No.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about the fact that his department had been conflicted from the case, at least in part, because of a, as you put it, a perceived or possible perception of a conflict of interest?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question, please?
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about whether or not he was aware that there was a conflict of interest between Canton PD and this investigation?
No, I didn't question, no.
Did you think that was important at the time to talk to him about that conflict of interest?
No.
Because just days earlier, the Canton Police Department had in fact recused itself from interviews because of a potential conflict of interest, right?
To prevent any perceived conflict of interest, they recused themselves from being involved in interviews. I wasn't pairing up with Chief Berkowitz to interview the taillight piece. I mean, I don't.
No, I didn't figure that you were going to interview the taillight piece. We all get the comment. I'm trying to get to a point. 3 or 4 days after, 5 days after, 6 days after, Canton PD recuses itself from these parts of the investigation because of a perceived conflict of interest. The brother of the homeowner being a detective, the chief of that department drives by in a car and supposedly sees a piece of plastic. Right?
I'm sorry?
I object.
Was your understanding, at least at the time, that the whole purpose of the recusal was so there would not be a perception of a conflict of interest? To avoid that?
I didn't give it much thought of the understanding why there was a recusal. I was told that they're not going to conduct interviews with us, and me being on the mission of conducting this investigation, assisting with this investigation, collecting evidence, I just knew that I needed more manpower. And the Canton police being, having recused themselves, weren't going to be available to provide that manpower to conduct interviews.
And yet it was the chief of that very department that was standing out in front of 34 Fairview when you pulled up that morning.
With his detectives, they were at the location. They weren't standing outside. They were in their vehicles because it was raining really heavily.
Well,
Can we end at this?
we can, Your Honor.
All right.
Sure.
All right, so Sergeant, we'll be bringing you back tomorrow.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Folks, that's it for today. Those same cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Be very careful with your social media use. And again, Sergeant.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your notebooks. Follow me.
Can I see counsel about scheduling, please?